Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
Good morning, my dears. Hopefully you're having a good time. Good stretch, big stretch. Early gang indeed. Yeah, we're a little bit earlier than we usually are. But I figured I'd give it a spin. I had the time, why not? So, ta-da! This is also a very good lesson for those that are like, wait, what? I didn't realize we were live already. On why notifications are your best friend. Always have them turned on, and then you don't have to miss a single stream when it goes live. Oh, crazy few days it's been actually. Like, you know, we had the Stormgate tournament. Very kind of like excited for the future. We're getting to Monday. We hype it up further. And now there's this whole stocks, public kind of shares thing going on right now that I know has kicked up some dust. Oh, and I got to dodge the entire day of it. Feels good, man. And now we're just back for more AoE 4. I might aim to stream some Stormgate at some point this week. I know there's a tournament going on the weekend, but I think I'm going to be casting the Elite Classics qualifier at some point on the weekend. So we might look to cover some of the games from the upcoming Stormgate tournament in the week, because I believe there's practically no one who's going to cast it, and there will be plenty of games anyway. So we'll figure it out either way. It might be possible for us to be able to sneak on in there with a bunch of casts. But you guys came here for the AoE cast for now. So I figured we start off with some Louis versus Beastie, because I noticed I had a few games. I think I wanted to do the ones featuring Jeanne d'Arc, as they both had a turn playing Jeanne d'Arc. Feels a bit unfair to Louis. He had Abbasids. Do we even care about the... Like, I feel like Abbasid games, we just see them, we shrug, we move on. I'm more interested in the Roos versus Jean game, actually. That one has me stroking my chin a wee little bit more. On top of that, Louis did also queue into Vortex a few times, so there's one or two games there I wanted to have a look at. And then after that, there's plenty of other goodies on the ladder. I think like Wham had some interesting series. He had a game against Faye that I wanted to check in on. Voldemar also comes to mind. I think he was playing yesterday. Let me just double check that. He played a game yesterday. Okay. All right, big spender, calm down. But outside that, I think Gully also did recommend a game the other day. We didn't get around to, so we'll look to fix that. That was a game between him and Dumu. We'll definitely be checking in on that one. Gully, who's been struggling again, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's... Yeah, back down to 329th. So he climbed to like 140 before. and then fell down a wee little bit. I don't know why I keep saying a wee little bit. I'm not even Scottish, but I'm speaking as if I am. Interesting choices made in life. But anyway, I think we should probably get ready to get underway. Oh, wait. Got to sip some energy drink, you know? You got to be ready for it. All right. Oh, double check we're live on YouTube. It looked like we were. I think we are. Hello, YouTubers. Good. We are fan-dappy-dozy on all places. All right, one and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We've got a nice one here, actually. Beastie and Louis queuing into each other. Beastie in the south side here, playing as the Rus. Meanwhile, Louis is whipping out the Jeanne d'Arc. I feel like there hasn't been much Jeanne d'Arcing happening the last few days, at least. So I thought it'd be nice to actually shine a light on it and see how this Civ is functioning right now. You know, this is a Civ that a lot of the pro players agreed that despite there are some frustrations dealing with it, ultimately it doesn't feel overpowered at high-level play. And then, of course, there is everyone else in the community who aren't playing in tournaments that, of course, feel the other way. Jeanne d'Arc has been quite the hot topic for the last few months, actually, right? I think like every time she comes into the equation, every time she's seen the game, every time she gets played, people are molding at the bit over how absurd this weapon can be in the French variant arsenal. But on the other side of it, I feel like just many people have to admit there's a decent amount of modification happening around the Rus, right? This is a Civ that right now still feels like it's at the tippity top of its game, as shiny and as great as it's ever been. You know, even with some of the nerfs targeted around things like the second TC timing, the build speed, the cost, these things over time, I think one of the Civs that has benefited most from that has to be the Rus because of the easy access to these things and an accelerated pace in the game. I mean, you've heard me say it a million times at this stage. This Civ has the most disgusting average feudal age timing of any Civ in the game that I can find. You know, they are definitely ahead of the curve by like 20 seconds at least on average. It's phenomenal what they can do with the power of the hunt. The power of the... Okay, he's going. With the power of the hunt. Right, you go into free scouts, you immediately start hunting for that gold. What does that do? That doesn't just save you idle time walking over the gold, it saves you 50 wood on the mining camp for the gold as well. That's actually a lot of savings, and it shows you just how big of a difference it makes, especially on generations like this. Look how far away that gold would be. That's a long, long walk for villagers in that situation. On the other side, it's not as bad for Louis if you got a little bit of a tighter spawn. Interesting difference here, by the way. You guys are seeing this, right? This isn't your standard Jeanne d'Arc build. This is a fast feudal build. Huh. Now, this heavily surprises me because it's been pretty bog standard to just move Jeanne out towards the gold, building the house and the mining camp. Now, instead, Louis is taking a very different approach. It looks like that may have been a misclick sending 5 onto the build-up, but even with 1, I'm wondering, like, surely you don't have enough XP, right? I'm assuming he must have walked out here and built the mining camp at the house, but if that was the case, that would mean that he then had to waste time walking back towards the front side. It's very suboptimal, remember. Like, Jeanne, she has the same movement issues any villager does at the start of the game. No wheelbarrow means you are limping along. If this was a walk back after the start, the only logical reasoning here is that Louis wanted to have the Ford spawn School of Cavalry so that he'd be closer to the enemy base. That is a very crafty detail, but it does, of course, come at the price of some efficiency. We have to see if it pays off, because we're already seeing Beastie with the ambitious move to the front side that should connect. This is a really big deal, folks. This is a big part why I've been saying Rus function absolutely fine on this map. The Kremlin drop towards the L shape on the cliffside guarantees a blocker on 2 of the passes. In this case, he's only going to secure the 1, but alongside that, he's securing the gold because it's likely this is going to turn into a knight on Archer clash. Either that or Beastie's just going to try to move up into Castle Age, right? As typically a lot of these players do in this situation. Typically, Risa will go for a second TC, sometimes a third, and then they'll rush into Castle Age. I'm wondering if you can even do a TC here. The one downside of this Kremlin placement, it does block the short route for Jeanne and for the Knights, but the gathering on the stone is going to be a bit wonky. They should be safe. Like, realistically, archers could walk in and poke and prod, but this weird Ford spawn stone actually might be a saving grace here. So, tech up complete. Other side of this, School of Cavalry also complete. So locked in on the timings, and it looks like Jeanne on the move here. Wait, what? I love that. BC's like, it's only a villager. That's what you think. Just pulls this ginormous sword out of, I don't know, actually, like, out of her spine, I guess? Genuinely, the size of it suggests she may have just made it with her own bones. But all of a sudden, BC realizes he's boned there, has to back away. We're going on 2 times speed here just for the early game because not much is happening right at this moment, other than the fact that Louis has moved on the stone, so it looks like he's rushing for multi-TC. Meanwhile, Beastie didn't acquire stone at all. Instead, they are playing out onto the flanks for food. Wait, they are here for food, right? Okay, yeah, Pumbaa got pulled off the map, that's why. Okay, wait, you guys saw that, right? This wasn't showing originally. That's a really cool detail by Beastie. So Beastie originally aggroed the ball when he ran past so that the icon didn't show up on the map, so that Louis wouldn't know where to contend exactly. That's really cool. That's such a sick little detail. We'll see if it pays off for him. Louis is going for that second TC. It looks like he's going to make some move for it now. I wonder, are we going to get a 4 TC drop on, like, you know, the gold or whatever? I think you have to go for food here, right? You can secure the gold and the food on the left side here, but instead, we've got pro scouts from Louis. Wait, what? Okay, this build is crazy. He prioritized it over wheelbarrow. He's going 2 TC. So this is 2 TC Pro Scouts, which is just incredibly wild, by the way. That's not something you do often. Like, you used to see it back in the days, maybe from the Roost, but no one else would do this because the idea is, you know, Pro Scouts or TCs, right? Either condense all the food or secure food with your town center drops. Instead, Louis decides he wants to have his cake and he wants to eat it here. That's crazy. And also, because he's scaling into more scouts, Beastie can't contest with just the scouts on his own. He has to wait for the knights to arrive. Dude, this is a fast castle build. Well, not fast, but tweaked for optimal castle timing. 2 TC, second one on the gold, all the deer being pulled in. The reason why you do this is because you don't want to hang around. This is because you want to move up quickly towards Castle Age. The funny part is that we're seeing more pro scouts now, right? So far, it's just been B. Louis now joining on the party. And the funny part is there's some players that have been moaning that pro scouts absolutely fundamentally needs a buff. Yet here we have 2 of, I think, the most talented players on the ladder right now, showing you why you don't. Showing you why it's doable without. When was the last time you saw a French player research everything in the mill before 10 minutes? The answer is it's been years, KP, because none of them ever get pro scouts. Night Raid coming out. Looks like there's a move on to both boards here by Beastie. Dude, this is a crazy approach by the 2 players. Ball secured by one, deer secured by the other. Now, if you do the basic maths on that, it's very easy to realize that actually the winner of that isn't the ball player. The ball player gets a better gathering rate on a sieve that has a better gathering rate on top of that. But from a raw meat count, it's not even close. Each one of these deer stacks that gets cleared by Louis is worth 2,450. Meanwhile, the boars are only worth 2,000. So, Beastie needs something else. What's that going to be? None other than the High Trade House, already on his way to Castle Age, pre-10 minutes. Let me know what you guys are thinking number-wise. What are we getting on this High Trade House? If you're watching this later as well, drop your comments in the chat. Rax is also now being added in. This is a smart choice by Louis. He realizes he's up against Mass Knights only. He's 2 behind on Knight scaling right now to actually contest the count. He's only got School of Cavalry plus stables. And on the other side of this, like, he could be up against double stables for all he knows. We can see it's only 1, but Louis can't risk this being an all-in feudal timing from the Roos and getting screwed by it. Dude, what a crazy game. You know what I love as well? This is so cool from Louis. B has a very different approach to the Pro Scouts. He always goes to the same location, 1 by 1. I actually prefer Louis' approach here. Louis' approach is much smarter in that if you're up against an opponent who has Cav, you should do this. He's going to all the different locations and exhausting them at a similar pace. There's a risk to this, right? Like, realistically, your opponent could be on deer. But the reason why this is a very smart play from Louis is he's playing against the Roos. And they've already revealed they want to go proxy food. They're not going to move out for the deer first. They're always going to prioritize the boar. So, sick read there. And it means that Louis is getting a lot more off the map without any real scout losses. I think he's lost maybe 1, possibly 2 max here. So, tech up complete. Louis now lagging behind by an entire age. You're going to hit the speed up for a second here to see if he wants to make some sort of move. He's going to try to pinch one of the Knights, but quick to move by. And behind this, we should be seeing a transition. It looks like it's going to be a target onto the relics ASAP coming from Beastie. Even pulling the Militia, by the way. Wait, why? Wait, what? What's this move about? Is this to try and block the deer being returned? Dude. Oh, this is such a fun match. This is like such an incredible map to match up to start the day with. And the high trade house, by the way, in the end was 184 gold. So one of you was very close there. Well done, Peter. So we are actually getting pew-pew bunnies. That's interesting, actually. In this matchup, I quite like it because you're in against mass knights. So the whole idea is you have knights here in the front line, and then the horse archers make the difference. And now, right now, the knights are making the difference right in here. Villagers will look to move away. Jean is arriving, so that's going to force away the army from Beastie. But this follow-up of horse archers is pretty nice. It gets a little bit dicey when we look at this transition to Arbre de Trier timing. I think Arbre de Trier will actually just beat you out pound for pound, right? Like similar damage count, but then you've got the Pavis to consider. And then also in terms of raw HP, you know, all the horse archers can run way better. They have quite a comparative amount of health compared to Arbre de Trier. And after Gambesons comes in, it means that the crossbowmen should be surviving a lot longer than the horse archers. In fact, we're already seeing Beast now switch over. So I'm guessing the few horse archers he got was maybe about hunting the scouts. He's going double monastery as well. Good lord. Okay, this is getting very greedy. He did scout out the guild hall, right? I think he got a glimpse of it when he was diving before. As he did have a scout nearby, right? No. So it's possible he didn't know that tech timing was coming from Louis, but probably felt like it was, considering the size of the army. So tech up now complete, but already Beastie playing for the most dangerous relics on the map starts to pull them back towards his side. Speed up again as we have a little bit of downtime before some raids come in. I like that Beastie's still trying to connect here, even though he techs up quite early, even though Louis is just teched up, right, but has an army as big as he has and has spears. Because it is a later tech up by Louis, you want to try and punish him before he flourishes off the back of that. The other issue that Beastie has here is he knows it's 2 TC, right? It's 51 eco versus 43. So Beastie has to find some other value here. And that's why those relics are crucial. And the fact that he keeps diving the base is actually covering the play, folks. That's a big part of why you make these type of maneuvers. It's not just about the fact that your opponent techs up and you want to just punish them for it. It's all about smoke and mirrors, right? If I'm drawing his attention here, his knights can't be intercepting the relics, and it's why Beastie is already fast on his way to a 5-relic game. One low comes out on the right side, Lou will be able to dodge it out, so should be able to idle out the return of this relic at least, but the 4th is already on the way home. A dive does come in towards the eco, but limited damage being done here. It is a 10 eco lead for Louis, but these relics are the difference maker now. Add in the high trade house, the hunter cabin as well, all of a sudden Beastie's ahead on economy. As we know, that doesn't last for long, not against the power of the Guildhall. This powerful tool is what's going to allow him to actually start to juice up in the coming minutes to get to Imperial quicker than Beastie. So Beastie's going to need to consider what his solution is to that, because right now you have to remember he's playing under the boar, the berries now. They aren't going to last for long. He's going to run out of food. And if this turns into a meat grinder, that's where I think Jeanne d'Arc's very frustrating for a lot of players. Same as French, because the Guildhall just builds up this stockpile of resources that you don't even need to consider, right? You don't even have to think about. You can just basically ignore this building for 8 minutes. But when you remember it's there, all of a sudden, you've got everything you need for Imperial, while your opponent has to farm transition. It's a very frustrating matchup for many a player at that phase of the game. Nice right in. Looks like the Gremlins are going to be pulled though. And we have got a second TC now coming in from Beastie. So kind of interesting, right, on a delay. I don't mind this idea, though. If you think about the state of the game now, he's running out of those limited resources we talked about. He's already yoinking all the relics, bar one. He's at a stage where he needs to consider a way of getting towards farms, and the best way to do that is to inflate your economy. I always say that farm transitions look seamless or hurt your economy, your overall game state, much less when you're around 80 eco. And Beastie is quite a bit off that still, but by the time he exhausts these food sources, he should be maybe about 70, 75 eco. And that's a good number, especially when you consider that he can have more people on wood because he needs less on gold due to the relics. And I just realized for some reason, the trim disappeared, which is a scam. Boom. I don't know why the trim keeps doing that. It's a bit weird. Apologies. Army, in the meantime, is probing left side, but Beastie doesn't really have a way in yet. And the problem now is that Louis is getting into Arbitrier. I don't like the comp of the Roos as it stands. He did get Boy's Fortitude, right? So he's got that extra little bit of chunk to him. But against the extra damage of the Royal Knights, it's not really an edge, is it? I'd say, if anything, the Knights kind of eke out a little bit. I think it's very close, if I remember correctly, because it's 25 extra health. And I think you get, is it +5 damage or something like that? +5 damage at the stage for 5 seconds. So you're going to get 3 strikes in. So you make up about 15 damage. But the thing is, this is quite interesting there, is you don't have to commit wholeheartedly, right? You can basically cycle charge and keep coming back in to get that buff again every 10, 15 seconds. That's a big edge, because that buff can be renewed. That means over time you're scaling a bigger lead in terms of damage trades. Health cannot. Not unless you somehow have a bunch of warrior monks on standby to heal everyone up. Ball's now going up for Beastie. So it looks like he's trying to prep himself for that transition. Raid comes in. Villagers are going to be pushed back. Louis doesn't lose a soul, though. Well played. Wow. Okay, so he got rid of, what, was that 3 knights and I think a horse archer? Lost nothing in return. Pretty good defense there. You can tell that BC's desperately looking for some sort of in-angle to start chipping away at this eco lead. He knows it's been building for a while. He knows it's been brewing. And then on top of that, he knows that that inevitable timing is coming for both of them. The farm transition we talked about. What did we say? 75, 80-ish is usually where you want to be to feel comfortable with this transition. Look at Louis' eco number. This is perfect. You know, Pro Scouts, it's interesting because I'm wondering, really, did Pro Scouts get that much value here? He never got the deer on the right side. He couldn't get all the deer on the left side. I think he missed out on maybe 2. He got half the deer on the back side here. Actually, I think he got 5 of them there. Yeah, I think it did pay for it. Like, overall, he probably got about 12. Clash coming in on the right side here, though. And looks like Jean d'Arc level 3 is going to be achieved there. Beastie gets cut down. That's a pretty good backstab there. But the crossbows are at least going to stabilize him here. Dude, it's actually funny just watching how easily level 3 Jean can die sometimes with those slight reductions in damage. That was really well played there. You have to remember that, like, these crossbowmen, they're doing bonus damage against heavy as well as their base on crossbows. So even though the damage is heavily reduced, in this quantity, a decent solution. However, the buyback comes in, and that is going to be a problem here. Beastie just trying to micro down Jean for the second time, but Louis stands his ground. Numbers are too low. So Louis with the buyback, and the second wave next to his base will be able to reduce Beastie down to nothing here. Wow. Okay, that is rough, actually. The power of these spearmen. I think the spearmen is the reason why Louis broke that. Without spears, he would have ran out of gas there. That was a sick play. The mass crossbowman strat by Beastie is cool, but the issue that just exists for him is, you know, when you're in a crossbow battle, I want to say, you know, essentially as hard, that's what it's going to become against Jean. The worst thing you can do is find yourself in a situation where they get away with a spear comp. And they get so much value out of a spear comp, right? Because going spears plus arbitrier up against Roos, they're typically going to be into crossbows and either men-at-arms or knights. Well, if there's men-at-arms, you just stay up, arbitrier win. If it's knights, spearmen run them down. The interesting part is on the flip side, Louis can do either spears and arbitrier or knights and arbitrier. In this matchup, playing into knights arbitrier gives a bigger advantage to the Roos than going spears and arbitrier. The reason is if both of you just essentially devolve into a spearman mass on both sides, guess what? Gambeson's tech, MVP. That extra +6 armor makes it impossible for spears to do anything. Interestingly enough, if you went the cav route, though, we already highlighted that Boy's Fortitude came in. So the worst possible thing that Louis could have done here is played mass crossbow cav into crossbow cav. Because then the Roos actually have a notable edge. They have something to lean on. When it's spears and arbitrier, they have nothing. So really cool detail there. Means that Beastie's going to need a complete switch up. He's going to spears right now, but this is for full turtle mode. I imagine his goal now in this game is to try to get towards Imperial Age. It doesn't feel great because you've just forfeited some map control like that, and we can already see Louis setting up the big walls. It also means you're heading to the late game, and judging by the games we've watched recently of Louis and Beastie, if the games do reach late, Beastie isn't winning as much as you'd think, folks. Actually, I'd say, based on the games I've seen, Louis looks favored in the late game scenarios, and this is one of them. I think Louis, to me, has been one of the most impressive players on their utilization of Jeanne d'Arc. I don't think it went up in the end, but I even had a video that was quite simply labeled, Louis' Jeanne d'Arc is best. And I truly stand by that. Right now, he is the best Jeanne d'Arc player I have seen. Now, couple that with a late game, and we got some real problems. It's like, what are we at now? Farm cluster must be at probably about 25? 31. Up to 31. Other side of this, BC is added in his own. He's up to 16, but he's still got some way to go. Already mentioned, because his eco is much smaller, it's much more difficult to make that transition. One nice thing about being the Roost is you get 20% more wood, so it makes that a little bit smoother, but it's still a big hurdle to overcome. You can see that he is draining every little bit of what he's got left. Meanwhile, on the other side of it, Louis didn't even finish off all the deer, all the berries. He's trying to fix that now, make sure he gets his little bit of runway. Love the fact that with these wolves now up, he can play into the wide flanks to get the more risky gold. This is a smart read because later in the game, BC's likely to have access to cannons and easier ways of basically blowing up these wooden walls. At this stage, after the big losses he incurred in the last fight, it's very hard for him to just run on the flank and burn through the walls. So it's actually a smart read to go for these riskier golds and then play for the safer ones later on. I love these walls as well from Louis. And it looks like it's time. Red Palace, food just got pulled, so we are moving up into Imperial Age here. Beastie still not ready for this moment in the game yet. I love these walls, man. This is so infuriating what Louis is doing. BC's army is primarily crossbows, right? So he doesn't have a quick way of denying this. And Beastie will eventually manage to carve his way around. But I love that Louis is trying to be a little bit of a nuisance. And now he has horsemen stabbing on the flanks. Oh, dude, what a sick read that is. He baits the entire army, or what he thinks is the entire army, to the north side, and then hits the south. That's smart, because this many horsemen wouldn't have been able to break through if the army was coming from central base. But you can see on the timings here, just on the mini-map there, it's going to take way too long for this army to move across before the burn-through would complete. Luckily for Beastie, he has got a keep, and he has got a second wave on the way. Unluckily for Beastie, he is now an age behind. Louis moves up first. Also on the offensive. Dude, I love this. It's such a smart read. Louis understands this matchup very well. He also understands Beastie as an opponent. From this position, Beastie can't just go all in. He has to tech up. The red palace down the center guarantees that. There's no way you're going to break that with a Castle Age army, rather. So this read to go on the offensive is genius. He already took a great win on his side of the map, if you remember correctly. So he knows militarily, best case scenario for Beastie, they're neck and neck. Worst case scenario, Beastie's invested in a tech up, and his army is weaker. And that's exactly why Louis looks to pounce. Divine Restoration comes out. Man, I got to give it to him. The small reduction, it used to be 50%, and now it's 45%, right? Seems to be having a big impact here. Not to mention the health reduction they added in. The crossbowmen are shredding Jean. Unfortunately, he's getting shredded in response. Horsemen right into the base. Military Academy is also being prepped. So Louis looking to just non-stop boom Cav out into this mosh pit. Now keep being rushed up, but the second wave arrives. Louis moving in now with the Arbitrie. Horsemen also arriving here, and the keep only half complete. GG gets called. Beastie cannot find a way to follow in Louis' shadow. Oof. Louis looking like a shadow assassin in that one. Well played by him, man. That was a sick game. What an interesting game, actually. That opener, especially, the the Pro Scouts double TC was funky. And the funny part is, like, it just shows you how strong Louis is as a player, that he didn't even really get the full value of the Pro Scouts, right? Like, I mean, he got, let's say, half the value out of it, maybe a little bit more. But even with that, it shows you how great his understanding is of Jeanne d'Arc. Just a fantastic game. Like, the fact that he was able to be that far ahead, not even getting all the deer off the map, just absolutely talented player, man. It's always fun to watch him. So I guess I'm going to name that one. All right, there we go. So, cool game. Let's see what else we got. That was my glasses. Ah, thank you, England. Glad you enjoy the streams, buddy. Okay, so next up, I think... Who do we want to check out? I think I said there was a Louis Vortex game that I had my eyes on. Which one was it, though? China versus Delhi? Let's see. China versus Delhi or English versus Abbasids? I don't know, man. Abbasids just kind of look bad everywhere. Right? Levy. Kind of feels that way. I guess we can do... Maybe we do both, actually. Sorry. Oh, big yawns today. Bloody hell. Need some more caffeine in me. Oh. You know, I kind of am weighing up doing an only Bugisha challenge. See how far we can climb in the ranks. I'm somewhat tempted. So... We had the beastie one. Let's check his data. We wanted... Find the game we were after here. Oh, actually, just double check there's any good live games. You know how I am, guys. Because obviously, we can't observe. There's a bunch of people we can't observe normally. So always, we like to check if there's any interesting live games first before we hop into replays. Because the replays we're looking at, we can look at any point. Doesn't look like we've got any fancy matchups right now, so we can actually hop into replays. Okay. That was a whole bag of nothing. So, let me pull it up. I think we wanted... There we go. English versus Abbasids. I'm trying to think who this matchup favors. I'm thinking it just favors English full stop now, right? It used to be more back and forth. There's been points where it went one way and where it went the other. Like it's actually like seesawed a lot in the past. But I think now it's quite firmly in the English English compound. I don't know words. Words are weird today. Yeah, I'd say like English is probably 70% favored here. Let's have a look. Conk. Check the previous patch because nothing really changed the Abbasids. So Abbasids versus English. Yep, pretty spot on. 64.5% win rate for the English in that matchup. If we go back another patch, only 5 games and 80% for the English. If we go back to September 26th, Abbasids versus English. Wow. Yeah, pretty consistent here. About 61, 62%. Tough matchup then. Let's see what Louis can do. All right, let's see if Louis can pull off a miracle here because this wait, he's on the English. Sorry, he's on the English. Okay, let's see actually what Vortex can do. That's right, we've got Vortex versus Louis MT here. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. You know, I was just looking at the stats for this matchup, and this is insanely biased towards the English. Over the last several patches, there have been a 60+% win rate in the English versus Abbasid matchup. And I can't help but feel nothing should be different about this map. We are indeed going to be on Cliffside again. So many times Cliffside is coming up in the rotation at the moment. But right now, we're seeing a different build than what is usually necessary to beat the Abbasids. So Louis has chosen to go for the English men-at-arms opening, despite the fact that typically this matchup is dominated by the English longbow spam in the Feudal Age. So interesting choice here to sacrifice his timing, but it will allow him to screw over Vortex on his own. Moving into the gold line. More villagers are being pulled here, so he will have a reaction to it. And before the second men-at-arms arrives, is a critical detail here. It means that Louis will not be able to actually stop the gold being gathered for a tech-up. And I really don't like this opening from Louis. You see, this type of opening makes a lot of sense if you're at disadvantage in Feudal Age, but with the Abbasids right now, I think a lot of people have been struggling to find the power of them at the moment. Even with that military wing opening, you know, it gives you a little bit of surge, but feels terrible up against the English. So I'm quite shocked by Louis' why I'd call maybe a suboptimal choice here. And it looks like Vortex is going to be going in for that military wing either way, but imagine this instead, folks. If Louis had just gone straight for a tech up and he already had some longbows being spammed out. Instead of this delay right now where he's only going to start his tech up in the next 10 seconds compared to the Abbasids where Vortex is only a minute away. Yeah, this has me a little bit worried. I don't feel that this is the type of play that's essential. It's interesting as well, because I think the Abbasids have become a little bit predictable in this matchup. They always have to go melee wing. And the problem with melee wing is, although it gives you an initial surge point with the 4 units, you tend to get no value against the English longbows. On top of that, you also have this added issue that your Civ simply doesn't really benefit as much from the power of boot camp, considering the biggest thing you need against the English is horsemen, right? But tech up complete. Nice time on the back away. The 4 troops are out, but the interesting part is Vortex isn't using them right now. What? Okay, I guess he's just going to wait. That kind of makes sense though, right? Like the timing isn't going to work in a way that he's able to punish Louis before the council hall comes out. So if you walk out with the 4 units, you just lose them. 2 of them die quicker to longbows. The other 2 are going to just get out DPS quite fast here. But clash on the way. Louis has got 2 men at arms. He's got 3 longbows. This is not an army that Vortex is ready to fight yet. But we are seeing that Blue is adding in the horsemen now. So this is the thing that I was looking towards. Nice little stab in there with the military force, by the way. Does manage to actually get 1 of the villagers with the men-at-arms. But, you know, this is the thing that I was looking for to come out of Vortex, is typically when you've got access to a lot of food, you're able to play into horsemen. The cool kind of snowbally window, if you can hit it here, is if you cycle into horsemen, you get access to your berries again. And that prolongs your safe food near your base and stops longbows from intercepting. But Louis is looking to park himself perma. This move with the outpost so early on suggests that he's looking to set up a little kind of proxy camp here where he doesn't have to leave from this type of area. It does take time though. And in that time, there is a punishment coming. Vortex does chase out into the men-at-arms. Heavy damage done to both of them here. In fact, he might lose them both. The archers arrive. 1 men-at-arms is going to go down. The horseman able to just chase him away and kill him off. And now they circle past. Horseman chasing onto the archers. Only 2 spearmen here to defend. Brace is going to come out, but the horses will find their way around, and these longbows are in trouble. Louis, I think he tried to walk, or run rather, before he could walk here. And now he's going to have to walk it off, but it's not easily walked off when this many horsemen are coming out. Vortex. Wow. Okay, that right there is Save a Hero syndrome from Louis. His obsession with saving those 2 men-at-arms just cost him everything. This is a matchup, reminder to people, by the way, on the most recent patches, we're talking like an 80% win rate, we're talking like a 65% win rate. Even before the expansion, the English were about 62% favored in this matchup. But right now, they look completely dead. Wow, I can't believe this, man. I mean, I don't think that the men-at-arms play was needed, but part of this kind of feels like Louis baited himself because of the map design. Typically, you see these men-at-arms openers a lot more at the moment on Cliffside because Cliffside spawns you so close to the enemy base. I am of a different mind to the logic of Cliffside. I think because of that detail, it's less likely you should be going for men-at-arms. The reason is that your longbows arrive in the enemy base quicker if you just prioritize Feudal Age. I think that detail really screwed him over. This is now a very hard game. We're already seeing Vortex move out onto the stone, so definitely a priority coming out to go into multi-TC. And on the other side of this, I mean, Vortex, he has to be as calm as he can be, as cozy as he can be, really. Like, Louis doesn't have any control of the frontal choke. No way of hitting onto an extension TC that we know is probably going to be targeted towards this deer location, because funny detail here, folks. Slap the TC on the forward, sits you next to stone, but also make sure you can gather deer behind with no threat of longbows. Not to mention, even if longbows show up there, it's so out of position. And well, speaking of the deer, Louis, he was playing greedy onto the flanks here. More idle time now as he has to walk back without wheelbarrow. Yeah, I'm a bit flummoxed, actually, by the choices made by Louis in this game. That's wild. From this position, Vortex, I mean, it should just be 2TC. I think 3 is a bit too greedy. But 2TC on the Deer, and you just continue to scale army, means Louis basically has to completely out-micro you. And I've hyped up Louis. I've said he's a talented player, but out-microing Vortex is not easy for anyone. He's a very, very talented player. Let's hit the 2x speed here. March towards the next point in this game, which I imagine is probably going to be adding in a second stable soon just to scale the horseman count. Actually, to be honest with you, I don't think Vortex even needs that here. With the extra food, he could, but I think maybe just actually prioritizing more people in the wood in the primary base gives you a surplus amount of archer spam. Blacksmiths is now coming. That's already an area where Louis is lagging behind because he's gone double farm cluster in a rush. That's not a good sign. The fact that he has had to go defensive outposts, set up walls like this, means he's going to be behind on blacksmith techs, and that's a really ugly position to find yourself in as a 1TC English boy. You know, being 1TC, cut it all in with English is all about your timings into your blacksmith upgrades to use steel to arrow on those longbows to just dominate fights, even against horsemen. He's not going to have that here. This game is pretty much over because of that mistake. The mistakes early on, like the men-at-arms choice still just sticks with me, but the fact that he was so obsessed on saving them, I think it's just put Vortex now a mile ahead. Already caught up now, Nico. He's out on the Deer. His opponent is not. On top of that, we should be looking at maybe another archery range or 2 being added in soon. I think Vortex is reaching the point where that's very feasible here. Fresh foodstuffs has already come through as well, so these villages are putting less of a strain on his food income. And all of the armies are neck and neck right now because of the fact that one player has got the blacksmith techs. It means the advantage that the English usually get from having the same numbers isn't there now. In fact, blacksmiths only just came in, so he's an entire tech behind. Steel Arrow needed just to offset the undermesh, and meanwhile, Steel Arrow is going to be there quicker for Vortex as well. Oh, dude. If it seems like I'm being like overly negative, it's because like this situation is pretty unplayable. By like 15 or 16 minutes, you know the eco lead is completely out of whack, right? And Louis, because of where the stone is, he has no way of gathering here. One's exposed on the right side, the other's on the other side of a wall that just kind of feels weird to play around. I don't think he can afford to actually spread himself that thin as well. Like in this situation, if he was going to go for a second TC, it should have been 2 minutes ago. Because now Vortex is in a very cozy position. Now, Vortex, I think he could have ended this game with all in Feudal Age. But in fairness, up against the English, there's an easier solution, isn't there? He's saving for Castle. I'm going to hit the speed up because I think Louis is going to struggle to find an answer when that tech up comes in. Horsemen are just dodging here. I like the way Vortex is approaching this, just not directly engaging. He's waiting for the longbows to overextend, and then he'll envelop. It's a very effective strategy in the situation because like Louis has to make a move, right? He can't just build a longbow army this big and sit at home. In fact, he's making an aggressive move. Outpost on the way. Longbows moving in. Culture Wing has been queued up, but Vortex, he's queuing up more archers. He's queuing up more stables. We are going to see the spam now. He's got the resources locked in. Castle Age is on the way, so for the next minute and 20 seconds, he's got all that surplus food and gold to spend. We're hearing riders coming in from behind. Blind game here for Louis. He doesn't know about this. Torch armor is going to protect this TC. Love the daisy chain in. The houses make sure you get that +5 fire armor. And here comes the backstab. Villages are going to be denied. No outpost going up. Archers are engaged upon by the men-at-arms. The spearmen had to peel off to go the other way. So the villager is still kept alive. A hope of getting this outpost still exists. But even with it going up, how long can you really last here? After it completes, 30 seconds later, Castle Age is going to be achieved. And on the other side, Louis, nowhere near what he needs to tick that box as well. Longbow count also shrinking down to 10. I think this is way too many losses, folks. This TC has done way too much work here. Outpost is most definitely going to be going up, but the price, I think, has been too high. Louis, only 10 longbows and 3 men-at-arms means he has no way of easily contesting this army. Outpost is going to go down. Archers will chase down the last of the longbows, and I have a feeling the moment we see that tech up complete, Louis is just going to wave the white flag, because right now, at this pacing, his own tech up will get blocked by Cav. Horseman. Poke and prod against it. Looks like Louis is going to reset on the spot. He needs to get Castle Age start down. Tech up comes through. Louis is going to stockpile what he needs. He needs to be fast about this, though. Vortex is going to have a very big surge ahead of him. He's still playing onto the deer stacks on the flank, so plenty of food to come. And Lancers aren't even going to be queued as quickly as you'd think. Horseman took priority here, so Veterancy is on the way there. Makes sense when you've got 9 of these, and the first Lancer also coming out. All's going up from Louis. Tech up is ready, and it is going to be the greed choice. He goes to the King's Palace. This feels bad. You are now, what, 12 villagers behind? On top of that, relics are fairly exposed. 4 of them are accessible for Vortex in this game. Honestly, Vortex should just look to drop a Mosque, and yeah, he already has. He understands his timing well here, right? It's all about the greed element to deny any recovery. The way that Louis could get back into this game is by playing relics off of King's Palace to inflate his eco. But that's not going to happen. And now Vortex marching down the middle. Veterancy's about to kick in, and here they are. Straight away, the upgrades come through as soon as Louis tries to turn for a fight. And now Louis, although he's aged up, he's got problems. Where is the gold? Gold is exposed on the right side. The frontal gold is not accessible anymore. And Vortex is looking for blood here. He's going to force the fight before the upgrades can come through. And Louis, although he has got the attack speed aura, is at a disadvantage in more than one way here. Horsemen, archers start to dive in. Horsemen peel off to go after the villagers. And that, Louis, that might be it. Without gold access, he cannot transition his army. He cannot upgrade it. Oh, that one move may have just defined it. Vortex, he knows where the golds are, remember. He's scoured the map. He understands that the only way Louis is gathering gold is on the front. And that's easier said than done. Still, he's going to try. Louis has got the wall up, right? He's going to try to shift through. The problem is, if Vortex sees this for a second, he can actually cut you off from the reinforcements. Even if he actually sees it with the forward force, he can just walk in and shoot over the wall. It's a dangerous game being played. Lancers have now arrived. Spearmen get baited into a bad position, and the count is going down. Oh, man. And composite bows now in the way. This feels like we're practically at GG now. Clash comes in. He does at least pinch on the Horseman, but every time he turns around, he's losing 3 for the price of 1. Vortex with trades like that, he'll win every day of the week. Army has to make his last stand as the farm clusters start to be approached, and I think this is just the end of the road for Louis. A rough start to this game. I think the choice to go to men-at-arms set him up for failure here. And Vortex, he didn't panic, he didn't overreact, he had the correct moves to get just what he needed for Feudal Age. And everything past that was just smooth sailing. I think it was pitch perfect from him. Now, Louis, I don't know, man. I'm curious what people think here. Is the men-at-arms play right? Because in my eyes, I still have that as the standout detail that lost this game for Louis. GG finally gets called. Vortex able to get a win with the Abbasids, and that is something that rarely gets said, even for a player like him these days. Yeah, you know, because Abbasids are people on a stick. Wow, that was rough. Really rough, actually, for Louis. That's, like I said, like just to reiterate for people, that's not a matchup that's typically meant to go the way of the Abbasids. That's like very heavily skewed against them, I'd say. But very impressive game nonetheless. Okay, so let's have a look-sees and see. I think there was another one that Louis had that we could check out. Let me whip that one open. There was a Delhi Chinese game. I'm starting to wonder if I'm just outdated in my brain thought that like Delhi lose to Chinese. I'm pretty sure they still do. They're meant to anyway. So we're about to have another matchup that should quite heavily favor the Chinese, right? Let's find out. Let me load up the game. We'll get ready for another. Okay, I'm just not willing to trust in stats anymore. I mean, we just had this. We've got Vortex on the Delhi. We've got Louis on the Chinese. We literally just had a game where we were saying that statistically, This is just a slam dunker for X. And I'm going to say it again. Statistically, this is just a slam dunker for the Chinese. But now I don't know if I should discredit Vortex. I mean, Louis, a very talented player, but Vortex has already been creative. And I'm wondering, actually, like, when I look at stats, although when we checked before the expansion, the Chinese were heavily favored here, interestingly enough, even though it's limited games, at Conk Plus, in the most recent patch, the Chinese are still good. They have a 61.5% win rate against the Delhi. Previous patch-wise, the Chinese were at a 50-50, but that's because of lack of games. So this should be a good one. The last game, Louis, I think he got kind of out of line. It happened literally just before this game. His men-at-arms opening didn't make much sense. But Dry Arabia is different. Dry Arabia, there isn't really this weird new formula you're going to try to throw out. Like, for example, I think if we had English Abbasids on Dry Arabia, Louis wouldn't have went for that men-at-arms opening at all. So we should have something just more standardized. And typically that is to just drop a Barbican down the center against the Delhi and block their efficient rotations and then outscale them. That has been a big part of why the Delhi cannot win against Chinese that often. Typically, these central sacred sites, just with a Barbican dropped on them, not only does it protect your base against a quick route towards it, it also just blocks out the win condition for the Delhi time and time again. Let's see how Louis is going to play this, though, because sometimes players do like to look for a boar extension next to a sacred site on the flank. Unfortunately, in this game, for Louis, there's no boar option, so you can't try to secure that. It does feel a bit sucky because it just means the Barbican value is lower than otherwise would be. We're going to hit the 2x speed. You know how I roll, guys. Early game. It's the way we always like to flow through. And I'm wondering, like, Vortex, knowing that he's up against the Chinese, knowing that this Barbican is a really big sticking point and how it just dismantles so many Delhi players time and time again, what's his approach going to be here? Because I think you have to do something slightly different. You can't just play the standard formulated build order right through for the first 15, 20 minutes. Step 1 has already been ticked. Tower of Victory on the way. Other side of this, Louis. Oh, no. No, Louis. Oh, no. I'm worried now for Louis. These are some odd games. Maybe odd's not fair. They're different. They're very much deviant from what you'd expect to see in the English Abbasid matchup and now the Chinese Delhi matchup. This choice to build the Barbican at home and build it first feels rough. If you're going to build Barbican at home, it should just be second. The problem here is he doesn't secure a Sacred Site tool, and that means Vortex is going to get free access to all three. Wow. I mean, maybe there's a way Chinese can play like this. Maybe it's just actually a little bit of stress testing out of Louis, because one thing to keep in mind is that the Chinese, they did receive some buffs recently. Most notably, the Imperial Academy is just so much more juicy now. The fact that you actually spend 30% less on your Imperial officials means you save 45 resources overall. It's a very nice buff to the early game ramping. And ramping is very important for the Chinese, because getting an extra taxman out by the time you normally have a third means you have additional gold income and everything is efficient, right? And that's what you're getting here if you think about it. Imperial officials cost 150 resources each. If you're reducing their cost to 105, that means you're getting four rather for the price of 3. It's a very good deal. But what doesn't feel like a good deal is that this choice to go Barbican the way he's done it. I'm very concerned still. Walls have at least gone up, so his flank is protected for now. He has at least condensed focus fire towards the center. The issue still is, although this now kind of makes the Barbican valuable as a defense, what you haven't stopped is your opponent from accessing sacred sites. That's what needs to happen here. If Louis' plan is to fully condense in a corner and play multi-TC, he's in for a rude awakening. Even though he's got some deer at the backside and the berries, and the spawn looks pretty decent overall, you're still doing this against the Delhi that will strike that timer and force a countdown that forces you to come out sooner rather than later. Typically for Chinese, coming out sooner doesn't feel better. So the blocker on the wall on the side. Louis can't actually complete the wall, so nice break of the wall quickly there. This is going to be a nuisance, actually. It looks like Louis is playing into some spears, but these Ghazi can, of course, out-rotate you. And he's going to move across to complete the wall, but it looks like with his idea to try to prioritize on the deer, I can't believe I've just done that. That's going to be slowed down here, right? That one Ghazi can kind of screw you over a bit. So important that he scouts that out fast, and it looks like he is going to find him. Good little trade there. Ghazi can hang around here for a while and actually gather some critical information. Behind this, Sacred Sites are now being locked in. Central 1 and top have been taken. Only one left over, and that's now being secured. And Well, now we have a problem here because Louis is playing a slow army. And the problem with that is it means you can't play flank. You can't go north, you can't go south. This turns into a central fight. And as it stands right now, Vortex is ahead. You know, Song Dynasty is starting to bolster the Chinese economy, but if you consider some details here, like the fact that Vortex has been playing off of the berries, now continues to do so because he got an incredible spawn here with a double berry backdrop. Now you add in the sacred sites as well. All of a sudden, actually, it's not Chinese that have the better economy. It's not even close, actually. It's the Delhi. And the funny part about the Chinese getting the better economy is even if they, in the moment, had the better economy, Song Dynasty is straining their food income more into villages. So it's a very weird balance. Meanwhile, when you think about what Vortex has done here, he's made that investment, that initial investment of 260 gold to get up to 3 scholars. And now he's getting paydayed constantly with these sacred sites. Decap attempt's going to come in, but that's not going to last. Louis is going to be forced to show the full army. And I'm a little bit skeptical on how it fights right now. The Spearmen are not here. They are on the way. The Barbican is at least going to protect him, but I would not be surprised if Siege Engineering is already researched or on the way. Now, it hasn't been queued up yet. I imagine that the Vortex will likely go for a second Blacksmith soon, and that's when we'll start to see it come out. Archers in the meantime trading out. Spear count down to just 2, and Ghazi are going in. Chuginu trying to shred the archers, but getting bludgeoned to death themselves. I mean, this is crazy, right? Like, imagine if the Barbican was there to block out the sacred site originally, and then you fought around that area. I don't think this fight is feasible for Vortex, but Louis, he runs beyond his defenses too early, gets punished on the retreat, and now finds himself in an ugly situation because look at this brutal build. Wow. I mean, Vortex is cooking, man. Is this the new solution to China? I think it might be. Typically the timing would be later than this, right? The fight would be harder. It'd be more difficult to just say, oh, I have a big enough military lead. But the fact that Louis built the Barbican so far back means it's not even close. It's trivial. Oh my god, dude. This game might just be over the moment the tech up completes. I mean, we saw in the previous game, Louis like, no, I'll hang around. I'll try to go Castle Age. But, like, how are you going Castle Age in a rush here? You simply can't. You've got 500 food income a minute. You're spending 200 of that a minute. Castle Age is going to take you 3 minutes to stockpile resources for. The tech up will be quick after that, but I think that just doesn't matter. What matters is the fact that the tech up is complete for Vortex. He's already got his scholars waiting on standby next to the relics. This is an insane lead right now, and alongside it, the Sacred Site hasn't been decapped. It's still counting down, 8 minutes remaining. 2 relics already on the way home, and I imagine it's going to turn into 4 quickly. Dude, this is disgusting builds from Vortex. It's interesting, isn't it, right? Like, I think Louis, for all of his talent as the game goes on, I don't know if I want to say 2 critical blunders in these last 2 games at the beginning. I think it's fair to say that. Like, Men-at-Arms opening in the English game, not a great choice there, not for that situation. This game, the Barbican on the defensive, I mean, it's wild, just all the free real estate you give to the Delhi by doing this. Think about the raw gold that they've been getting per minute because of those sacred sites. It's just such a smart read to go fast castle like this from Vortex. I'm going to hit the speed up. It's going to be a decap attempt that's going to completely fail. I mean, this game, I don't actually see a world in which he ever forces a decap at this pacing. Lancer count is scaling upwards, right? He doesn't actually have a great solution. These Spearmen are not going to do well against Castle Age Knights. He's going to try to split it here. Cav is roaming though, so another Spearman will go down. And he's going to try to stand on the center here, but I think this is where the Chuginu die. Like, right now, you just hit an A-click in a fight, and it's pretty much a GG. The Spearman count is only 5. You have more Lancers than that. This is dead. Done. No way back. Louis, he's finally got up to 1,300 food income a minute, but he's still spending it on army, and that army is about to die by the looks of it. Archer's trading out with the few spears there are. Second wave comes in, which makes Vortex hesitate a little bit, but when you realize just what the raw count is, with this many Lancers, you've got nothing to fear. Wave after wave continuing. Veteran Archers really easily able to just contest everything they're up against here. Louis, once again, moving out for that decap. And maybe he'll get it, but at this stage, I mean, the ship has sailed, right? It's about to be 5 relics. Sacred Site's still going to be 2 locked in at any given time. And behind this, remember, Compound of the Defenders has had village fortresses being researched. So in a minute and 30 seconds, it's going to be TC escalation for the Delhi. So for the time being, Louis will find a little bit of a strike back. That's only because the cavalry did ride up to the north side. More relics are now on the way home. This is a 5-relic game. At least managed to decap 2 sacred sites, but now we're going to see Vortex with the keep drop. You can see he's already gathered the relevant stone. I imagine he's going to try to drop it here in the center. I think he can actually do that. Spear count is going to try to say otherwise about it as the Lancers do charge in. Spearman numbers are not looking pretty at this stage. Only 6 remain. Lancer count still good enough to take out the last of the Chugenu. And as Louis gets closer and closer to Vortex's base, his grip on this fight slips, right? His ability to get more troops out, it just evaporates. Just like his army right now. Count now lower than Vortex's, and I believe this is the end of the road. I mean, at this stage, the one hope Louis had is maintaining military lead. The moment that dried up, so did the game. And with Louis about to exhaust the last of his safe food, he has to start playing risky against a Lancer comp. No doubt in my mind, Vortex is going to scout these flanks soon, and if he sees that there's no play under food, which we can see there is, let's say there wasn't, all that tells you is that Louis is farm transitioning. And if he's farm transitioning, it means you just rush keeps on every single sacred site, and it's GG anyway. I believe we have actually got the GG keeps on the way, right? Oh, that is vile, man. He doesn't even go for the sacred site. He just goes for a keep drop on the berries on the 4 to starve out Louis further and give him a staging point to start dropping siege to deal with the Barbican. Man, what a crazy build. Love this from Vortex. I think this is actually going to be the meta against Chinese players. You know, the mistake that I think was made here by Louis is that he took a defensive angle with his opening, and you can't do that here. If you take a defensive opening against the Delhi right now, they're basically going to try to out-tech you. I think that's why Delhi is, in my eyes, still the S-tier civ in competitive, is because they can either all-in feudal force you and win most of those matchups unless you out-skill them completely, or they can turn it into a macro game because you give them the sacred sites playing early, and this happens. You know, Louis, it had to be all-in or broke, and right now it looks like this man's about to be broke. Textiles means the villagers don't even die quick enough. Count of Chugenu is down to 8, and I imagine the moment this castle goes up is when he'll just call GG. Really? Okay, apparently he believes there's still hope. Oh my god. What? He's got 38 villagers out on this deer site. Folks, that's well over half of his economy. That's insane. This man is starved right now. He's moving on to the ball finally. He's only got 1 IO out here, so he's not getting that much efficiency in grand total, right? And also at this pacing, the deer are going to be exhausted way too quick. I think the gaps in Louis' economy is the problem here. If he had a nice flow state where he's moving food to food, I could see a way in which maybe this turtley approach into an aggro follow-up works. But, you know, this is a classic case of driving deep through zombie territory and not having enough gasoline to get you through to the other side. Turns out these aren't just your normal zombies. These are the kind of ones you find in Plants vs. Zombies. The ones with the armor, with the bucket hat. They don't die quick. You do. Break through the wall now coming in. If Louis wasn't convinced to GG before, I think this will. He's trying to get the food together to go for Castle Age, but the timing could not be worse here. I think Vortex knows. His read on it is perfect. The moment where the stockpiling begins is the moment Vortex looks to break through, and he finds the granaries on the backside. I mean, that truly is it. There is no comeback from this anymore. I've said it like 3 times. Every time Louis said, watch this. Hey guys, watch what I can do. No, we're done watching. All right, this is meant to be rated for kids. Instead, it's rated M for mature, okay? Like, I don't know, this is rated 18 plus, the amount of violence that's happening here. Lancers bait for the Spearman, and GG gets called. Even with the superior build speed of the Chinese, there's nothing you'd be able to do with that age up. Vortex able to defy all win rates we are seeing on the ladders right now. Not against an easy opponent either. Like, reminder, this is Louis, man. Like, the guy's no pushover, but just a raw dismantling, I think. Twice now. Oh, cool games though. 1 second. I need to mark that as unread. Okay. So let me check what other games we've prepped that we can watch, because I know we got a bunch. A bunch. So, I think there was... Voldemort didn't have any interesting ones, did he? Wham had some games. Let's see who he went up against. God, big yawn. I'm very yawny today. I have turned off my heating, haven't I? No, I haven't. Let's quickly do that. Oh, my back's feeling a bit weird today. My back's a wee little bit stiff. Sup, Oracrocos? How's it going, buddy? Dude, I keep stretching as well. Whew. Weird feels. Maybe Voldemort versus Wham? 5 days ago. Did I miss that one? Oh, yeah, I would have. It would have been the weekend, right? Yeah. So I wouldn't have seen that one at all. Voldemort versus Wham could be a good shout. They had 2 games versus each other by the looks of it. Chinese versus Ibiz does sound quite intriguing to me, actually. So I think we'll do that one. Let me check if Mr. Crackety has been up to anything as well. It's another good shout, isn't it? Had a game versus Beastie yesterday. HRE versus Byzantines is an interesting one. Might be worth checking out. Okay. Yeah, we'll start with the Voldemort versus Wham. I don't know why I'm saying that. Voldemort versus Wham. Because I don't think there's any interesting live games at all. So, let me pull up Voldy's data. I'm weighing up whether we cast some games on the weekend on this channel, because I think I'm going to probably be working one day, but I won't be working the other. So that could maybe be interesting. Was there a show match between Voldy and Numadon? Or are they just scrimming? I assume they're just scrimming, right? So we won't touch those games. I believe the scrims are holy. If a lad is kind enough to leave his data open so that I can watch the games, I'm not going to expose his scrims. I just need to find this Voldemort game. Where the bloody hell? There it is. Wham versus Voldemort. Wow. Okay. Oh crap, yeah. 1 sec, actually, I need to quickly bump an email. I just realized that basically there's a company I've been trying to work with. But they are a little bit slow to respond. I think I've had to bump emails 4 weeks in a row now. Always a good sign. Let's give that a bump ski today. And then I need to actually quickly bump the other thing. And then we'll get into game. Okay. I think we're good to go. All right, let's kick it. Ibids versus the Chinese. Really? You're going to do Voldemort like that, Wham? Okay, let's get to it. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We have got Wham, the Canadian phenomenon, on the Chinese going up against Voldemort on the Iabids. Yeah, interesting actually, considering that like Chinese is probably Voldemar's most capable Civ. I'd say it's the one that he's considered to be bannable on. Like genuinely, it's his signature Civ. So Wham has whipped that out. A very bold choice here, because I imagine Voldemar should know most of these permutations and how to deal with it. But then again, I think Voldemar, you know, he's been on the route to recovery. He's been finding some extra time to grind and get games in. But I think maybe Voldy, you know, ever since he took that break, hasn't been at his full form. I'm hoping that's not going to be the case when we get into the qualifiers for upcoming tournaments. I actually have really high hopes for the dude. I love the dude. He's very fun to watch, has some very creative builds. But fair to say, I think, especially in the mid-game, there's been maybe some alterations to his builds or some pivot points where he just kind of falls apart against some of the best in the game. Let's see if he's able to get a dub up against this, though. We are going to be on Gorge of all maps for a Chinese Ibid showdown. A pretty good matchup, actually, for the Ibids on this particular map, I'd say. You know, Fast Castle into such a kind of loose spawning map is quite beneficial. And because the timing, the Ibids typically rush towards this Fast Castle, it's very difficult for a Chinese Civ, a defensive Civ, to go and get full value walls up so they can play that late game. We'll see if they're able to in this one. Let's look at the scouting pattern. So far, it looks like Voldy has got a good yield of 13 sheep. Meanwhile, Wham, only at 7. Wow, that's actually horrendous. He genuinely didn't do the full dart across the map. He tried to come back for his side. So instead, he ends up losing because of that. That's really bad, actually. Right now, the play is to choose one side and dart all the way down. The logic is that if you run into your opponent's scout, you then turn around. Otherwise, you continue all the way to the corner of the map and then return the other way. Instead, Voldemar, as you can see by these scouting patterns, got to check Wham's side, come all the way back. Meanwhile, Wham, he checked this corner and then didn't complete the circle down to the south side. So Voldemar should end up with about 2/3 of the sheep on the map. In fact, it's probably going to be more than that. Wham is trying to recover right now, but as it stands, it's 17 sheep to 6. Reminder, of course, that the Ibids will move on to the berries first, so they're not clubbing sheep actively right now. But even with that detail in mind, that is a phenomenal lead for Voldemar at the start of this game. Dude, that's so tough as well. I mean, plus sides, Wham didn't rush the Barbican. He did go for the IA first, which means he does get the cheaper officials. He's now dropping the Barbican. It's going to be a multi-TC build. So although it sucks that he missed out on the sheep, it's not the end of his game. There are things he can do. On the other side, though, Voldemar. He loves the bastards so much. When he plays the variants, he plays them as well. He's going for multi-TC also. Yeah, Voldemar has actually been doing this a lot, by the way. I've cast a few of his Ibid games, and I think on average, he's the most consistent multi-TCer with Ibids, typically 2 or 3 in each game that I've watched. In this matchup, I feel like you're just racing against Usain Bolt, and you have the physique of me. You're not going to win that race. So, like, the idea that he wants to play long into this, I'm not a big fan of. I hope this is, like, one extra TC into a Fast Castle type build. He has at least got the harassment tool here, right? He dropped the stables. He actually went for the Eco Wing. He went Industry. What? Dude, that's so cool. Guys, this was an Industry Wing build. I just noticed that. I mean, this is... Okay, so... I'll slow it down to explain. This is one of the negatives of going 2 times speed, is right now the UI doesn't show Ibid tech up, so unfortunately we can forget that people are making new choices. This is an Industry Wing build. You'd know if it was a... Wait, no, I'm a liar. It's a great... Ignore me. Hey, check. Were you guys paying attention? Gotcha. No, it's not an Industry Wing. It's Growth Wing. Oh, dear. All right, I baited myself as well for a step there. I actually think Industry Wing can make a lot of sense here. But because he's up against Song, it kind of makes sense why he didn't do it, right? He doesn't want to be behind on villagers at all. I really... Dude, oh, man. I'm upset now. I genuinely believed it was Industry Wing. I was hoping, at least. Because the thing is, like, for the 2TC build, Industry Wing isn't a bad idea. It's not fantastic, but it's not terrible. 300 wood towards your first TC optimizes your timing to be a lot quicker. If you think about how many villagers worth of gathering that is in an early phase of the game, it's quite a lot, right? Like, you're actually saving on 7 villagers gathering for a minute, which is a big deal. And funnily enough, if you're able to save on 7 villagers gathering for a minute, and you get a TC up, say, a minute early because of that, it puts you in a situation that the Growth Wing is no better, but you'll have the added benefit of securing something sooner. I think why Growth Wing looks better than Industry Wing clearly here is not just the extra berries, it's the fact that in this matchup, Wham shouldn't be forcing your hand at all, right? He shouldn't be pressuring you. So you don't feel like you need to rush that second TC for protection. Anyway, let's go back for the speed up because nothing is happening in this game now. Interesting choice here by Wham, though. He did drop a granary instead of going for a mill. I'm trying to puzzle it. I guess like the value is that the granary means the deer are all closer to the drop-off point. So maybe that makes... Okay, dude, that's actually quite creative. So he doesn't have wheelbarrow, right? So by placing the granary this early, it means that the walk time for the deer is lowered, and then you can set up farms afterwards in what is a defendable area. That's a really funky build from Wham. I have not seen anyone do that in a very long time. I like it, though. It's pretty cool. Out here, it's not going to be a granary play. This is just simply going to be a mill. But this is because he knows he wants this area. He's already decided. He's basically planted his flag and said, this will be my farmlands. That's really cool. Other side of this, of course, Tech Up is already on the way. It's going to complete, and we have got logistics. Yes! Done are the days of Advancement Wing. Pile of trash. Put it out back. Burn it. Do not mark it as recyclable. It is time for a new age of Ibids, and this is the one. Moves out for the relics already, has full map control. It's even smarter in this matchup because it just guarantees that Wham can't tech up quick enough to contest what you're doing. He will never be able to, with this 2TC song, the strain it puts in your food, the fact he wants taxmen, there's no way he'll be able to get a tech up quick enough to stop you if it's a logistics wing. If it was just dervishes, then you'd be in trouble. But instead, he yoinks all the hardest to reach relics first. This is a 5 relic game. Already dropping them off at home as well. Just needs to get the wood to actually drop them in. Tech Up is going to complete on the other side. We have actually got a clock tower coming out from Wham. Oh, buddy. Wait, does he think it was Advancement Wing? There's no way. There's no way Wham thinks it's Advancement Wing, right? I mean, whatever he thinks it is, he doesn't think it's logistics because he's actually building monks. Oh, Wham, buddy pal. I got really, really bad news for you. This is a 5 relic Ibid game. You are getting nothing, sir. Meanwhile, wall break on the way. Outpost, by the time these hand cannon slits get in, the wall's going to be broke. So Spears need to be quick here. And remember, the awkward thing about what Wham done is very efficient for the early play. It sets you up nicely to start the farm transition early. But it puts a bullseye on your back. Right? Voldemar saw this granary. He knows where this granary is. He knows there's only one reason you build a granary here. Because you aren't deleting it, right? And you can only build 3 of them. So they cost 150 wood. There's no way you built this temporarily and deleted it and built granaries elsewhere. You're building your farms in this area. So good read there by Voldy to try and strike. Unfortunately, not able to break through quick enough here. Chicken, in the meantime, from Wham, are trying to poke and prod towards Voldy's economy. Voldemar, who's now going into mass archers. Archers plus lancers is a pretty good shout here, right? You're up against spears. It makes a lot of sense. I wonder if actually it would have been better to go Golems instead of going for Lancers at all. I guess the concern there for Voldemar is that if he doesn't have Lancers, he's susceptible to Nesta Bees. And you're playing against the Chinese, so they will get Clock Tower Nesta Bees. Lancers are at least going to look to clean this up, though. Right now, they have good momentum on their sides. The problem for Wham is if he tries to kind of spread out and go on the flanks, he's learning the hard way why Chinese players don't do this often. If you're playing into this comp, you don't have mobility. So if these Lancers mirror your move, you can't reinforce to protect. You just lose. What a tough game right now for Wham. Like, that opening really did sting him. He clearly was not expecting logistics. Like, the fact he wasted 200 wood, I'm glad he didn't waste the gold as well. That would have made it damning. I think maybe he pumped 1 monk. It looked like he did. But now has to slow down as well because he needs to wait for the Steel Dagger upgrades to come in. Voldemar looking for Clash in the meantime. 6% have now been locked in. Nesta Bees have come out. But remember, Voldemar did go up to Feudal Age with the military wing, so he has the ability to use these Lancers to build siege on the go. So don't think that this Nesta Bees is safe. It is strong, though. I think that we have to remember that with the changes to siege, the Nesta Bees and Mangonels function a lot better in this matchup right now. So you need additional Springles to contest. So it means Voldemort needs to get on the wood and the gold hard to get up to 3 Springles to guarantee that he can one-punch man his way through each of these Nesta Bees. Actually, it's going to be more than that, right? Is it 3? It's 4, right? Because the ranged armor is so high. I think it's 4 shots now, yeah, on the Nesta Bees. God, you can tell it's been a while since I've cast Chinese regularly. It used to be 3. No, it used to be 2. I really don't know why they made those siege changes. I'm still racking my brain over it. It felt weird. Springle's moving in though. Nesta Bees turns to fight. Springles are in range, so there's 1. Won't even see 2. Instead, we're going to say adieu. Wham! Has to commit in. No choice here. Nesta Bees are being sniped out. Looks like he's going to try to counter them. Funnily enough, that might have worked if he had both there. Instead, though, this is looking like an absolute domination from Voldy. 4 hits to kill a Nesta Bees, and yet it doesn't even matter. A lot of lances were thrown away, but it breaks the front line. Wham! Now in full retreat. Eco being exposed, and the archers will begin to dive. Oh man, this looks so bad for Wham right now. Everything he's building gets countered by mass archers, and archers are coming at a decent pace here, with the Mamluk's bravery as well, able to just chase in and do more damage. Count being kept low. Wham, he's just relying on static defenses here. Has got the Barbican, has got the TC, so it might be enough to dent these archers and push them back. But for now, Voldemort, no way, he's backing up. He's worried about the Nesta Bees, isn't he? Yeah, he's worried about the next siege coming out. And unfortunately, there was none coming out, right? Like, Wham hadn't queued them up, but that's something the Voldy doesn't know. So a critical moment where he could have dove into the economy, he walks away. Wow. I think Wham just dodged a bullet. Wham, for all intents and purposes, should be dead right now. Well, not dead in one hit, but basically, that eco lead he has should be completely gone. Those archers, I was expecting them to just go to the right side, but I think the issue they have here, and it's kind of, maybe it was intentional if it was, it's genius by Wham. The astronomical clock tower's position means he can't risk diving in this direction. If he goes in this direction and Nesta Bees comes out, he loses 30 archers to 1 Nesta Bees. It's not even close. So the fact that this clock tower is here and not back here holds him hostage. If the clock tower was over here, Voldemort could have ran to the right and sniped the farms. Instead, this is like a pseudo defense to just threaten Voldemort if he ever wants to come in. And it means he has to reset, go again, and look for an army that can actually do some more permanent damage. Unfortunately, that means Wham is also buying critical time to get together the defenses here. Men-at-Arms now on the way, and this feels bad. Voldemort, he built so many archers, and all of a sudden, the value of those archers goes to next to nothing. Let's double check. I said he had Mamluk's Bravery. It looked like he did. I swear I saw Golden Aura. Mamluk's Bravery is a lot more important when you've got your hands on crossbows, golems, those type of things. Okay, yeah, he has. Yeah, these are units that just benefit from it more because it's more easy for them to get that and get that buff. And on top of that, when they get the buff, they see a bigger advantage, right? The damage increases by a larger number. For crossbows, it's more important because they have gap close potential. So Mamluk's Bravery, it's kind of a weird one because I think when you watch fights, Mamluk's Bravery doesn't look like it's doing a lot. I think it does a decent amount. I think I've talked about this before. Maybe it'd be interesting if a unit is already buffed with Mamluk's Bravery, it either buffs a different unit when it kills, or it extends the buff. So instead of Mamluk's Bravery lasting 10 seconds, I think it is, you could scale it upwards to lasting a minute if you killed 6 targets in a row very quickly. That might be a tweak that it needs. I don't know, like Mamluk's Bravery, it's kind of hard to gauge right now whether it's strong or weak because of other elements around Ibid play. I feel like Mamluk's Bravery, although you cannot clearly see the emphasis, the strength of it in a fight in one critical moment, it is there. It is a subtle snowballing effect that definitely pays for itself. Swinging paydays, Voldemort, definitely getting that now. 3 Sacred Sites locked in. Wham's going up though. Oh man, dude, they're both going for Imperial, aren't they? And this is bad for Ibids because Ibids can't get there fast. 2 minutes away. I mean, he makes the right choice, right? I genuinely think you should actually be going for the advisors here. Atabegs is huge, but Look on the other side of this. Wham! He's playing as one of the fastest teching civs in the game. The build speed is undeniable. He has the food and gold required. He's at population. Wham! About to tech up. It's going to be with the Great Wall Gatehouse. Has he done this correctly? No, he hasn't. Okay, so little tip. Neri showed us this the other day. If you build if you like set up a line of walls, but you only build a central piece of the wall, and then build the Great Wall Gatehouse on that, your villagers can surround. So you can have like, I think it's a total of 30 villagers building your tech up. So a little tip for Chinese players, when you set the wall, don't let your people automatically build it. Get one villager to tap part of the wall, the center part of the wall, and then select your Great Wall Gatehouse and place it. You will tech up so much quicker. And although he's still going to tech up quicker than the Irobids, the difference here literally would have been Irobids being 50 seconds away versus Irobids being a minute and 30 seconds away, if not more. Great Wall Gatehouse now online. And while I'm set up in a position where his farms are fairly protected, I would have said it might have been better to sit it here instead of down here because you've got to keep protecting the left side already, plus the Barbican. This would have guaranteed that you also protected the flank from any sort of burn through that would leak around to the back of the farms. But overall, he should be safe. I think from this position, Voldemar's army isn't going to flank attack. Voldemar's army needs to go down the center. And Voldy, he can't be feeling great about this. Now seeing this tech up choice being only on Golden Age 3, he doesn't really have many edges here. Yes, he's got the 5 relics, but this is where the Chinese economy goes crazy. With the triple granary setup, you're already seeing the food income surge. That's before we start getting the taxmen out here, like regularly supervising if they need it. For now, it's all about taxing for gold, but if he ever feels like he needs more food, that flexibility you get from Imperial officials is undeniable. Voldemort really needed a fight, actually. I feel like with your opponent teching up ahead of you, poking may have been a good idea, but I guess there just wasn't many opportunities to do so. The reason is, like, if you poke and trade, then your opponent can't buy the tech ups. Meanwhile, you're sitting on all this bulk surplus resources. So you can either make a transition to Imperial Age units, or you can just basically reinvest into army, right? You have kind of more options, I'd say. One thing that I hate about this matchup, by the way, is that one of the Ibid's biggest upsides in Imperial Age is playing into the Mamluk's Bravery, because your hand cannoneers get an extra 25% damage. That's not valuable here. Against these hand cannoneers, remember that the Chinese have pyrotechnics, and they start with Chem. So by starting with Chem, they already are doing better than Mamluk's Bravery. On top of that, once they get into the pyrotechnics tech, they're going to have the extra range over you. The extra 1.5 range on these hand cannoneers makes it not even close in these fights. Then you add in the fact that he's probably going to need Manganiques to contest that, but you'll be up against better siege, right? Like this might be one of the hardest matchups, I think, for this Civ. Like, I'm trying to think, like, in late game, is there a worse matchup for Irobids? And I don't think there is. I think this is it. And this might be it for Voldemar. He needs a miraculous defense here to hold on. Nesta Beast Flurry's coming out, pushing him back. Starts to reveal the siege on the backside. The Palace Guard do charge in. Nesta Beast into the center. And Voldemar starting to fold a little here. Siege trade out begins. 4 Spring was left over, but it's the clock tower factor, folks. It just makes it impossible. The efficiency in health for Siege just outdoing the efficiency in HP. And keep in mind that efficiency in HP from the Atabegs isn't here yet. These units don't have the extra 20% HP. Those units have yet to be born. People asking about the Mamluk's Bravery. Here you go, right here. Gives you 25% damage increase and 20% movement speed for 10 seconds, I believe it was. But those 10 seconds aren't lasting long here, not long enough. Keep does go up. Wham. Honestly, doesn't need to win this fight right here. What matters is afterwards. It's the food income. It's the gold income. Those are going to be the difference makers. The fact that even with 5 relics, Voldemar's behind on gold income tells you everything you need to know about the state of this game, about the state of the Chinese economy now. This is close to over. Voldemar just doesn't seem to have enough gold for a quality transition. He's floating 4.5k food. He looks lost right now. And remember, this is all pre-pyrotechnics. That will eventually come in. The extra hand cannoneer range will appear, right? Spirit Way will eventually drop just to guarantee that. I mean, he doesn't even need Spirit Way, right? Like, he could just grab it now. It's kind of funny he hasn't. At 16 of these guys, it's almost like Wham has forgotten about Pyrotechnics for a second here. Remember, it's the one that gives you 1.5 range increase. So basically a 33% range increase for hand cannoneers. It means nothing will touch them. Nesta Bees are going to get pinched, or are they? Oh, no, 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 no! Well, luckily, he backs away quick enough here. That would have been an absolute disaster, but Voldemar's issue now is a lack of melee units. He's trying to go Culverins to solve for the Nesta Bees, but the problem is, up against this many Springalds, I don't think Culverin's going to be your solution here. I'm going to hit the speed up. This one looks to be done to me. I mean, the Sacred Sites were locked in. They are still locked in, but there's no reason they need to be. It's almost like Wham is playing with his food right now. Wall is going to be cancelled in the center. So short route is still accessible. Decap should now be on the way here. And this should be the end of the road. I think once that decap win condition is gone, Voldemar is done. He's trying to prep for a transition into Cav here, but Mass Palace Guard is good versus Horseman. They're quick enough that they can body block your rotations, and then hand cannoneers annihilate you from behind. Like, this is hammer and anvil logic from Chinese. Voldemar, I mean, toy hammer? Like maybe a little hammer, a little baby hammer and a Glockenspiel is the feeling I'm getting here. Like ding, ding, ding. It's not really the drums of war I'm looking for a win. Love this from Wham. Just checking if goal's been taken down here, what's being used right now. This is actually a top alert for him. Dude, are you kidding me on the read? The soul read from Wham right now. He goes here, sees there's still gold. He says, okay, that means you're exhausting the north side first. But he also came looking for the trade. He has, he's basically got Voldemar by the long and curlies right now. And with the Palace Guard starting to break through the wall so quickly, nah, dude, there's no way. There's no way you stop that. If you want them to stop, you should have went for the stone walls. Movement in here, Wham, onto the farms. And I mean, this is the end in my eyes. I think this is going to stretch Voldemar very thin. Meanwhile, in the center, he's already being pushed back. Bombard is sieging to the keep. Hand cannoneers are beating the main army. This game is over. What an unfortunate one for Voldy. I think that clock tower placement genuinely defined this game. That moment where Voldemar dove the base, he won a critical fight and then saw the clock tower. And PTSD came in because we've all been there where we've dove a Chinese player and a Nesta Bees comes out against a full ranged army. It's never pretty. And it looked pretty bad for Voldy from there on out. That one detail defines it all. GG comes out. Wham! Able to dominate with the late game Chinese. Cool build in the early game coming out from Voldemar. I really did love his approach up towards Castle Age, but I think he'll know as well, looking back at this, he missed an opportunity to end this game. Not in one blow, but definitely building a lead that would have made him capable. Ooh, I know what I'm going to call that one. The Clock Tower Bluff. Oh, man. Okay. So. I'll have a cool one down. Let me check. I also actually need to check someone quickly. See where we're at. Dude, I keep seeing things to do Helldivers 2, and I keep getting tempted to actually play it. You guys have seen Helldivers 2, right? It looks so much fun. I can't believe this is the same game that's just that kind of top-down game, right? Actually looks really fun. And it's free, right? I'm pretty sure it's free. I have to get a squad together for it. So let me have a look-see here. Because we did... Who else did we say we were going to check out? We lined up 1 or 2 replays, didn't we? I could have sworn we did. is not free? I thought it was. I thought there was a base for... Oh, you're... Okay. Was it free on PlayStation or something? I could have sworn that... Like, maybe it was on PlayStation. I could have sworn somewhere it was free, and then it was like... you know, cosmetics and stuff like that. I guess not on PC, though. Huh. Does look sick. I need a new PC so I can actually, like, play this on max graphics. Because it's actually... I gotta give it to him. It does look quite pretty. Cool Starship Trooper vibes as well. So, we said we were going to check out... Who? Who did I say I was going to check out? Maybe a Kiljadi game? Ooh, Numadon. I like that idea. Numadon versus Beastie. Oh, dude, the Baloo account. Bro. Bruh. Gosh darn it. Well, there's a game between Kiljadi and Beastie. A free weekend. Are you sure it wasn't just free? I thought it was just free for PlayStation. Because basically PlayStation paid for it all, right? I'm pretty sure that's correct. Let's have a look. Helldivers 2 free PlayStation. Or free to play. Oh. Okay, you're right. Yeah, wow. Huh. Bit surprised by that. I really thought they were going to aim to just do a freemium model with that. With all the talk people have been saying, it sounded like that was the direction they were going in. That's weird. I wonder if they'll do another free weekend then, because the thing you have to keep in mind is they basically had huge server issues because they just had too many people trying to play the game, right? So, curious to see if they'll try and do that. Let me check. What's YouTube chat been saying? I have been checking in on you guys occasionally, winky face. Voldemort not using Culverins is a capital sin. I think even if he does, it's just like, you're up against Mass Passguard. It's very expensive at that stage. New glasses? No, we've been wearing these a bunch. These are my Gunner glasses. You can get them yourself, actually, if you want. I don't think I've got commands set up on YouTube. On Twitch, you put an exclamation mark Gunner. Or you can just go to Gunner's website and use code PIGEON at checkout to get 15% off. These are the Intercept model glasses. So, cool thing about these I've been highlighting is, like, if you have dry eye issues, these help a lot. I don't have dry eye issues. The big thing for me is I like the style of them. These are the Merlot Onyx Intercepts. You can get prescription or you can just get star ones. But the way I was able to test, you might go, oh, okay, if you don't have dry eyes, how are you able to test, KP? So, the way I was able to test is that I used eye contacts and I tested them with my World of Warcraft ones. Actually, I can show you quickly. So, these ones aren't prescription. So, I had to wear my contact lenses with them. And I was able to game for 10-hour plus sessions without getting dry eyes, which for anyone who has eye contacts, you'll know that's very difficult to do. Because especially when you game, you don't really blink much. You just kind of stare, right? Like, if you ever just record yourself playing games, you'll see what I mean. You don't blink a lot at all. So your eyes should naturally get drier, but I was fine with these. And you can see those ones are more subtle on the curve. But that's one of the unique kind of patent designs they went for, is that their glasses compared to a lot of their competitors are more curved. And then, of course, there's the blue light filtering, which... hard to say whether it helps with the health of your eyes long term, but I think there has been some studies to show that it helps with, like, sleeping rotations. I think I've maybe noticed that a little bit. I'm a bit of a weird sleeper. I just tend to always have a lot of energy, so I don't feel tired to the same degree. Sup, Zerful? How's it going, buddy? Have I got myself some predictions for what will be revealed Friday? What, for Age of Empires 4? Probably nothing. I hope, by God, I hope they just announce Red Bull. I hope they just go to Red Bull and say, can you please let us announce your upcoming tournament as part of the announcements? Like, what can you really expect after they just dropped a big expansion? I hope there's something big, but I'm dubious as to whether there'll be big things. I'm really hoping there's some big news around Age of Mythology. If there isn't, then I'm just going to start sighing because, like, at this point, you need to be showing some big announcements for Age of Mythology, in my opinion. You basically announced nothing last year. You chose to announce it at Red Bull World LoL and then spent the whole entire next year saying nothing. So if there's not a big, clear announcement with some gameplay coming on Friday, I would consider that a huge L for the entire Age of franchise. Yeah, you notice I don't mess around anymore. I'm a very sassy boy on these things. Like if they wanna be the big player, if they wanna try to maintain a dominant position in the minds of people for RTSs, that's what they need to do. And there's really no grand scheme of negotiation, in my opinion, on that one. Right, so let me prep the Beastie versus Killjadi game. All right. I think we're good to go. All right, one and all, welcome back to the AoE4 action. We've got Killjadi versus Beastie on Cliffside. Honestly feels like the battle of the trash, doesn't it? And I'm not talking about the players, calm down, I'm talking about the civs. We've got Abbasid Dynasty versus Order of the Dragon. In fact, if I whip up the stats, I wouldn't be surprised to find both of these in the bottom 4 worst civs of the patch. Let's have a look. Abbasid is third from bomb. Funnily enough, actually, Order of the Dented are near the top. Wait, what? Rogan? All right. I didn't see that coming. Especially the amount of moaning players have been making at the moment. The funny thing is, yeah, Order of the Dragon is at a 58% win rate, but that must be based on the early game then. Because there's a lot of complaint right now coming out of the pro scene about Order of the Dragon as the game goes on. I think that makes sense. 58% win rate makes sense if people are going for Feudal Age finishes. Because I think once you start going into Castle Deep and then you reach Imperial Age, that's where people are just struggling to find a way of winning with Order of the Dragon. We're going to hit the 2 times speed, by the way. And I imagine, like, for a player like Beastie, that has to be tough as well because Beastie is very cozy with the idea of going that deep. And typically, when you're matching up against a player like Killjadi, if the game ends early, it's because he's all-inning you, not because you found a way of all-inning him. For those that don't remember Killjadi, very talented Finn. Finn in real life and Finn in the way he likes to approach the game. And that, everything needs to finish fast. This is probably one of the most aggressive players to this day, if not the most aggressive player that exists in the game. He genuinely is on par with Vortex in terms of aggression. If I was to rate him on a player card, how aggro he is, he would be an 11 as well. But let's see how he plays the Abbasids, a civ that typically aren't that aggro. He's already going for an aggressive opening with the military wing on the other side of it. We are going to have the Mindwarp Palace coming up from Beastie. In fact, dude, how about 4 times speed this early? It's literally just going to be tech ups. There's nothing funky being made in terms of choices. Scout-wise, it looks like it's 11 sheep haul for Beastie, meanwhile 15 for Killjadi. Of course, he goes on the berries. He doesn't start on the sheep. Other side of this, being Mindwarp Palace, this is actually a good start to what I want to see from Beastie. I think Order of the Dragon, the longer the game goes on, funnily enough, the worse they perform. The only thing that kind of is a nice crutch that keeps them in the game somewhat in Castle Age typically ends up being Inspired Warriors. But it seems like we're seeing a lot more success for players by playing all-in and feudal, and I think that's exactly what's on the way here. Beastie already building the first Raxes and queuing up the meta arms. And also Undermesh on the way. Archers and Spears have arrived, but there should be some E-repairs to stop any houses from going down. Behind this, Killjadi is on the stone. So this is a pretty typical build for the Abbasids. They always like to go for a second TC, even with military wing. Love the fact that he's condensing it. I'm usually not a big fan of this, but I think when you know it's going to likely be meta arms all in, keeping your entire base together close like this is important. If you tried to trickle it out and pull out towards the deer and the berry location, it means these meta arms could cut you off from your main base and easily kill a 2.5k HP structure. But with the defenses here, first men at arms arriving, now you don't have many clear targets, right? Also, the fact that you now have 2 TC close together gives you a phenomenal amount of arrow fire in a small area on the map. And arms barely able to get away from that. In the end, is going to turn around into his death. So first one does go down. Behind this, Beastie is prepping more. We're going to stick on the 2 times speed. Dude, 2 times speed is genuinely growing on me. Like, after casting some Stormgate, watching that pace as well, man, I kind of like, I'm reminded of what I said a while ago, that it'd be very interesting to see Age of Empires 4 on a 1.4 times modifier. Like a mod that basically speeds the entire simulation up by 1.4 times. That would be very interesting to watch. Archers now being scaled into, so Killjadi, dude, this is so cool. I actually love this build. It's Camel Archers. Camel Archers that have high base damage and mobility. It means these Men-at-Arms should never be able to touch a target. And right now, guess what? BC hasn't changed his script at all. He's literally just a Men-at-Arms boy, and that's the worst thing you can be here. You need to get into Gilded Archers. Now with Killjadi going into double archery range, he's going to be able to scale this number quite quickly. Cool thing about this as well is it utilizes what he has access to well. Right? Yes, Camel Archers still cost a lot of food, but they also cost a decent amount of wood. And with the TC on the wood line, that's exactly what you can afford to give. Garrison comes in. Give me a full seat shell as Camel Archers. Did chase after the flank Gilded Men-at-Arms here. No micro coming out from Killjadi though. Not ideal in this situation. Villagers are going to have to run for their lives in a second. More archers are now arriving at least. Looks like a backstab comes in under the gold. As it looks like Killjadi needs to actually get a blacksmith up soon, because right now, having no steeled arrow here, even with the high base damage Camel Archers, is hurting you. Villagers are going down, so it looks like so far, 4 killed by BC. But a heavy price paid here. I mean, the thing you have to keep in mind, the kind of really weird, funky feeling about this is like every time you lose a Men-at-Arms as the Order of the Dragon, think I've lost a knight. Because that's what you've lost in raw cost, right? So like if you're killing a villager and then losing a knight, it's not really a great trade, is it? That's essentially what's happening here. So far, he's lost like what? I think it was 4 Men-at-Arms in total. He killed another villager, but it's probably once again going to be 1 villager killed and 1 Men-at-Arms lost. I think one big mistake here from Killjadi that I don't like is no textiles. It is finally on the way, but this should have been here much sooner. So he'll be able to cut them down though. Beastie, only 3 Men-at-Arms left alive, and now with 5 Camel Archers, you've got to transition. Looks like he's already prepping for it. Steeled arrow being researched. Archery range drop now on the way. Janissara, I would debate that the current like speed of the game is super fast. I don't think that's necessarily true. It's really the difference between game being full macro focus to be micro focus, because if it was a 1.4 speed multiplier, I think like you moving and misclicking, or you being out of position, or you just not making a good rotation gets punished quicker, right? I think I talked about this before. Like even in game, think about the situations where you need to move. you need to move at X pace, but like for example, let's say you've got Spimmin here, and I raid here. You have to move the Spimmin straight away to block my move as I rotate. But if you don't, let's say like you wait 3 seconds, it's already too late. You already know I'm going to get in. But then the process of you watching me get in takes so long, doesn't it? Like, that's always been something that's been interesting about the design of AoE 4. You do have to make these reactions early, but the time it takes for you to reap the pain of be punished for your mistake or whatever it may be can often feel like it takes quite some time. These Gilded Archers are taking quite some time to come out, though. First one only now being queued up. Blacksmith now already on the way. I say already, we're 11 minutes in, right? But it's finally going to be there in time. Probably get undermeshed for the transition. These Men-at-Arms have, I'd say, failed to do what they needed to. He's lost over 7 at this stage, right? Like, just look at the destroyed value. He's only killed 7 villagers. Killjadi is now 12 eco ahead. And although the Order of the Dented villagers are more efficient, this doesn't make up for how powerful the Abbasids are on eco, right? Remember, even though there's a 28% increased efficiency on the villagers, the Gilded villagers, on the flip side, the Abbasids do have their tier 1 gathering rate. So they've got a 15% increase there. It really does offset this argument that you just have to add a raw 30% onto the Order of the Dragon. Outpost is going to go up in time, so it looks like the Men-at-Arms will not be able to deny this. But I say that. The villagers are going to have to 100% run here. Remember, this is essentially 10 Men-at-Arms with torches, is the way you have to think about this. Gilded Archer will not be able to kill anyone. Me on the other side of it, though, Gilded Villagers are in a bit of a pickle. One will be able to pull away here. Looks like the other one will not be so lucky in the wall. Wait, did it go up? Looks like it did, just in the nick of time there. So Killjadi will be kept out from that side, but already leaking in from the east here with extra camels. Killjadi, man, there's no way he's just going to boldly go non-stop camel now, right? Like, you've seen Gilded Archer spam, you need to transition. Horsemen would work really well here. Horsemen just destroy the Gilded Archers. If you try to do Gilded Archer versus Camel Archer, you're going to have a bad day. But still, he needs to get more camels, at least for the remaining men-at-arms, right? Villagers are in a bit of trouble here. Have to run away. The camel count is just non-stop. This is such a funky way of dealing with this, but it's actually really cool. I love the read by Killjadi. I think this is the correct approach to what is a very popular play right now for Order of the Dragon, which is all in men-at-arms spam. This is the counter. I think if Beastie had prepped Archers sooner, read what this play was going to be, then he actually could have stopped the Camel Archer count from getting high enough to ruin the men-at-arms. But now, these trades are just getting terrible, man. I mean, he's killed 11 workers in total. He's lost 3 in response. That's bad enough. When you consider the destroyed value, though, you want to vomit. This is looking pretty tough. Gilded Archer count should be high enough that he can hold choke points now. Like, I think Killjadi, once again, is a bit overzealous now at this stage. You need to change away from this unit type. Villagers to catch the scout. So well played there. That means the BC's now going to be playing a blind game on the flanks. Doesn't really know what he's up against. Has been playing on the flanks with the boar, by the way. I think he's done that with both of them, right? So pretty standard read here for BC. We've been seeing him do this a lot on Cliffside, regardless of the Civ. I think it is the right read. I like this approach. Risky up against Camel Archers, but very efficient with Order of the Dragon because you only need 1 outpost to defend against an entire army of camels. Oof. That was an expensive dive. And kind of an unnecessary one. He idled out the wood line a little bit here, but wood isn't Killjadi's issue. Food is. Archer's now reaching around, but love the read by Killjadi. Double outpost setup. He has got 12 villagers out here, so a little bit of overflow, but most of the eco will be protected. And that eco lead is truly starting to be realized. And I love this. Killjadi, he goes for the trade. He says, okay, you want to attack my eco? My turn. He catches the reinforcing troops before they can fight back, and now he can roam towards the pocket ecos. 4 villagers out here. Beastie not pulling them back. Meanwhile, rotating towards the extra berries, but already additional outposts going up there as well from Killjadi. Great defense here. The Gilded Archers, remember, at this stage in the game, they don't have the scale lever. They don't have +3 ranged armor. They only have 1. And although they're incredibly tanky at 125 health, it doesn't matter against this much arrow fire. And arms will at least be able to burn through 1 of these outposts, so more villagers going down, but I think the problem is starting to be written on the walls here for Beastie. Limited access to anything outside his primary TC. This Camel Archer count is surprisingly scary at this stage in the game. Behind this, I believe Killjadi is also building up a new wave of camels that can start dealing with the few men-at-arms that are left over. Which there are really not many, folks. There's 1 roaming over to a triple outpost setup now. That's not going to end well for him. Gilded Archers are diving the TC again, but it just doesn't feel great. Once again, this whole idea of like, okay, what did you trade for? Okay, well, we killed a villager. Oh, okay, well, we lost a Gilded Archer. Is that worth it? Maybe just about, but then if you lose 2 Gilded Archers to kill a villager, it's 100% not. It's 160 resources per Gilded Archer, 320 resources. We always say that a knight dying for a villager isn't worth it, and they cost 240 resources. So it says everything it needs to, and the camels are now in! Look how much easier that trade was. Gets 3 worker kills compared to that dive that I think got 2. Even if it got 3, it's not worth again. And all the while, like the idle time that's being mirrored here, just a great read. I think there's plenty of players that would have seen what BC was doing, and they would have just went Horseman and defended. I actually advised it, but Killjadi's read to just go and trade was fantastic here. This game getting ever more difficult now for Beastie. No signs of teching up in the future for him. Camel Archers are still denying equity on the flanks. And it feels like his Vanguard force are getting weak and limited now. Okay, is this game legitimately just going to be a camel-only challenge? Because so far, that's exactly what it is, guys. He's built nothing but villagers and camels. I would love for this game to end on just camels. I'd pay money for that. Dude, against Beastie as well, a very talented player, consistently at the top of the leaderboard. It's not the type of win that's easy to get, but right now, it's what Killjadi's heading towards. I believe he's also heading towards maybe a 3rd TC here. A lot of stone has been gathered. 3 TC is pretty interesting But I think if you can secure some wood lines with it, it makes a lot of sense for a farm transition being prepped afterwards. In fact, those farms are already coming in from Killjadi. Look at this. Army goes on the offensive again. Now, he's going to see there's nothing on this wood line, but that should make it very apparent where the resources are being gathered right now. The one upside of being BC in this situation is you don't have much eco because like you don't build as many as other civs, and also you've been losing some. So it's maybe a bit easier to condense and defend. But camels, being as fast as they are still going to find ways in. In fact, they're already on the prowl checking the pocket resources. So there's 3 men at arms, 20 gilded archers. Oh my dick. Well, BC has the answer to that, folks. Ram now being built up by the OOTD. A quadruple outpost defense. When was the last time you saw someone build this many outposts on a berry patch? Oh, and apparently people are starting to starve a little. We can't afford camels anymore, says Killjadi. It's time for archers, all right? We're in the middle of a recession here. Dive onto the eco line in the meantime. Looks like BC is going to find some decent value here. Good archers continue to dive. Meanwhile, the camels are not doing the same, so this is just a one-sided trade right now. But the ram was left on his own! Oh no, Killjadi, what a sick move there. Not to overreact, although right now, Goldfish reactions on the eco line will finally seek shelter. This is painful though. Beastie, you can't dive this type of area anymore. He did get a good trade on those villagers in the end, so that was well played. But it looks like he did get fined in response here. 2 villagers go down on the deer location, 3 remain. Beastie, he's keeping this close though, man. You got to give him a lot of credit for this. 78 versus 20 military. This is getting worrisome. Killjadi finally realizing that actually Horseman has to be the answer. Has queued them up. So it's not going to be camels only. Although in fairness, you know, still feels like it was a camel-only game for a lot of this. The ram has been built up in the meantime by Beastie. Outpost is going to get assaulted. Only 2 villagers here. So this wouldn't be a quick kill on the ram, even if he could do it. I can't give it to him, man. Beastie, this game looked like it should have been over, but I think Killjadi, he got a little bit too cute in this game, man. Way, way, way too long going into camels only. And he's starting to suffer for it. I'm also worried that Killjadi is about to run out of food. Like, he set up some farms, sure, but like this doesn't feel great. On limited wood, the amount of wood you've been putting into camel archers already with food, now going 3 TC as well, like, there's going to be a weak point where you have to spam in so many farms. So he needs to actually find a good trade to cover that, because Beastie right now has a 3x military pop advantage. Doesn't have it here, though. Main army gets engaged. Camels cut him off. Horsemen are in as well. And that is the trade we were looking for. Killjadi finds what he needs. Beastie losing the bulk of his forces here. And behind this, what does he really have, right? Like, he doesn't actually have a tech up prep. He doesn't have a second wave in position to punish. Instead, Beastie is unable to keep the pressure up, and Killjadi is now unleashed to full farm his way into a late game economy. Second wave's going to die. Are you kidding me? How many outposts has he built now? He's up to 8. Before that, like, he was up to, what, 10? That's crazy, man. The outpost defense is so crafty here. You know, once again, it's kind of a funky scenario. Like, imagine if BC had saved a bit more resources and was on his way to Castle Age. Like, let's say that fight happens after he has the Dragon Scale armor. That's actually a big deal. I don't know why I think it used to be called Dragon Scale armor. Now it's just called Scale armor. But having that +3 here, that takes away 25% of the Camel Archer's damage. Right, that's a substantial DPS decrease for them. Then you add in the fact you're going to get Castle Age tech. It's incredibly powerful. Big shout out to Salty's guy. I see you coming in with the 5 gifted. You're absolute legend. Thank you very much for the support, man. And welcome you 5 members to the Swarm. Right now, this Swarm is brewing, though. This is growing. Horseman Camel Archer count going up. I do see that BC's going into Spears, but that doesn't bode well. Remember, these Camel Archers do get double damage versus Spearmen still. So, basically, Killjadi just needs to kite. He needs to bait the Spearmen forward the line and then poke into them with archers, and then it's easy clap. Now, you could say it's true for both players that there's kind of this poke and prod and this bait of the melees in range, But the difference is that for Killjadi, he can disengage quicker. He has Cav versus infantry. So BC needs more, and he's looking for it now. Dives onto the third TC, torches out. I love this. Remember, this is double the torch power, so he doesn't actually just have a mere 14 units here. He has 28 torches to take this down. Second TC will not survive. In fact, it's kind of more powerful than that if you think about it, right? So, like, you have all this torch damage, but per torture, if you were to spread this torch damage thinner, if you were to take the, for example, 21 torch damage, reduce it to what it's meant to be, which is meant to be, like, what, 10 at this stage? Or 13. And then you spread it across those units, they would be losing half their torch damage to the fire armor. Because the base damage of each of these torches is higher, you're losing less damage mitigation. It makes it a bit more effective. So, cool detail there. But look at this, Killjadi. Even though he loses the TC, even though he's now losing control of the outpost area, he's on his way up into Castle Age. Beastie, backstab now coming in. Spearman count. He's been targeting him down with the static defenses. There's not many here. Oh my god, there's only 2 spears! That's going to be a loss again. Beastie's going to lose the entire army once more. Camel Archers being targeted down by the Reigning Gilded Archers, but they've done what they needed to. Men-at-Arms count is shrinking. What a read there. Killjadi times it right, uses the static defenses to reduce the Spearman numbers further, and then pounces on his target. Beastie, once again, losing the backbone of his army. That backbone's getting broke like he is Batman, and he's facing off against Bane here. Killjadi says, oh yeah, nice feudal age army, but I'm not hanging around for it any longer. It's time for Castle. 35 seconds out. Food income is stable now, remember. A lot of this is coming off a farm, so it's never truly going to exhaust. On top of that, he has got access to the remaining deer on the right side if he ever so chooses. And now, with the way that BC's played a more condensed style and thrown away so many troops, he doesn't have a blocker for the wood lines on the back side. So Killjadi is going to get what he needs. He's going to find value here as well. Villagers on the flank are going to get stabbed down. So that's going to be 4 more villager losses for Beastie. We're now in a game where he's killed 43 eco, lost 16, yet he finds himself facing a daunting task here. An Abbasid player in Castle Age with a 40 eco advantage. Beastie now needs to tech up fast. New army's on the way, but now they have to dive around the right side. The walls went up on the left, so they don't have a quick access. They have to go past the static defenses. Spearman count, 7, 2 Gilded Men-at-Arms. I mean, this should be enough to start torching through these buildings, but it's going to cost you a pretty penny here. Triple arrow slits defense actually does sting for those spears. That's the back on up. Regnitz is now on the way. Beastie still has something to play for in this game, but he needs to find some eco snipes, but he's not going to get an opportunity to keep up from Killjadi. And that is all of a sudden the way through, the optimal quick route for this infantry force removed. Let's go through the front door. And that's not going to get easy. By the time he's through the first layer, the defenses are going to be up. Killjadi already scaling into Lancers and Ghoulems here. Those are 2 things that BC doesn't have a great answer for. The Lancers can just kind of kite you and go for the Gilded Archers, dodge this Spearman out, Spearman count that's being reduced. And the Ghoulems will shred everything else. I love the way Killjadi's approaching this as well. It's like, okay, it sucks to be losing some of this stuff, but kind of a necessity to get the defense together. If he jumps too soon, if he gets in this fight before he's got the ample forces, he will lose. So he's waiting behind it. Mangonels also now being built up. Camel Archer veterancy is also coming in. And BC has to know he can't get more out of this, right? Like, he can't look to dive too far. I think taking out this infrastructure is a smarter approach. If he went for the primary, he'd be in trouble. But taking out these stables slows down the reboom for Killjadi. And also gives him cover fire for his own play, right? Like, he just built Regnitz. He needs to start picking up relics. I don't like the fact he built the Regnitz back here, though. Honestly, it should have been on the front side. You want to just prioritize the timing on picking up all these relics. There's so many close to the front area that you could access. Feels like it's going to take him a lot longer now because of it. Round finally gets cleared up. Killjadi ready to fight. Mangonels moving out. And this army, although it is smaller in quantity than what BC's fielding in terms of pop, it's much stronger right now. The Mangonels are completely unanswered for Beastie. His entire army gets countered by this. There's no quick transition towards that issue, right? Like right now, he's spending extra golden prelates. On top of that, he doesn't have enough wood. No siege workshops. Actually could be the undoing of Beastie here. Oh man, this is not good. Upgrades coming through for Killjadi. He breaks through. Outpost. Even if you E-repair, it's not going to last long enough. Just too many torches. It's still going to go down, isn't it? He tries to get the Spruan placement in, but even if it completes, it's going to last, what, maybe 10 seconds? If that. Grim Mango's now hitting on the racks. He repairs, running out in, I think, about 5 seconds here, and it's gone. House is now being targeted. Beastie, he has built additional houses, so he's not going to drain himself dry immediately because of that, but I do see a world in which he's not going to be able to get the army together fast enough here. Veterancy upgrade is coming through the men-at-arms. He's building into Guild Crossbowmen now, but this army feels uncontestable without anti-siege. Mangonels, as is often the case right now, being the undoing of an opponent. Marketplace also taken out, so no more tradesies. Beastie has got the stone for a keep. He's going to look to rush up a strong point defense here. It might be the one thing that can keep him in this game long enough to realize Castle H. Right now, relics are also being contested. One on the way home for Killjadi compared to the 2 for Beastie. Flank relic should also be accessible, so we might be looking at a 3-2 relic game. That's a big edge for Beastie, one that he needs here, considering the eco lead that Killjadi has built up. Slight reset for Killjadi. Wouldn't be surprised if we see like double ram here, just start blunting the base quicker. I love the fact he just keeps going after houses though. Like, you have to realize that although there's still this breathing room of 35 pop, now 25 for Beastie, for the Order of the Dragon it's really deceptive because each unit you produce is taking 2 military. You very quickly lose the breathing room of extra housing. Castle has at least now been revealed. Farms are going to start getting idled out here. Beastie's eco doesn't look great on the food count. Like, that's actually really concerning. Practically everything he builds is going to take a lot of food to field. And also, because he's now prioritizing into food a little bit harder, it means he doesn't have the wood for the siege we were talking about before. I mean, that's still actually my biggest concern in this game is, how are you killing siege? Are we thinking Bodkin bolts? Because Bodkin bolts, I don't believe in it. Like, I think it takes too long to reach the Mangonels. Unless you've got like 20 Gilded Crossbows. But to have 20 Gilded Crossbows, just think of the ramifications on your economy there. They cost 160 food each. That's 3,200 food. So he still needs to spend an extra 2,400 food to get there. The price of an Imperial Age tech up. That's a lot. And all that just to counter what? 2 Mangonels that cost a mere 600 resources each. Another issue is if you don't have siege, you don't have a counter to this. Killjadi's going for a keep crawl. Villagers also get found on the flank. Oh no, and his camel archers, there's no getting away from that. Beastie losing a huge chunk of his economy here. His hopes of getting more static defenses up is shrinking alongside his eco. Prelate also getting it found, trying to shift out onto the flanks here. I don't think these villagers are getting away. I mean, the Lancers are just going to cut them off and cut them down. So there you go. What was that? 8 villagers, 9 in total, I believe, going down like that. Army's at least going to be able to react now, but it's cavalry. You're now just chasing after your own tail. You're never going to catch it. Meanwhile, Killjadi now up to 1,100 stone. Siege Workshop's being prepped. There should be like a double keep drop at this pacing, which is disgusting to think about because Beastie will not have any answer to that. And oh my dear God, he's actually going Imperial. Wow, 46 farms complete. Trade wing now on the way. I mean, this is, I don't know how Beastie now wins. This is too late. Like, the window of opportunity is shrunk. He doesn't have an answer to the keeps. The keeps are going to slow him down by an extra 2 minutes at least. So that means full Imperial techs are going to be realized for Killjadi. This feels like close to GG. Golems are going to block the melee line charging in. Mangonels not being answered here, folks. One Springwood is not going to cut it. You can see Killjadi just keeps repairing it. Clash of the armies. Prelate healing is helping out a little bit, but Crossbowman shredding through the remaining men-at-arms, and the keep will start sniping down what remains. I mean, this is it. This game is done. I would not be surprised if BC just calls GG the moment the tech up completes. With 800 food income, a lack of surplus farms to get him up there as well. Only 16 farms in total. There's no denying that this game is all Killjadi's. Oh, dude, he's even finding more eco. I love how start to finish in this game, Camel Archers have played a kind of pivotal role. It shifted towards a raid oriented role as the game went on, but make no mistake about it, one of the weakest units, one of the crappiest units in the eyes of many players who play Abbasids has been pivotal to Killjadi winning this game from start to finish. Speaking of that finish, I think we might be about to see it here. 10 seconds out from Trade Wing being complete. Beastie's army not in a position where it's going to break any of these defenses. You already saw that there's some lock-ins on the outpost on the goals to stop additional gold gathering from Beastie. And even with 3 relics, like, you know, these comps that you run with Order of the Dragon require a lot more gold than that. Camel Archers are at least going to get cut down. Remember that Siege Workshop on the front also allows them to get into bombards or culverins. And, you know, this is now an issue again. Like, this game has been defined in the last few minutes by BC's inability to access or answer Siege. And it's about to remain that way. Because now you have to worry about Shudder triggers, you have to worry about culverins. You can't rely on Springalds here. Like, actually, if Killjadi just builds 2 culverins, your entire army is held hostage. Kind of surprised he hasn't built them yet, actually. Guess he's just looking to flood instead. Doesn't feel like it's a concern in his eyes. I can kind of see where it's coming from, right? Like, if you just get elite Golems, you don't actually care as much as you normally would about, like, mangonels. Stone gathering in this area. Oh, BC looking to make a move, but Killjadi sliding on in here for a keep drop. Not going to work out, though. Springalds will be able to snipe out the few villages in the area. So nice detail there. Unfortunately, you just exposed your entire base. Oh, no. I think that's it. I mean, he has nothing to defend against his Golem right now. It's only a few Golem, but the idle time, the eco kills, any losses here are too many losses for Beastie. And you've still got more troops wrapping around the backside. Army's going to try to break into the main economy of Killjadi, but I mean, that might be their final move to make here. The Mangonels could easily backstab this. He's trying to cut reinforcements, but I think he's just losing too much at home. The Spearman to answer Golem just doesn't feel great here. Yeah, you've got Langsneck, but Langsneck, once the double strike starts hitting into them, they'll die fast. Nami is now reacting. Golems with the backstab. Springalds way out of position here means the Mangonels are going to get some free shots. I think this is over. Nice attempt at a dodge there. Does start to snipe out the Mangos, but the Culverin making quick work of the Springalds. And this is over. GG comes out. Sick hold coming out from those Camel Archers, but even Beastie showing you that the late game is still a critical question mark for the Order of the Dragon, one that usually ends with a quick death for them. Yeah, not looking good right now, actually, for OOTD in the late game. I'm not sure we're going to see much of them in tournament play. Like, once you can figure out how to hold against them, it feels like they just can't win most matchups, right? Like, their early game presence is their biggest threat. And the problem with that is early game, like, first 10, 15 minutes is the thing that can be practiced the most, because just think about it logically. If a game lasts 15 minutes, you can do another 50. Like, if you have an hour to play a game, to play games rather, and you have to go 40 minutes into a game to figure out the counter to, like, a late game comp, you're only going to be able to practice one game. If you have to worry about this men-at-arms rush and you need to figure that out, you can practice that 15 times, right? It's such a huge difference. Okay, so let's see who else we've got. Yeah, once again, big shout out to Saltese Guy, though. I appreciate the 5 subs, man. Absolute legend. Whew. If you guys haven't, make sure you're using those primes here, by the way. I would hate for ads to get in the way of your viewing experience. Winky, winky. Excuse me. So, let's have a look here. See what we've got. I think... did we say there was a Crackety game we wanted to look at? There might have been a Crackety game. Let's have a look. Was he playing on the Moldedy Here account recently? No, he's left that. What's up, Arcleave? Oh, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thank you, man. Glad you're enjoying it. And hell yeah, I am all about Heroes of Might and Magic. Heroes of Might and Magic 3, I'm still waiting for them to do the entire franchise justice with a good release. I think nothing has even really come close to touching what 3 was since 3. It breaks my heart. Yo, what's up, Camion? Thank you very much for the resub, buddy. Welcome back to the Swarm. Appreciate it. Yeah, no, honestly, like Heroes of Might and Magic 3 is still a top 3 strategy game all time for me. It's absolutely incredible. Very big Rampart fan as well. Rampart was my first ever experience because I played Heroes Chronicles before I played Heroes of Might and Magic 3. All right, let me quickly check live from the ladder and see if we've got a game. That also lets me snack on a biscuit because I'm a pig while I look through these. See if we've got any interesting matchups happening from Pros Live. If not, we might do the Gully Deckle Dimu game because I've been told it's pretty bloody incredible. Oh yeah, I've seen Songs of Conquest. Very promising game. I need to get back to it at some point. So we do sometimes do low elo casts. The challenge is always finding entertaining replays. If I have to like sit and cycle through myself, it's very difficult to find those. So if people have very interesting games, there is a channel on my Discord where people can upload those, and then we check them out. So Dumi is playing Zhuji versus Chinese right now on Mongolian Heights. Do we want to watch that? Would you guys rather see Mongolian Heights, Mongol versus French, or Chinese versus Zhuji? Mongol versus French it is then. So we will be watching the Gully Deckle game. Gully versus Dimu. Need my daily tower rush. See if Gully's going to scam us on that then. Have I seen the new Dune RTS? It's not exactly new, right? The one that came out a while ago. I played it when it was in early access. It has some potential, but they never... The problem is the early game was very fun. The late game was very basic. And from my understanding, that never really got fixed, which is a shame. Because I think the game had some decent roots. I wouldn't have called it an RTS, though. It was kind of a mix between an RTS and a Grand Strat. Had some very interesting like intertwinings between what an RTS is and what like Europa is. But yeah, the late game let them down. And I don't... Like, my understanding is they never resolved that either. But yeah, Arcleave, if you like Songs of Conquest, you like Heroes of Might and Magic, try Age of Wonders. Used to play them when I was a kid as well. The original Age of Wonders were incredible. New ones aren't as good, but they have some moments. Emperor Battle for Dune? Hell yeah. Emperor Battle for Dune was a banger. Just allying with the Sand People Guild. Was it Sand? What they called Sand People? I can't remember. The Freemans, right? The Freeman Guild. Just getting access to riding a worm. Hell yeah. But yeah, I mean, honestly, the original Age of Wonders had some hilarious things, like learning how to summon mountains, and then literally just summoning mountains around one of your opponent's armies. and then they didn't have mountaineering, so they couldn't get through. Or I think, like, was it one of the broken things? I think, like, most people banned it in games because it's absurd. That you could do in the late game with Age of Wonders is, like, boats in Age of Wonders had really, really high attack stats and were very tanky because they were only meant to be used in naval warfare. But if you got really high air magic skills, you could basically you could conjure flight on boats, and then they could fight anywhere. So people would just have an 8 stack of boats flying across land, and they would just annihilate armies. There's so much comedial crap there, man. The game had loads of things you could do to break it, but that's what made it amazing. I think Songs of Conquest actually was the same. I don't know if it still is, because I haven't played it in a while, but there were some really stupid combos you could do to just completely ruin the balance. I love that, though, man. Like I was saying with the Stormgate tournament recently. Oh, I need to update the title, don't I? I was saying with the Stormgate tournament recently, like, honestly, it makes things so much more fun when things aren't figured out, when things aren't perfect. Like, the journey to getting that perfection eventually locked in is what makes for such an incredible experience. Like, I still remember the early days of... so my Payday 2, a fantastic game, right? My most vivid memories of it, my favorite memories, are from the early access phases where it had crazy copious bugs. So I still remember me and my friends getting together, like, let's do a stealth only run. Yeah. And we done the basic starting bank. And we took it really slow because we were low level. We didn't have all the tech. We didn't have all the skills. We done it, though. We snuck through. Boom, boom, boom. Got the key card from the manager, from the bank manager. Went to open the security door to permanently disable all the cams. Scan the door. The door opened. There was just a brick wall. So that level, for those who don't know, because, like, Payday 2 tries to keep it a little bit more flavorful, there are alternate spawns. So there's 2 locations where a security room can be. In this early build of Payday 2, what happened is there was a bug where sometimes the door and the security room would not spawn in the same location. I had one of those bugs. So we scanned the door opens, and it just shows a brick wall. So elsewhere in the building, there is now a security guard that we cannot access that has alerted the police. And it sounds so stupid, but in the moment, it's just so much fun. It's so comical. I still also remember doing, like, a shipment container yard where we'd be sneaking around and we're trying to avoid the guards. And then all of a sudden, one of these guards just starts, like, he's like turns around, starts walking on patrol, and he starts going upwards into the air. He starts levitating. He starts walking up an invisible ramp. Something had bugged, and basically the patrol pattern where they would have assigned its waypoints, there was an acceleration on the z-axis. So they were just going up in the sky. So the guy just gets to the top, and he looks around, and then he just sees us instantly. It ruins the entire mission. Absolutely comical, right? And it's like, those are the type of moments, that's the type of flavor in games from the early days that make them so enjoyable. You have to be careful because, you know, especially with competitive games, that can be frustrating. But I think, like, what we've seen Stormgate recently had, like, elements of that. Some fun, stupid strats that shouldn't be there. Like, for anyone who was watching that tournament, I think we can all agree that tanky vacking is going to be removed. The ability to have Atlases deploy, pick them up, drop them, and they're still deployed is going to be removed, right? But, like, I'd say even Age of Empires 4 had some fun crap. Like, I know not everyone was a big fan of it, but I'm going to be real with you, man. I wish there was more things in Age of Empires 4 resemblant of the demo ships. Those demo ships were not balanced, but oh my god, were they hilarious to watch. Like, in their brokenness, they provided many an entertainment. That's something that happened already in SC2, so it's a little weird it's there. I mean, I think the problem is people make, like they're so busy, like, comparing Stormgate to StarCraft 2, and I kind of get it, but, like, I think it's his own game as well. To me, I see, like, Stormgate as a middle ground brancher between all these different games. It's like faster than Age of Empires 4, but it's slower than StarCraft, and it has elements of Warcraft, and it has elements of Red Alert 2, and it has elements of StarCraft. I don't know. I also like okay, like a little rant here as a wider thing because like although it relates to Stormgate, I've noticed that this is just a feature thing across the board, and it baffles me because it's also contradicted to what people say other times. Why are people so like pent up about the idea that like it's copying a lot from StarCraft? If it copies a lot from StarCraft but then does it better, I'm fine with that, right? Because like I still have vivid flashbacks to Homefront and how amazing Homefront was going to be for the FPS industry. But then all these little let me do this right. All these little boys and their reviews in articles in magazines were just calling it a Battlefield Call of Duty clone. I was like, no, it's not. It's taking pieces from Call of Duty and Battlefield and fixing mistakes that both of those franchises have had for years. So, for example, those didn't know on Homefront, one big issue in Battlefront. In Battlefield, rather, is people would camp vehicles to get vehicles. How did they fix that in Homefront? You know how to buy vehicles, and you get cash by doing objectives and killing things. Genius. An issue from Call of Duty. Corner camping. Just camping somewhere for kill streaks. What was the solution in Homefront? In Homefront, as you started to rack up kills and do really well, you would get a bounty on you. And that bounty would be sent out to more and more players on the enemy team progressively as you got a bigger notoriety from killing people. And the way it would work is it would tell them roughly the area on the map you were in. So they would beeline towards there because they were going to get paid aid. That was so smart. Like, things like this just went completely discredited. And then eventually THQ shut down. Homefront got picked up by a terrible developer that literally turned it into a crappy co-op. But, you know, I've seen so many examples of that. And now the hilarity is that, like, the one upside of that type of experience is meant to be that people were telling devs we want something different. And now, weirdly enough, I think a lot of players are usually content with just having the same. I think genuinely the game industry has just gone into a weird like blender of oddness in the last few years. Devs are not willing to take risks now. You're seeing it in all media, actually, in films and in games, where instead of making new original ideas, they copy and paste what exists. And they use an existing IP. Hey, guys, did you know we're getting a Gladiator 2? How many years was it since the first one? Right? Why are they doing that? Because, like, new IPs don't do that well in a lot of people's eyes. But, like, to rope it back, because I'm going on a tandem here, to the original point around Stormgate. If they're able to start off by taking something that exists and doing it better, I'm fine with that. I don't think that's going to be the be-all, end-all. I think clearly we can see it's not going to be. I do think that they maybe are on some shaky grounds with the whole thing happening with the stock raising and the communication. They need to fix that. Because I think one big upside they've had up to that point before now has been their communication has been very good. I still like I wish I wish we could just genuinely look at those type of games and go like, even though it's copying X, it's not a bad thing, right? I think the same thing happened with Age of Empires 4 when it came out compared to AoE 2. Is that this unnecessary comparison got made? It's not exactly AoE 2. Oh, but it's taking things from AoE 4, AoE 2. So is it better? It's like it's different. I think Stormgate's on the same trend where like it'll have homage to all these different RTSs, but it'll be different. And the funny thing is, like, I think Age of Empires 4, even though it's in the same IP, it was weird that people kind of expected Age of Empires 4 to be Age of Empires 2. I don't know why anyone ever thought that was going to be the case. That to me was always weird. You know, like, I think that's a weird mentality we've set ourselves up for. Like, if you guys remember, back in the old days, back in the old days, when people made a new iteration of a bloody game, it was very different. There was familiarities, like an FPS was still an FPS, but it was very different. Nowadays, it's like, I don't know, the Call of Duty mindset would just come to accept that everything should be the same. So it's almost like people think that, you know, because Gran Turismo is very similar, an Age of Empires needs to be similar. Hell no, dude. Do something different. Be adventurous. It's not always going to pay off. I mean, just look at Red Alert 3. But when it slaps, it full-on B-slaps. And that's what I'm looking for. All right, should we get ready for the game? Let's get to it. All right, one and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We've got what I've been guaranteed as an epic absolute banger here between Dumu and Gully Deckle. If you're not familiar with Gully Deckle is a rising star, prodigy kid, 16 years old, and constantly in the top 300 ladder. A lot of players have their eyes on him, actually. I think that he might actually be one of the breakout stars of 2024. So let's see if he's able to break Baldy Boy himself. Mr. Dimmu on the French on Mongolian Heights of all civs. Okay, so I guess this game doesn't count then. I mean, just move next. Like, who plays the French? This is a civ that is essentially just died on the vine ever since the arrival of Jeanne d'Arc. Most people's thought process is, why would you ever want French when you could have Jeanne? It just doesn't seem to make sense. And the interesting thing is, this is a matchup that I'm pretty sure historically has heavily favored the Mongols for a very, very long time here. The Rax opener and the denial on the gold usually screws their game plan, but fortunately for Benny Boy, and also unfortunately, his gold is retracted on the both side. The unfortunate element is the fact that both of his goals are retracted in the same location. Could end up stinging him right where it hurts, as there is already a move out coming from the spears. No villager pull, though, from Gully. Wow, okay, I guess he doesn't feel like he can block it quick enough. Tech up already in the way. For the reference point, I think at the time of recording in this game, Gully was ranked like 180th, and Baldimus Maximus, the account for Dimmu, his secondary, was ranked like 20th in the world. So, even though there's a decent gap there, Gully is basically, I think, on the threshold of just reaching into the top 30, top 40 players. So when I say this is a guy to watch, I'm not kidding. Here's the outpost on the way. Yeah, but this, I mean, in a weird way, he can still access gold if he needs to. It's weird when you block berries like this, because although it can theoretically hurt the French, it doesn't usually. They tend to just play out towards a deer location instead, which they could, or the berries on the south side. But on the opening here, we are going to see the archery range already on the way. Gully Deckle has delayed their own tech up. We are, of course, at 2 times speed. If people are like, wow, why is the game actually moving at a flow that makes me not able to get up, go to the bathroom, come back, and nothing's happened yet? That's because we're going 2 times speed. You know how it is, guys. Early game in Age of Empires 4. Although there are moves being made from a spectator perspective, it is a little bit slow. So trying to just make sure you guys get to the fun parts. Silver Tree coming out, though. And what is it with the Trader Civ always getting the worst neutral post? I feel like the Civ that doesn't want to trade always gets the one right next to the edge of the map, and the alternative side where you have like Abbas's or Mongols always get this worse off trade post option. That's kind of weird. I've noticed that quite a lot on Mongolian Heights at the moment. Archer's coming out. He will not be able to deal with this outpost straight away. He has not got the gold to go into a ram. But you're French. It's fine. When life does this to you, you just build TCs. Dimmu already out on the stone with 9 villagers here. He's already stockpiled the wood required. I would not honestly be surprised if we're looking at a free TC build here. Remember that the one upside the French have over the compatriot Jeanne d'Arc is just build loads of TCs. That's the one thing they do a lot better, because they benefit a lot more because each TC is more efficient than standards, right? Like at this point in the game, French are producing villages every 17 seconds. Every normal civ, it's 20 seconds. Archers. Nothing will be able to easily push away the Khan. So although Gully knows about this, I think we have an issue here in that Gully is trying to set up trade now. He hasn't gone for fishing. He doesn't really have any upside here. I think not going fishing feels like a mistake here at this stage. At this point in the game, like considering the comp you're up against is basically archers and spears, you just rush up a dock. Your opponent's defending his TC expansion. He's not trying to block your docks. So if you set up a dock and get an archer ship out first, you hold the crossings here, the 2 short crossings. That's really important, actually, because if you don't do this, it means that the French are eventually going to leak through some knights. Like, they don't have gold right now, but they will. They will reclaim gold. It's just a matter of time. In fact, with the way that he's able to start extending out here, it looks like it's only going to be 2 TC. If he wanted to go 3 TC, he could easily secure the left side gold here. At which point, this whole outpost play hasn't really yielded anything you're looking for. This might. Gully, timing on the Keshiks. Unfortunately, the spears are already there. And that's not good. Okay, Gully, he's trying to get cute about this, but I just don't like this approach now. If that Keshik hung around too long, he's down. Spearman for Keshik, a bad trade here. And right now, once again, there's just nothing that Gully's getting out of this. He's now got trade in position. He can start building traders, but that's going to take time. In the meantime, he doesn't have extra surplus food coming in from fishing to afford mass Keshiks. Meanwhile, your opponent now has plenty of food. And that food can be used to get into mass spearmen, plus archers with all the wood he's got access to. At which point, he can easily burn this down with those spears and kill the 3 or 4 spearmen left behind. Yeah, kind of a tough early game here, man. I mean, Gully, one upside is eventually these resources are going to exhaust, and you can already see that he's actually finally getting into fishing. So, nice play. He does go for it to the north side. That's really cool, actually. So, Gully, I think he used the same villager to build this outpost over here to get the double gold coverage, and then he shifted into a dock. That's the type of rotation I was looking for. And that's the type of play that I think shows a lot of promise for a player like Gully, is the optimization. Instead of just having a villager that ran from home, and this villager like had to run all the way home first, you keep using it. You make one move and then you make another, because the alternative is you take a villager all the way home and then walk him all the way out here again. That's a lot of idle time, even with Wheelbarrow. So what's Dimu's move going to be? I imagine Benny Boy's probably going to go up to like 10 spears here and then just break the outpost. He'll have access to the safe gold. In the meantime, Gully, although he's looking for dent potential, he has to wait. In fact, if he tries to make a move before the spearmen pounce on that outpost, it's going to end badly, because right now he doesn't know where they are. In fact, that's a bigger problem, because look where they actually are. They're moving into Gully's base! Yo, what? Okay, that's a crazy move. I can't believe that. And also the aggro with the scout! Okay, that was sick micro from Dimu. Baits the Keshik on the auto aggro, almost gets one for it, and gets no damage, no real damage on his spearmen. That was important, by the way. He only has 3 spearmen here. If you lost one at the beginning there, those Keshiks will win. More spears are on the way. Meanwhile, second line of Keshik going to run past the TC, so not ideal there. Yeah, so this is awkward. The timing you're looking for, I actually think that's when the Keshiks need to go in. Just 3 of them with undermesh, boom. But instead, it looks like, did we not get a blacksmith still? No, no blacksmith play, so no opportunity to get the armor for the dive. That would have been huge, because the amount of villagers here exceeds the safety. Right? Like, look, in this little area close to the TC, he has 19 villages right now. He would have lost 5, 6 of them to that dive. But instead, gets caught, has to defend, and now Dimu able to back up with surplus spears and archers to hold this area. And we're reaching this point we talked about now, right? He wants gold. He's been making it work without gold. I think he's even maybe been trading. Yeah, trading across for the gold to get the steeled arrow. This is the moment where he'll look to break the outpost. He's about to have 12 plus spearmen. That's more than enough to take this down. It will cost you maybe 1 or 2 spearmen max. What's important is you keep pumping spears, though. And actually, pause that. You know, he's actually going to go for siege engineering. Okay, so he doesn't even want to lose anything. I was about to say, you need to keep pumping spears, because if you dive that outpost, you need to have something to defend here. Instead, Benny Boy chooses to just get the ram and not have to send anything in. Archers should be camped near this, but that means the spears can be left over to just defend against this. Small wall's going up, Ben. Need to be racked in quicker than that. We'll look to shift away now. Spearmen are now on the way, but that means some losses are being incurred here. Incurred? Accrued. Words today. Meanwhile, fishing on the north side is doing pretty well. Up to 8 now for Gully Deckle. Wouldn't mind seeing him drop a second dock a little bit further down here, right, to keep efficiency and also bolster the fishing count quicker. Trade count is only at 1, so gold is a limiting factor still. He still has to rely on land for that. But with the close spawn, it's not much of a problem. More fish would be nice because of this, though. Like, you're seeing he's exhausting on the deers. He has got some runway to go, but the problem is now that Dimu's getting access to the gold, we should be seeing knights. And that's when you have to be scared if you're the Mongols here. Gully's played a really good game the first 12 minutes. I like his approach. But now that you face the potential of knights, you have to consider how your flanks are exposed here. And there's not many solutions to that as the Mongols, right? This is a civ that does not have access to walls. Makes me wonder if he's going to try for a ram play, actually. Siege engineering hasn't been researched, right? Undermesh is taking priority. Steeled arrow, still not there. Like, what concerns me about these timings is I think Gully probably needed a blacksmith 2 minutes ago to get the techs. I think this was a mistrick, actually. Is the fact that he actually has access to gold, Dimu didn't. What can you do with that? Well, you can scale Keshiks. Yes, that's one way to go. But you can also scale into tech upgrades, ones that can actually give you a pivotal edge. Things like siege engineering. If one ram was here, baiting the spearmen in, baiting the archers forward, it could break this TC. Different game all of a sudden. Instead, Dimu now has an opportunity to recover. And with his blacksmith's advantage, he could bury you. Keshik count is at least still scary. I'll give him that. 16 of these bad boys here up against 22 spears. Archer count lead is with Gully currently. the Ram. Could keep sneaking out here, but it is at least seen. March towards the gold line, just trying to starve him out, right? He understands that if this turns into mass Knights versus mass Keshiks, Keshiks will lose in the long term. Which is not a good fight, right? Like, obviously, right now, if these Knights and these Keshiks clash, it's pretty one-sided because it's 18 versus 2. But let's say you get 15 Knights versus 18 Keshiks, Keshiks will get slaughtered. This many spears, there's no way you get that cav-on-cav only fight. Spears moving in. Holding for the brace. Nice bait there. Gully forces it onto the Archers instead, so no stun coming out, but the Keshiks have to commit. Archers, sniping Archers on the backside. It means the spears are lasting a little bit longer. About 10 of them left in this, but the Keshik count is seeing him through. Gully Decker were able to rout this force. Only 7 spears remaining. Attack speed arrow gets activated, funnily enough, towards the end of the fight, where it doesn't matter for that anymore. But what does matter is the Keshiks have broken the backbone of the army, and Dumu in full retreat. Good fight there. Gully, I mean, that was really well played. I think I assume it was on cooldown. If it was on cooldown, the one mistake I would highlight there is the attack speed arrow was kind of redundant. Movement speed arrow would have done a lot more. If he'd used movement speed, he could have actually broke past the Archers and then carved them up like turkeys at Christmas. Instead, Dumu gets to keep a semblance of an army together here. 27 remaining to the 32. We'll get a chance to reboom the spears. And now he has the Archer lead. And this is kind of a weird dynamic because you're looking at it, you go, oh, but there's so many Keshiks, why would Archer lead matter? It means that his spearman count can't be dented as hard, right? He can trade Archer for Archer very well. He can basically target these Archers as they try to take out the spears and build that lead. So I think it's very important that Gully starts to find some eco-sniping now. That's the advantage of having all this cav. If this turns into another clash like that again, the same thing happens, Gully's not going to have any Archers to work with. And that's when the game will start to look shaky. Tries to stab in. Not able to do so quick enough. Meanwhile, Dumu playing on the flanks on the deer. Wait, what? Oh my god, he doesn't know he's seen, right? This is huge. This is actually huge. If he just peels and goes with the Keshiks now, like 2 groups, go left, go right. You either find the barrier workers or you find this massive amount of eco on the right side. Either way, it's the type of damage that Dumu would struggle to recover from. But instead, Dumu is the one to move first. Moving up to the north side. Gully, you've got a dock. Use it, mate. One Archer ship in this area could do a lot. Arislets is going to reveal what's happening in this area, though. Gully snitches on himself, so the walls do go up in time. Well played by Dumu with that move. Army is now looking for the backstab, though. Gully riding in with the Keshiks. Nice get baited out of position. Attack speed arrow is going to be activated, though. Spearman count, not looking healthy. Dumu, like, where are they? You're in S6. Oh, man, these Keshiks, they should be able to win this. Knight count has been reduced to practically nothing, and also it's been too long in the fight. They no longer have the damage attack buff. Archer and Archer trade, and the Keshiks are going to be the big winners here, so Gully should end this fight with about maybe 10 military left over. Dumu should have nothing. Credit to him, though. So far, dude, the starter steps have been doing God's work, but the second wave of Keshiks should push him away. Last of Dumu's Knights will hang around to trade here. But the Keshiks should re-rally, and that should be 2 more Knights down, so both of them reducing their military count heavily, but credit to him, Dumu actually taking a phenomenal fight here. Considering what he was up against and how far behind he should be, instead, he's keeping this neck and neck on military count. Not easy to do, but it just shows you how on point the moves are from Ben in this. Gully behind this. Really, what has he got going for him? He's up to 10 traders now. That is at least escalating. He needs a second dock. This is getting really inefficient now. I wanted this earlier. I think you need a dock drop in this area. You're reaching a point now where you're losing out on a lot of extra food per minute with the amount of time it takes these guys to sail back upriver. And also, if this dock goes down, basically your eco goes GG. Like, that's literally the other thing to consider here. One dock leaves you very susceptible to just losing out. And remember, your opponent has access to rams. You've seen that already. Boar is going to be slain. More villagers on the move. And looks like he does now know. So there we go. Dock gets revealed. And where are the defenses? Oh, golly. Just one archer ship. Just imagine it right now. Spears and Knights clashing. Behind this, Kurultai is on the way. But this is the turning point right now. Gully, he shows his weakness. It's too obvious to Dumu. At a critical moment where he needs food, he will find it. Meanwhile, Gully's in trouble. This is insane. Think about the ramifications here, folks. Outpost going up to just defend against the fishing. Fishing getting annihilated by the archers. And this is not Jean, this is the French. You don't build a dock here. You build mills. 25 wood each, and he can easily get all the food he needs. I can't believe this. And now, because of that detail, he knows exactly what Gully's up to. Like, if Gully wasn't teching up, there would have been more army here, clearly. So now, Ben's already started saving for this. And he has two options. You either go for an all-in offensive to punish the tech up choice, or you follow in the shadow just a second behind. There we go, the mills we talked about, man. This is such a strong play. This is shoreline fishing, remember. It's insanely fast. I'm worried now because Gully, with this choice to tech up, now losing the fishing while teching up, he doesn't have much land eco to work with, right? Sure, you know, you've got like all these pastures, you've got all your villages, they haven't been touched, but that fishing has put you behind. Heavily. Right? Like the trade is trying to keep you up. Sure, I appreciate that. 15 traders, but compare that to the 2 TCs of the French. 17 seconds to every villager coming out. It's hard to contest. Not to mention the fact that for Dumu, his eco is safe. With this pushing from Dumu, Gully's is not. And that's exactly why he's choosing Feudal over Castle Age right now. He knows about the trade. It had to be Silver Tree. It always is. Knights reform the lines. Charges come out. Attack speed arrow already activated. Crossbows are being summoned by Gully. Kurultai buff is going to come in, and that should be enough to push Dumu away. He'll have to back up. As you move out of range, though, this is where Dumu can turn for a fight. So Gully has to be careful not to overextend. He's defended his trade. That should be his #1 priority right now. And what I'm expecting soon is relic play. I think actually if you drop maybe a monastery to the south side, you can sneak relics from your opponent's base. That's even more gold pocketed. But for now, he needs to get a big enough military force to feel confident about that play. Right? After the losses he accrued at the river crossing, he can't afford to just choose greed while still defending. And look at that. Dumu not choosing greed either. Brawl Institute is the play, so this is pretty smart, right? Up to 15 knights already. He's got shoreline fishing. He'll be able to bolster a lot more. Royal Bloodlines. Candle Saddles. This is everything. Not to mention the fact that he's seeing mass men-at-arms. Guess what? Crossbow stirrups on Arbre Trier. Like, he's going to have everything he needs to answer this, so it's critical that Gully makes a fierce move here. Doesn't want to be slow about this. Doesn't want to slow play this extension, because if you do, what happens is your opponent will actually just escalate into better units. You need to punish him. Moving in. Village is not pulling away from Dumu. Dumu! Oh dear. Slow reaction there. 5 going down. 4 at least to be able to walk away, but they are not going to be feeling safe either in this area. Curious to see how far Gully wants to go. He doesn't realize what we do. He doesn't have the God vision to see where the army is at. Oh my dear God. Are you kidding me? The risk that Dumu is taking out here. Dude, look at the vision as well. Look at how barely he's getting away with this. I actually can't believe this. Balls of steel on Ben. Keshik will finish off those villages. I kind of like that he's just pulling them here. I mean, it feels wasteful, but the whole idea is he's splitting the army a bit. He needs to, because he needs to buy time. He can't allow a point where Gully looks and says, I want to dive you. Kurultai parked here. Royal Institute has not queued a single upgrade yet. Dumu prioritizing all the veterancies. Royal Bloodlines would make a lot of sense at this pacing. He's about to have 20 knights. I mean, crossbow stirrups, arbitrary is probably a more desirable play just because you're now up against mass men-at-arms, but cycle charging knights does work as well. Gully able to retreat towards the Kurultai. Those knights, the cycle charges are problematic though. The crossbows do get exposed on the ford. Gully, that is not how you set up a condensed fight. Men-at-arms blocked out by your own crossbows. He just lost the front side engagement. Oh my God. Men-at-arms should still be able to hold for the moment, right? This is at the end of the day, Kurultai buff is very strong in this area, but what should have been a phenomenal fight, instead, once again, Dumu is able to get more than you would expect out of it. Archers targeting down the few crossbows that remain. Arbre Trier stacking up to deal with a few men-at-arms that are still standing, and that is a rout. Heavy cost though. Dumu does get found on the eco. Oh my God, look at the kills! Wow. They both got a piece of something here. Ben, he bled on the eco, but no doubt about it, Gully lost the backbone of the army for this. Holy crap, I cannot believe that. I mean, he lost everything, guys. Just look at the worker kills. They were neck and neck. He's now 30 behind. Holy crap. What a crazy game. And Dumu, he can't allow that Kurultai to go home now. This is critical. He needs to block it out. With an eco lost like that, it's an uphill battle. If you have to face Kurultai, the game will be over. So, great grab to block it from retreating. But man, what a crazy game. I honestly cannot believe. I got distracted by the fight just as much as Dumu did. You know, the funny part is we highlight it as a risk. I thought he was going to keep getting away with it. Kurultai is at least going to go down. Looks like villagers are trying to save it, but there's no saving it at that point. There's just too many archers here. And Gully, I mean, this is crazy, right? With a 30 eco lead like this, it should just be over, right? It should just be done. But no, Dumu, while he has a military mass, looks to cause some pain. He needs to cause pain on eco, though. Right now, what he's doing is not good enough. Relics got yoinked, by the way. Oh my god. He yoinked one from Dumu's side. The other two have at least been banked successfully by Ben, so he's not going to miss out on everything. But Ben needs to be fast about this. He needs to get in on that eco now. Right, you can't wait around. You took a heavy hit. That trade needs some return fire. Love the approach as well. Just playing as wide as possible to stay away from where potential vision is. Outposts are going to see him pretty quickly here, though. Moving in. Archers and Arbitrier going for their targets. He needs to get a lot out of this. 5 traders make that 6. Numbers going up. He's going to cut it off at where it begins, and Gully Deco has to re-rally away. But right now what's happening is not only is he getting good trades against Eco, he's idling out the entire bandwidth as well as forcing the entire army of Gully to chase this without Yam. They always forget it, guys. They always forget it. It has been queued up now, but too little too late, right? If he at least had Yam there, he would have been able to catch up and punish. Instead, Dumu gets some freebies and gets out. And buys himself time at home because now there's no counter raids coming in. Dude, what a crazy game. I feel bad not actually catching that eco raid. Apologies for that, but like, honestly, I mean, you can't blame us. That fight was messy. This is interesting to think about. Gully built such a lead off of the kills here. If he had just actually microed his crossbows further back and his men-at-arms immediately forward, I do have to wonder how much better this moment could look for him. Like, he could easily have still kept similar military numbers after the fight and still had an eco lead. He could have been pushing instead. Now Dumu's getting some recovery arc here going, right? Like, you know, he's managed to shorten the eco lead, courtesy of the fact he's at Castle Age. He's building villages every 16 seconds. On top of that, or 17, sorry. On top of that, he's been hitting the trade, and he's going to do it again. Kurultai has been repaired. This is important. If Gully goes home to defend, he's losing this game. If he goes on the offensive and trades, that's how you win. The problem is when you have this many traders, all you can think about is how do you protect your babies? Oh my god, a great grab here. Stops them from actually garrisoning. Seek Shelter's not going to work like that. Gully needs to go, man. He needs to find trades. Like, he's turning around and I don't like it. This is bad what he's doing right now. He needs to move forward, not back. Attempted walls are going to be blocked. Gully now moving in with the mangonel. So here we go. Starts to hit the farms. Needs to hit the gold. Outposts slowly being worn down, but my goodness, does it take a while. Dumu is going to start chasing deeper. Trade has been paused. Crossbow Stirrups is now on the way from Dumu. This is actually a big deal. He already went for Raw Bloodlines. I was a little bit surprised he prioritized that considering the amount of crossbows he has, but I guess he just wanted an effective tank. These hits, man, these hits are big. Like, look at the eco state now. I can't believe after a 30-plus lead, we're already back to even. Even blocking out some relics from being returned. Well played there, man. I mean, this is sick. Dumu, the value he got out of the remaining army is insane in this game. And Gully, dude, he done the worst thing possible here. He's going home. Oh my god, I can't believe Dumu baited him. This is just huge, what he's done here. This raid, the attention that's drawn, the reset that's given means that now Gully is about to be behind on economy in a game where he had an opportunity to try and force an end, do some significant damage. Instead, he now chooses to go Imperial Age. The question you got to ask yourself is, like, how strong are you in Imp? I mean, in a way, it feels good, right? Like, the reality is your opponent doesn't have that same Imp play. He has to set up farms. He doesn't have Guildhall to give free food. And he's got all of his big Imp upgrades here in Castle Age already. So, in some ways, it kind of makes sense. But look at what it does to you in the meantime. These Knights are going to be able to raid on the flanks. Trade is still not going to be for free. The problem with choosing tech over aggro like this is it basically chooses a defensive format for the Mongols. Something that they just do not do well. So tech up complete. Dimmu, what's the reaction going to be here? He's actually prepping Horsemen. His Knights. Oh my dear God, you can't. Not like this. Dude, that's 23 chasing 8. That's so inefficient. Just go. Build some spears at home. Anything but this. I mean, right now, it's more than that, right? Because he's building spears at home. So 30 plus military to deal with 8. This is why Mongols cannot defend. When this happens, things are bad. That military lead isn't there. It's going to be there in quality, but in raw numbers, it's deceptive. I'm in the move. Knights in the meantime, they're getting on the eco. Gully, slow on the reactions. No textiles. Where are we going? Oh my God. These losses are just unacceptable. I mean, he's 16 years old, and I'm starting to feel like a teacher in class with him. Unacceptable. Pulls the ruler out. Slaps his hand with it. Gully now starting to push in, but the keep is holding him at bay here. It's buying the time required. Horsemen now arriving, plus the Knights. Gully, he might be about to lose on both sides of the map, but right in onto the siege. Horseman able to get rid of one of the Mangos. 2 should be able to fall in time here. And that should be enough to stabilize the castle. No way of getting through it. Gully Deckle is being played. The Knights on the backside, I think they've finally been cleared up. But now, Dimmu, he's got the breathing room he needs here. Mangonel count has been reset to 2. This castle is never going down, and Dimmu is going up. 1,500 food, 1,300 gold. We're almost there. This is full recovery arc. What a crazy game. Knights are still raiding as well. I can't actually believe the way that Dimmu's pulling this back. This is crazy. Outpost at least going to block the walls from going up, but this is just... Whew, this is looking bad. This is looking really, really bad. Spearons are also now coming out. I mean, Shark Trigger should be a winner here. Dimmu just needs that tech up. Red Pass dropped right here changes everything about this game. It makes it impossible for Gully to breach. It's all he needs. Surely all he wants. Instead, he chooses to go for one on the right flank, so worried about some backstabs coming in. So Red Pass is going to be on the way, quite far away. Bombard is funny here, though. Has also got that 20% increased attack damage. Remember, that does affect his damage to building, so this is going to be a quick kill on a keep. Horseman chasing in, though. Mass Arbitrary moving through. Defense arrow gets activated by Gully. Castle not living much longer. Repair crew is going to come in clutch here to keep it alive. The army losses on both sides. I mean, they're both struggling here. Castle almost dead. Villagers have to abandon it. Mangonel shots barely get dodged there. Well played by Dimmu. He buys a little bit of time. Red Palace now on the way, but a mile off. And Gully now with a critical opportunity here. He has access to the main. Castle near the stables. We'll slow this down, though. Kurultai does move up. Bombards 2 of them now. This is going to be quick. This is exactly what he needs. Imperial Age coming through on a delay from Dimmu. Means he will not have the Arbalest emplacements inside the castles to help defend. He will not have the Red Palace to easily defend him, but it can be his last stand here. It is a landmark these Bombards cannot easily deal with. Has to wait on this play. Can't go for a fight yet, right? Needs to wait a minute for these techs to come through. Meanwhile, behind this Gully, why Why are you getting jumped? Of course, you know why. It's the Red Palace. You don't like to see it, but you have to. School of Cavalry now being targeted. Dude, the Kurultai with his bombards, their damage buff is insane here. TC now being targeted. Gully could do this. If he gets the siege set up quickly, Geometry plus the Trebuchets, Red Palace will not survive. Oh my god, this is going to be close to me. His eco still ahead. His military count is growing. But is it going to be fast enough to hold here? Pavisas get dropped. TC, School of Cavalry is down. Bombards, they need to find the Royal Institute. He should see it. Wait, where are Bombards? What? What? Gully? Gully? What are the Bombards doing right now? What? So unnecessary, but okay, he's got 3 of them. They don't get targeted. The Springals do not dive. Building's dying fast. Oh my dear god. Gully. Why is he not going for the landmarks? I mean, this feels like a blunder. Like, he's trying to get rid of all the infrastructure to stop an army coming out, but your timing is now. The longer you wait, the more likely the Royal Bloodlines can kill you, and now they're going to do it! Horsemen! Round the back. Arbitrary move in, and that siege lost. Oh my god, Gully! On the cusp of victory! He falters. 2 landmarks remain. Dumu is going to recover his base. Military numbers are shrinking, and Gully! Where's the gold? Where's the food, man? Where's the army? I cannot believe this right now. I cannot believe what we're seeing. Gully Deckle slips. And it might be a fatal fall. Kurultai in full retreat. Horsemen chasing down the remaining siege. Kurultai can't even unpack right now, and that might be it. No way to get an army together here. Army getting eviscerated by the arbitrary backline, rather, of the French here. Armor Arrow is not going to change that either. Everything is going down, and everything has fallen apart for Gully. Oh my god. I mean, I get the delay, right? He's waiting on the Trebs to deal with the Red Palace. There's always been a sticking point, but surely you just target down the Royal Institute and dive everything onto the Red Palace. This timing, it's do or die. And now, it might just be death here. Gully has to recover his game. He's prepping elite army tactics, but to mass horsemen and arbitrary, that does nothing for you here. Oh my god. And these fights that we're seeing out of Dumu, you know, that's before Incendiary Arrows. That's now on the way. 45 seconds out. At that stage, it's GG. This current army doesn't have a hope in hell of beating that. And Horsemen now forcing Gully to once again do what Mongols never want to. Defend. Ultralight Imperial is different, right? White Stupa, 100 cannon outposts, great. But we're not there. We are so far away from there. Horsemen ride in on the eco. They split up on the different parts. Some for the gold workers, some for the traders. Some to just block the outpost from even going up. And Gully, at this critical point, trying to scale men-at-arms, trying to get into hand cannoneers, more siege. You can't afford gold loss. Might not have a choice, though. Wood also now being intercepted. Needs that for the spears. I think this game is close to done. Gully, it's not about what happens in the next fight. It's about what you can afford afterwards. Gully Deckle, the 16-year-old, has broke the piggy bank here. Meanwhile, Dumu, he's opened a current account. He's got a business loan. He's ready to keep on blitzing for quite some time. 3.6k gold left over. Then it would have to be trade. The arbitrary account is so big, I don't see him running out of gold anytime soon here. Oh my god, what? I can't believe this, Gully. I mean, he must know it as well, like, just how close victory was. You can taste it. But the idle bombards, the lack of clear goals in mind, shall we say, right? Like, the split choice between I've blitzed the base, but now I'm not going to finish it. Yeah, this is a classic. It's not over until it's over. And as incredible of a game as Gully Deckle has performed here, I think what happens next is undeniable. It's wave after wave of Horsemen, folks, moving in at the other end of the trade. Upside for Gully, he only has 17 traders left, so there's not much to kill. Downside for Gully, he only has 17 traders left, so there's not much gold. The only reason it looks this close right now is because of the limited gold he's gathering and the relics that are padding him, but that number will start to shrink. Gully just standing still right now, man. I think this is kind of awkward, right? Like, why are you not covering a crossing here? Like, you're leaving them all open. Horseman once again in the base, and that is it. He calls it, folks. GT comes out. Mongols, they just can't defend. You know who can, though? Dimmu. Oh, man. What do I even call that one? I don't think it's Mongols can't defend. I feel like the emphasis on the fact that he's one step from victory. What do I call that one? Mongols have Tiny D. No, I don't think it literally needs to be a dick joke every time. I actually think it's a little more highlight of Gully. Everybody should be watching this upcoming player. Even though he lost, I actually think you can see the potential he has from that game. Like, even though he lost, I actually think that game shows you just how talented Gully is as a player. E or B in. That could go on the thumbnail, maybe. I don't know. Like, to me, that game is defined by a really, really good early game from Gully that just fell apart as it went on. I think it shows his potential. Donstar, Mr. Donald has arrived with some replays for us, folks. Did you guys know that? Don's got us covered. Let's have a look then. Don. He says, all 3 of my most recent games are bangers. I'm assuming, yeah, not the custom stuff. Who's Sweet Coffee, please? Love Don's troll. Whoa. They're not troll games. They're elegant. The H3 fallback to deal with the archers instead of committing was the biggest mistake. Agreed. Like, after he took that eco lead, he just needed to commit. So, we've got some English versus Ottos, some French versus Jean. I noticed the Eternal account. And the Kabalev account. Oh, yeah. So you had, like, they're quite high-ranking matchups, actually. I think all 3 of them. What one was Sweet Coffee, please? Let's have a look. All right, they're Toronto 74th. You're saying all 3 of them are worth watching, right, Don? Mr. Donald? English versus Ottomans. Or Ottomans. Because they're OP, remember. Trust me. Pink versus purple is hard to follow. Let me reload the game, because I've talked about this before. There's something that usually makes it very difficult to get to work. But maybe if you do it before you load the game. Let's have a look. It might work if you do it before you load the game. Because we had this before where, like, we couldn't because of the thing is there was color glitches on the UI. Double check, but So reload game. Okay, do we have it working? Okay, so I can show you the issue with the color choices, and it's something that tilts me. If we committed to blue and red, do you want to know what the problem is with committing to blue and red? When you swap players, see that? That's the problem. I cannot, for the life of me, fathom why it's done that way. I think it's so stupid that it's done that way. And there's no option that I can find in here that fixes that issue. Not from what I've seen, anyway. I wish there was a way so that you could set the colors to fixed for the players. That would be the logical solution. It's so dumb. What if you turn off from team-based? Well, that's the thing. So, like, the issue is if you turn it off from team-based, you have no control over the colors. So, if you turn it off from team-based, and that example, someone's pink and someone's purple, you're stuck. So, like, for example, we go here. We go to unique. We save. We now have green and pink, which I guess isn't too bad. But quite often, with the example given, like previously, purple and pink, there's no good solution. In fact, let me just rant to one of the devs about that, because I do not know why that is a thing. Can we get an option somewhere between team based colors and unique? I want red and blue only, but I don't want it to do that stupid thing where it toggles the color between red and blue when I'm spectating. And change player. Because it's dumb. It is beyond dumb. Like, it's baffling to me. I can't remember if... Does StarCraft not have this issue as well? I think it did. I was watching, like, in the replay system, I think it has a similar issue. But the alternative is there. They at least have an option where you can see both players' vision, if I recall correctly. So it's not as emphasized. But to me, it's a very silly and unnecessary issue that's quite easy to fix. And it's kind of weird that RTSs don't do it that way, where you can choose the colors of who you're casting in 1v1s, and it locks the color. That, to me... Maybe I'm just being delusional, but that, to me, makes so much sense that it makes no sense that it's not the default behavior. All right, should we get ready? That's right. He's back. You knew we had to catch his games. One and all, welcome back to the AoE4 action. It's Don Hardy, the artista, Donald himself. Oh, God, he's playing English. It's not going to be sweet coffee, please, buddy. It's going to be very sour. He's up against the Ottomans here on Cliffside. This person's ranked 270th in the world right now. Don, I don't think, needs any introduction to this channel at this point. All right, speed 2, what are you going to do? You haven't dropped a rack straight away. Wait. Guys, he hasn't dropped a rack straight away. Don isn't doing clowny things. Oh, okay. Oh, what? Okay, now I feel bad for the way we done the introduction. I guess we'll do it again. One and all, welcome back to AoE4 action. We've got Don Arty on the English up against the Ottomans, being manned by Sweet Coffee, please. This is going to be a regular, normal game of Age of Empires 4. Nothing weird about it at all. And as I say that, I'm not sure if I sound sarcastic. I'm not sure if I'm subtly being sarcastic. Probably. Because Don did mention that all of his games recently are worth watching for different reasons. And he doesn't even win them all. That's what I love about Don. The fact that Don will literally tell you a game is worth watching, even if he loses it. Unlike some players who will not be named, who typically just let me know when they win, Don tends to just layer anything into the cake. He's that type of person, like, looks in the cupboard, he's like, I want to bake a cake today. He'll try and bake a cake with salt, butter, and probably a can of tuna. Yeah, it's going to taste disgusting, but you got to respect him for just putting everything on the line. Doesn't wait for all the easy ingredients. Oh, no. But he's at least going to wait for Feudal Age before he gets frisky here. Council Hall on the way. We are doing 2x speed here because, funnily enough, most Don games involve 1x speed because he's one of the few players that actually does something quite meaningful with Dark Age. But in this one, he's just playing normie style. Up into the Feudal they go. On the other... Wait. Oh, this is a fast imp build, you dirty son of... So Sweet Coffee, please. Brazilian player is going for the fast castle build, if I'm not mistaken. Basically, there's a build that's been growing. I think like Corvinus was one of the players who started doing it first after the buff to Sultani Trade Network, where they increase the amount of passive gold you can get because they increase the amount of traders you can get in this building. There's been this build on the rise where you literally just optimize for fast Imperial Age and you just generate loads of free gold with your traders. I think that's what Sweet Coffee, please, is going for here. So that's going to be Stables Archery Range opening. Meanwhile, on the other side, Council Hall and Rax. There we go. This is the Don I was expecting to see. Because, you know, here's the thing. Don, he's going to walk in and see the Sultani Trade Network, and he's been like, late game. Get the already yoinking away the sheep as well. He's going to say, late game, I would never allow that. We must shut you down now. For those that don't know, Don Artie is not a fan of late game. He is disgusted by it, allergic to it, in fact. He comes out in a rash every time that late game seems to be on the horizon, so he's going to do everything he can to block Sweet Coffee, please. And here's the problem, folks. Sweet Coffee, please, doesn't have food. Oh my... Dude, Don's a genius, man. Like, people say trolls, people say memes. No, this is just genius. Think about what he's done here. He shot down 2 sheep. He knows his opponent has gone for trade, not for Madrissa, and now he's trying to block out the berries. Unfortunately, in his geniusness, there is a level of dirt there. He built a bit too close to the base and got seen. The idea is smart, though, what he's doing here. The reason why he made that outpost play is because without Madrissa, Sweet Coffee Place has a lack of food. That's a bad, bad thing to lack against the English, because it means you can't rely on Sipahi heavily. You don't have the food to buy them. Which means that Don Artie's strongest unit is the English. The Lombos dominate these early engagements. It's such a cool read. And now it looks like he's looking to rotate around. These berries should be his primary target. The deers are a little bit too forward and exposed. Although, to be honest, if Sweet Coffee Please gets out here, I'm not going to lie, there's a nice little bit of extra value over there. You know, there's a little bit of mutton added in with your venison. The army is going to be quick enough to move here. I mean, I'm worried for Sweet Coffee Please's approach to this game. They have 8 sheep in total. And if I'm not mistaken... Oh my god, I can't believe that. So, of the 8 sheep, remember, 25% of them are out in the middle of the map. It actually counts them on the select here, because remember, you select both club sheep and unkilled sheep. But because they were his when they died in the mid-map, they still count. English are the best civ against Ottos. Think they're better than a 50% win rate. Wouldn't surprise me. It's because Ottomans typically like try to scale into archers or multi-TCs, and multi-TCs are more punished. Right now, I think one of the more popular growing builds for Ottomans, and oh my dear god, the micro. Pause that thought. We've just got a very curious fight here. Sweet Coffee, please, walks into Spears. Cancel comes out on the ram here. Looks like one Sipahi. He might be able to win this out for him long term, but it's going to cost him dearly. The double Imam pull as well. Not a good sign here for Sweet Coffee, please. Sipahi are going to last a long time, at least. They got extra health compared to Horsemen. The prioritized heal is good enough, but the Sipahi will eventually die. However, the price is high for Don Artie. He gets caught with his hand in the aggro jar and gets pummeled for it. But what in the everlasting cocaine is that? I don't know what else to say to this. Who builds Imam against Lombos? My brain right now, man. My brain. I mean, if you want to know how close he was to getting annihilated here, I think that says everything. It's bad long term, but if he did not have those Imams there, I don't think he wins that fight. So, let's talk about why English are usually good against Ottomans. One of the more popular builds right now, that he's not doing, is to build a second TC to either go Castle Age or scale into more military. That second TC does not go up easily against Lombo spam openings. And the Sipahi can easily be shut down by a few Spearmen. And the issue with Sipahi is, although they seem very good, and they can be good. The negative to them is not just the scale point compared to Horsemen, it's also the cost. If you think about me giving you 1,000 resources and you spend that on Sipahi, for that 1,000 resources, you will have notably less Sipahi than you'd have Horsemen. It means that you have less agency to split the fight, and it means fewer spears can deal with you. It's kind of like Horsemen versus Knights, right? Like, if you're fighting spears, fair enough, Knights are going to do better. But if your goal is to try and dodge the spears and get past them, then Horsemen kind of makes more sense, because when the brace comes through from spears, they can only lock in half the number of Knights. Half the number of Horsemen compared to Knights. Oh, man. Dude, what a crazy game. So, now, this has to be a feudal all-in, right? From both players. Don isn't looking to scale, but he gradually will, remember. As you add in these farms, you tend to escalate towards Castle Age. Just naturally, because once you're at 4 farm clusters, it's very hard to spend. Or you go Mass Men at Arms. At which stage, like, Sweet Coffee has nothing for Mass Men at Arms. And he probably never will. Dude, I can't believe he went Imam against English. I'm still scrambled on that. That's wild. What a cool game. And the sad part, though, like, if we're being totally transparent about this, the bad, sad part for Sweet Coffee Please is now they're in a feudal all-in, and they have 200 plus gold a minute and no value for that gold. Like, they're probably going to have to build a marketplace at this rate, because if they try to fast castle now, they die. So that's the negative of their build. The idea to go Imams is very bold, and it was necessary. But now that they're forced to keep investing in feudal forces, this gold, this play with the trade, it becomes more and more worthless as the game goes on. You need something else. Looks like they are actually moving out for the deer. That's risky, but kind of makes sense here in this matchup. Don's playing longbow spears. He doesn't have the ability to check flanks very easily. And it's unlikely that he's going to split 1 or 2 troops to check those flanks, because typically with the longbows, the English, you put everything into a forward push. You don't split. It's not like when you build French Knights, you're like, I'll check the flanks, because A, my units are quicker, B, 1 can do a lot of damage. Having 1 less in your main army means you're probably not going to do much damage where you attack on the flank, but also you're going to be notably weaker on your main punch. And because of that last fight, Don can't really afford to be weak in the punch at all. Wait, really? Sweet Coffee missed out on villager production. He missed out on 3 villagers. He's lost 1 so far, but look at the count. He's got 37 compared to the 40. So, sorry, 2. It's like 2.5. So something went wrong there. I'm not surprised, though. Like, look at the food income for Sweet Coffee Please. He's barely floating by. Yeah, game's looking really ugly for him right now, especially if he starts losing Sipahi like this. His one hope is to keep Don reacting instead of aggroing. But the problem is, while that works against 9 out of 10 players, you're up against Don. And Don don't do what everyone else does. Don's an E gamer, and the importance of that E is pivotal, because Don is just 1 E short of done. And that's what he's about to make you. God, that was terrible. Anyway, longbow spears are now rotating. The scout is here. He checks the deer. He has not checked the south side one, though. It's kind of crafty, actually. Like, the fact that Sweet Coffee's out here is not something you typically do, because you're thinking boar, right? If this is like Roos, HRE, anyone that can access boar, you check the boar. Because you'd be like, oh, deer plus boar, makes sense. But, like, if you don't see him on the deer here, your brain might not even begin to think, oh, there's no way he got out here. It's like, it's much further out. The risk-reward is lower because you don't get Pumbaa. So, funnily enough, Sweet Coffee Please. Oh, my God. And he doesn't even know. Don never scouted out either. That's crazy. So it's going to wrap onto the berries. That's going to be some value there. 7 workers just minding their own business, about to have business closed on them. Don does see it with the scout on the forward, so that is going to be, what, 5 villagers at least going down, depending on how he moves? No, that's all dead. That's all gone. There's no move away from this. Sweet Coffee, please. Sweet mercy, please, more like. Villagers are going to get chased down. And that should be all going down. So every villager there, 7 dead. Don shrinking that eco lead that was built basically off of the Sultani trade network. This rotation. Dude, is he going to find him on the next piece? He might. He's not diving the main. Like, right now, Don's thinking smart about this. He's like, okay, he has to be on food. Like, there has to be food somewhere. He's not farm transitioning at 14 minutes in. He's not castle aging. That's very clear. Like, it just won't work here. If he is castle aging, I'll dive him anyway. So instead, he goes hunting, and oh boy, look at what he's going to find out on the hunt. 9 more villagers. I can't believe Sweet Coffee hasn't moved away. Right? Like, that army didn't attack your main, so you should be suspicious on your flank. Instead, Don finds another. A quicker reaction this time by Sweet Coffee, but where do you run from here? There's nowhere safe. Turn some of the villagers around. 4 at least make it out temporarily, but that is going to be 5 more down. And wait, Don. Wait. Wait. Don, how many villagers worth of production have you missed out on in this game? Like, he just killed 5 villagers, and the eco difference didn't move. Oh, Donald. Mr. Artista. Well, at least it's extending now. Don will find the remaining villagers and cut them down. I can't believe this. All right, mathematically. Okay, so let's do the maths on this, right? Let's just actually do the maths on this, because we know that Pink's missed a bit of villager production as well. But let's actually math this out. So, 16 added on, so he should have been at 58. 50. These add in as well. Weirdly enough, oh, sorry, I count. What did I say? 58. I counted on the wrong number. 16 added here, right? So let's say he's at 50, and he'll be at 44. So 46. He should have been at 66. Wait, no, dude, I'm being an idiot. Ignore me. My brain is being frazzled. 51 compared to... I was right the first time. 51 compared to 60. The trade is making up for 10. I'm on NA math mode today, dude. This game is doing things to me. It's doing things to everyone involved. Like, the trade should be a huge difference here, folks. The fact that Don, even with missing villagers, is still ahead. What I've learned is that has literally told us nothing based on what I've said there. No, it's told us everything, right? He's missed out on 8 villagers worth of production. That's if Sweet Coffee didn't miss any. I assume Sweet Coffee missed out on 2 to 3 villagers worth of production. So let's say that Don has missed out on about 5 or 6 villagers in total worth of production. I think that's a fair number if we had to guesstimate, because we don't have like anything in the UI that would tell us the guaranteed number. There has definitely been idle time on that TC though. Now even more as he wants to add in a scout again. Sorry for melting people's brains there. We got there in the end though. So like the TLDR is Don has missed out on I think about 5 villagers worth of production. No, maths on stream is usually fine, but my brain literally looked at 16 and applied it here correctly, and then I was like, no, it's green, it needs to be applied here, which is not true. Remember, it's worker kills, so add the 16 onto 45 and the 2 onto 51. And what is Pink doing with his villagers? Dude, he's... Oh my god! Oh my god, 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 he's going all in! This is everything! But the imams, like, wait, you leave the old men with AoE heal. Oh my dude. But guys, Don just sent the scout. He knows. He's gonna walk in and go, hey guys, how's the eco go? What the f... And Don is teching up. Oh my god, this outpost though, if it scouts it early. I mean, this is the crazy part. Don is teching up. But he's actually got a bigger army. Sweet Coffee, please. Looks to make his opponent beg for mercy. He went for the 8 Janissary pull against English. What? And Don, he's like, wait, I'm the one who brings the clown fiestas. What's this? Spears brace. It's an A-click all in. Into the choke points they go to hold the defense here. King's Pass still being teched up. Villagers looking for the TC. Full garrison force there. Lombo start to snipe them down though. And this is problematic. The eco count, is it going to be good enough here? I mean, Don, he just needs to pull the villagers as well, right? Use them to defend because they've got short bows. Oh no. Sweet Coffee, you chose the wrong opponent. You chose the wrong Civ to do this against. Tech up complete. Sweet Coffee, barely any villagers left over. Military lead is at least there. Don actually getting shredded pretty hard by the ranged mass on the backside of this, but the Rams, can they do it? Villagers now just tugging it down behind this upgrades. They're not being queued up. Don! No way. No way he loses to this. Surely. I mean, it's static defenses against archers, right? Like, it's only Rams remaining. Shortbow Villagers also defending. Longbow's just keeping range on this. And funnily enough, that's going to be the difference maker. He has Rams, but he just doesn't have anything else. The Archer mass barely exists anymore. 20 left over, 3 Janissaries, and I think that is going to be it. Don, that third landmark is his saving grace here. The King's Palace too far away. Archer count too small. And the remaining longbows are going to be the one thing that keeps Don Harty alive here. Oh my god, I can't believe how close this was. Archer count, only 10 left over. Villagers will deal with the Rams. Body blocks as well on the way. He needs to keep every one of them alive. He's producing more. This is going to be tight, folks. But the longbows should kill what remains. Villagers in a race here. Oh my god, dude, I can't believe how close this is. 7 left over. Wait, no, you need a garrison! Oh my god, I can't believe this! 1600 HP. 2 Rams left over. Villagers getting sniped down. Sapati riding in. Is it going to be enough? Can Don do it? He needs to repair. More villagers coming out. Just about holding on. 200 wood. Last Sapati down. This is it. This is all he needs. But the Rams, they can't do it. And the Ram nerf is felt. Less health. 1 more down. 1 left alive. Don! He holds! Against all the odds! He holds! Oh my god, but he needs wood. He needs wood right now. He's out. 700 HP remaining. Chopper tree right now. It doesn't even matter. GG! By the thinnest of margins, the Artista survives. What do I call that one? That one surely is the dumbest Ottoman build I've seen. I mean, I think it's fair to call that the dumbest Ottoman build I've seen. Way it was burning, it doesn't matter. It had 600 HP remaining, and he had trees next to it. And also, the thing you have to remember is that the Ottoman player doesn't know that he's out of wood. Right? He doesn't know that. Oh my god, dude, that game. That game was so dumb. Guys, we got more on this. Don said his last 3 were worth watching. That was only 1. Oh, that game was so dumb. I love it. Why did he GG? Because all of his villagers were dead. I mean, legit, the way I upload that on YouTube, I am calling that the dumbest Ottoman build I've seen. Doesn't mean it can't work. Call it maths lessons? Dude, don't flame my math. That game threw everyone off. Don't stick your pipe in your mouth, Cam, and be like, I understood perfectly what was happening in that game. If you did, all right, good on you. I can't afford the levels of cocaine required to understand what the hell that game was. Omen had more vills in the end. Yeah, but he basically was an entire age behind with nothing, if you think about it. It's like, realistically, I don't blame him for GGing. Sorry, just checking a message quickly. Okay. Oh. Yeah, had a very clutch moment towards the end. Pull 5 villages of a tower to help deal. Yeah, I noticed those coming in. I wondered where they'd been. I did see him come around the back. Like, if you didn't have them, it was over. Yeah, agreed. The other thing that's actually really important, if you think about it, is that body block grab on the initial ram stopped it from arriving and also took out an extra 200 health. If it wasn't for that, the extra ram lives a bit longer and you're dead. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Don. Yeah, that is correct. Remember, guys, yeah. If like I wasn't paying attention to the top, that would have been the traders. Dude, imagine if he brought the traders to tank. There you go. That's what was missing. I freaking can't. Everyone, deep breath. It's very important that you reset your brain because we have another game. You know what was missing from that game, actually? The Ottoman player just needed to trade. If he traded with the new... I can't. I just can't. Okay. Let's get ready to go. Alright, I've already watched one of his games today, and my brain is already fried. I don't know what this one's going to do. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action, folks. It's crap French versus good French. Woohoo! But it's Crazy Boy versus Logical? I don't know how to define these guys. We've got Don Arty in the Green Plains, the French, going up against the Eternal, playing as Jeanne d'Arc. Hopefully not as terrible as the movie. Otherwise, this is going to be quick and very one-sided. The Eternal right now is ranked 600th in the world. They actually stream. They are called the Eternal. This is their main account. They usually play a lot of team games as well, funnily enough, for people like Vanderdorf and John Secours. I don't think I've maybe maximum cast the Eternal once. But fair to say that this is quite a skewed matchup in terms of ranking, because Don, right now, on the leaderboards, is 85th in the world. That's a huge difference there. But maybe the fact that one of them is playing Jean and one is playing French balances it out a bit. Maybe that's how we bring balance to the universe here. Playing as the French, though, surely this makes you very predictable. If you try to spam French Knights versus French Knights, Jeanne d'Arc should like it because it's just extra XP going over time. But if you try to go multi-TC, that also makes you weak against the all-in timing of a 1-TC Jean, right? So curious to see how Eternal wants to approach this. One thing to highlight is their initial night timing should be worse than Don's. Because remember, typically Jean players build the landmark with just Jean. While Don will use probably 4, 5 maybe in this matchup to get a quick attack timing. So like this detail from the Eternal. Pulls 1 extra villager with this. That means that you basically have 3.5 villages worth of build speed here on the School of Cavalry. Because remember, Jean is 33% faster, and every additional villager you add after the first is 25% added to the build speed. On the... what the fuck? God, Don. In a French-Jean matchup, you've chosen trade. Just to clarify what you've done, Don has chosen to build traders in a matchup against a Civ that wants you to be exposed on the map. Jesus Christ, Don. If you want to whip out Lecoq, you've got my DMs. Just send me an image. This is unnecessary. I can't. There's no way this goes unscouted, right? This is okay. So here's the reason why this is terrible. This matchup. Your opponent's now building knights. They're going to check your base and go, where's the school of cavalry? And then they're going to go, oh, he's trading. Well, here we go, folks. Traders on the way. 70 gold each. Choo-choo. Meanwhile, other side of this, surely, if you are doing anything but rallying these knights across, you are doing something wrong. And the scout is now sniffing it out. Wait, why is... Wait. You're not going pro scouts. Oh my... Are you kidding me? So one of them is pro scouting and the other one is trading. What is this game done? Oh, this is brilliant. This is absolutely brilliant. I never thought I'd see Jeanne d'Arc of all civs do pro scouts if I'm in totally real view. Because, like, actually, I'd say you're more inclined to do 2TC because of the fast build speed. The fast build speed does nothing for pro scouts, but please, Don, now go pro scouts to counter his pro scouts. No, it's not going to happen. I wish it would, but it's not. He does have a wheelbarrow. He does have a mill somewhere, right? Am I blind? Yes, right there. I'm blind. Yeah, I mean, come on, dude. It's only like 250 resources. Choo-choo. It says no. It's nighttime. Second one on the way soon. Okay, so if this had been standard Jeanne d'Arc opening, 1 TC, night spam, I legit think it's like close to GG. Because it's pro scouts and he's now spending 240 food, which is basically the food cost of 2 nights, on scouts, it's really bad. Because Don is just getting his standard eco upgrades as you do, and he's getting free trades for it. On top of that, he's already now gap closing the night count. Oh my... Well, these games are definitely delivering. Is this like... I'm starting to feel like that this one can simply be titled everything you're not meant to do in French Jean matchups. No one goes... no one goes for Chamber of Commerce against the Jean player. And on the flip side, like when French have momentum on their timing to scale knights, going for the pro scouts play sacrifices that. It completely sacrifices it. And right now, like, I like he's at least doing this. We're speeding up so he can get to a point where he's actually doing something instead of chasing around his own base. He needs to be blocking the trade. Unfortunately, the way this map has spawned, as Don will clearly be aware of, and it's probably why he went for Chamber of Commerce, it's double corner spawn trade. So if you start blocking one side, he'll go for the other. Scouts in the meantime are taking away all the deer. Okay, so hear me out. I actually think Don blundered a bit, not switching to the other side to trade the moment he saw the pro scouts. The moment he saw scouts coming there, he should have shifted trade to the right side. Because you're always going to get scouted, right? Like, one of the advantages you can say, the chance of getting your trade through in small numbers at the start is higher because with limited knights, your opponent can't, like, check both sides. You didn't... Okay, so you didn't see the scout? Did you not see the scouts when you ran across? I guess you only had knights, right? Yeah, so that's unfortunate. It's going to be scouted now. I wondered if you saw them with the traders when they walked past. But thank you for the clarity there, Don. That's unfortunate then, because if you saw the scouts, like, you 100% shift trade right side, which he is now doing, admittedly. Oh my god, dude, what a messy game. By the way, the reason why Don knew whether this was a good game for Chamber of Commerce straight away, remember, French and Jean both see neutral trade posts at the beginning of the game, through the darkness. You don't need to reveal on the map to know. So that's what informs you whether it's going to be a long trade game. I just can't believe this game. The funny thing as well is, like, Don, even if he eventually loses the traders, remember, he is French, which means he's producing villagers quicker than Jeanne d'Arc, so he's building a lead. On top of that, Jean was always going to be an extra eco unit behind, because when you convert Jean to a military unit, you lose a villager. You don't gain a replacement villager, you just lose it. Now Don with the spin knights. Archers being added in by Eternal. Eternal actually ticking every box. I really want to see Don do that as well. I think actually in this matchup, quite often I've seen it defined by who gets all 3 types. Whether it's French v French or Jean v Jean. It's really good to have a finger in every pie. But right now, being like Spear Knights makes you a little bit more one-dimensional, I think. And also, I don't rate mass Spears and Knights into Spear Jean. Because basically, the Eternal can A-click the fight, and Jean gets fed. And basically, although Knights can snipe Jean, if it's in a cluster of Spears, that's never happening. And if it turns into a Spear-on-Spear mosh pit, Jean is still going to farm with Cleave. So I really hope he adds in the archers here. Were they all just pushed in the corner? What the hell is that spawn? I swear, Dry Arabia has had some weird stuff happening in the most recent patch. I've seen so many weird spawn spots for like deer and wood lines. I feel like this is happening a lot more in Dry Arabia, actually. Like, before the patch, we weren't seeing this pushed up against the edge of the map tree lines as much. Like, they'd be close like this, but they wouldn't be fully blocked off. I just can't believe this is Pro Scout straight. Oh, man. All right. Movement towards that trade zone. Oh, no! Oh, no. Me. That could not have been a worse time for Don. He literally just walked away. Great little raid there by Eternal. Type of damage he needs, remember, because he's falling behind on Eco quite heavily. Jean is now going to arrive, though. Spear on Spear, and this is exactly the type of fight I was worried about. Clash comes in. Jean pumps the Divine Restoration, and the evisceration of this cavalry is of key concern. Don, losing everything there, has to retreat. Archers even taking a few more lives on the exit. Outpost cannot go up. The remaining Knights, well played there. Eternal keeps one or two of them alive to chase this away. Second line of Spears goes in, and Don, this is looking bad. This is looking rough right now. I mean, it's the timing on it all, right? The fact that his opponent went Archers and he didn't. The fact that his opponent has safe food at home. And not just that, by the way, this is now Eternal also taking a fight like that while setting up a second TC to close the lead that Don has built. Dude, that's crazy. What a fight. What a fantastic fight there. The crazy part as well is Eternal didn't even have his whole army here, right? He had some units guarding the other side of the trade. And also his military numbers are deceptive. Remember, 6 of that is scouts. So the fact that Don still lost that fight, I mean, it shows you the power of Jean there. The Divine Restoration Pump, just 1 or 2 cleaves, really being the deal breaker in this. And now no food access. Don, he's able to play the left side, right? He at least set up outposts before the scouts took away the remaining deer there, but there's just still so much to grab. And with 4 more coming back, it just feels like Don is running out of space so quickly in this game. Dude. I think at this stage, the only way you recover this is if you peel like 2 or 3 Knights and you go raiding into the enemy base. Right? Chip him down because, I mean, obviously Don doesn't know it's 2 TC, but even if it's not 2 TC, your trade doesn't work now, and John's getting fed XP. The last thing you want to do is take another back-to-back like main engagement where you know she's going to get fed more XP because you know your opponent is now scaling Mass Spear, Mass Archer. What a tough game. How would Dom recover this? I'm curious, actually. How, like, people, if you're watching this on YouTube or if you're watching this on Twitch, I mean, either way, type it in the comments right now. 1s if you think Don's got this. 2s if it's eternally in favor of Jean. Because to me... I'm sorry, what? Dude, what are these games? What have you done? The things Don just does to the brains of his opponents here. We've got now Jean joining in on trade as well. I never expected that. 2 TC trade. If that isn't confidence, I don't know what is. Dangerous confidence though, folks. Like, army value-wise, that's actually risky. Even more so because it... What the... How can you be 2 TC, trading, and going Castle Age? Like, there is no limits to the level of greed coming out from Eternal right now. Oh my god. I cannot believe this game. I thought that Dom was being greedy, but then this guy. It's like, hold my beer. Traders are getting cut down, though. That's unfortunate. Actually, the perfect amount of units here to take them both out. So ugly affair for Don Art as he tries to play both sides. And right now, both of the trade posts are being guarded by Eternal. Dude, this game has to be over, right? Level 3... Are you kidding me? Level 3 Jean after the nerfs, 16 minutes in? Eternal's loving life right now. They have the eco lead. They have the military lead in count. Quality is debatable, but guess what? You've just teched up. That means you can now get the quality. Oh my god. I mean, Don has to go, man. I think he's been a little bit too paranoid, right? Like, kind of understandable when you consider that Don doesn't really see much of the map, so he doesn't know what his opponent was doing. He doesn't know it was tech. He doesn't know it was trade. But now you need to punish. The problem is the timing could not be worse. Eternal is already moving into the base of Donati. March towards the villages. Quick sight. Will land to move away. See Garrison a little bit dangerous there, but it looks like he's just about going to dodge it. Wait, no. No. No, he gets seen. Cav peels off. They're chasing. Villagers got to be careful. It has textiles, but the cleaves can stack up quickly here. There's enough time to get 2 out. Knights are coming in, though. Don will be able to buff this away. Love the Sean's Rider's choice here by the Eternal, by the way. It's really smart for raiding, but also in this matchup. It's going to become arbitrary, and that means you're going to have bonus damage versus crossbows. But for now, you don't have enough bonus damage to take this down. Don Arnie will take a convincing win in this fight. Jean just about able to break away before the gap closes there. But main army left behind, and now Don Arnie with 24 knights. He needs to get across the field fast. Oh my goodness, what a fight there. So well played, but now you need to follow it up with something worthwhile, right? Like, you've taken a good slap there, but you're still an age behind. You're still behind on eco as well. And that should be something that should be becoming apparent here. Then again, he never scouted the TC, right? He doesn't have guaranteed confirmation of that. Dude, I can't believe he already has to go farms. The amount of food he's exhausted at this stage in the game is incredible. And yeah, people highlighting the villages being used. Don just clarified on it. Agreed. Like, when you're up against mass spears, spears have low base damage. They have terrible attack speed. Textile villages will tank for a long time. Got to give it to Don. He's consistently one of the more impressive players at using that tool out of the players that we watch regularly. Raw Institute now on the way. Don's got so much value out of this, though. Now, wait, did he scout the trade? I think he just missed it. But folks, this is going to be Raw Institute and Raw Institute, but one side has 23 knights to upgrade. Well, not complete. Means he can easily just leave this area and come back again. Second wave of knights does go in onto the TC, though. Army trying to react. It looks like Don might have to pull away, but the spearmen at least stop the knights from just diving in. Dude, what a crazy game this is. Ooh, lordy. I don't think you should tone down the green. I think the green actually needs to be incredibly vibrant. Otherwise, it wouldn't stand out against the green foliage. So I disagree with that. I think you have to actually have like very aggressive colors. If you want green at all, that is. Alright, so back up, Don. Queues up the Royal Bloodlines, so minute and 20 seconds away. What's Eternal's move going to be here? He's pumping Arbor Latrie. If he gets Gambesons, this is very hard for Don to fight. Because Spearmen won't be able to just like dominate the fight and push through. They'll just basically be tickling. And Don, he's still only 1 TC, right? Okay, so he's looking for... Is he looking for a keep drop? I guess he wants to protect his economy and then go fully on the offensive. And also, that does mean he's going to get the discounts, remember. That's one big edge you get over Jeanne d'Arc, is at this stage, if you start scaling to mass keeps, you can amass your discounts and make up the difference. Because up to this point, Eternal's been the one who's reaping the rewards, right, with the Consecrations. But Consecrations only on 2 stables. You know, compare that to Don dropping a keep and building like 8 stables around it. It doesn't even come close. Eternal. Mass Men at Arms is a peculiar choice here, though. When you know your opponent's pumping knights, it's almost like he's afraid there's a transition. But like, what transition could you be solving for with Men at Arms, right? Against the French, the most likely outcomes is spear or knights. Men at Arms, like, yeah, you could say they do alright against spears, but I don't think they're relevant there. I'd rather just have more spears to protect against knights. Dude, speaking of the Knights, holy crap. Canted Saddle's also on the way. Run! Run! I must tell my people. No. Well, he at least knows. That's the good news. Relic's not even being grabbed yet. I was expecting maybe Don to go for them here. He's kind of lacking long-term gold. The trade hasn't really paid off in this game. The impressive part is how he's scaling this Knight count despite the fact he doesn't have School of Cavalry. Remember, it's not often we see this, but without School of Cavalry, it takes a lot longer to produce these Knights. 35 seconds. And the keep drop. Dude, this is... Oh, okay, so that's what it's about. Don, he's looking to GG this game. Castle coming up. The Eternal. He sees it now. Backs away instantly, but this can be a keep crawl, folks. Also, the stone remaining is 600 here. More being gathered at home. Don, he can get a triple keep drop going. Moves to the next one. Spearman let through. Knights will go for the charge in. Villagers from the left side. A few Knights are going to leak over into this, but Don, he can't pull away. Jean in the mix-up, trapped against their own troops. She's going to get pierced down. She's dead. Protection on the eco on the left side means that the castle is going to go up, and the Eternal, can he break through the right side here? He's doubling down on it right now. Spearman holding on. This is going to be tight, but just enough time is bought. Don clears up the left flank, rotates around the back on the Arbitrie. The castle is up, and the Eternal is about to lose it all. Oh my god, that flood of Knights after the fact there. The Spearman is baiting right. The Spearman hang around to tank up against the Arbitrie the entire time, and it means you're just not trading against the right unit. The Eternal, now the dive continues. Villagers are out. They're ready for the next one. Donati about to get the stone required. He needs to find a good drop here. Maybe next to the TC is a little bit ambitious, but it needs to be ambitious here. The Eternal, with over a 30 eco lead, needs to be shrunk. Farms being gone after. Needs to actually find the economy. He needs to get down here. It's not enough to idle out these farms. You need more than this. It's a good start, though. Don, right now, has no food, and apparently that's not going to be enough for him to take the game. GG comes out from Don. Was that a disconnect? Don, can you confirm? I feel like that's a disconnect. I don't think you're dead there. I mean, it's tough. You definitely have to, like, end 100%, but the last thing you'd done in this game was type ease. What? All right. I don't think I'm imagining it. Did you, like, type ease and then accidentally drop or something? Ease is the hotkey for a keeper. Oh, I got you. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm still focused on the fact that for some reason you DC'd. I think you were fine in that. It was a crash, right? It must have been a crash. I assume it was a crash. Ah, you crashed. Thank you for the confirmation. All right, guys. Well, that lets you all predict it. Get your predictions. Ones if you think Don had that. Twos if Eternal was making a comeback. I can't believe that. I think this is still going to get uploaded to YouTube because that was an amazing game nonetheless. I would say Don had that like 95% easily. He'd have to choke. Like, he'd have to choke on his own keyboard there to lose that. Oh, that was going to be a triple keep drop, man. I can't believe you didn't get to put the cherry on top. You crashed like 1 min before the game ended? Whoa. So you won off of an A-click? Oh, dude. So hold on a sec. The Knights running the left side and getting away from the Arbitrie probably wasn't even intended. That just makes it oh so much funnier. I can't. Oh my god. Dude, what do I even call that one? I mean, it's Chamber of Commerce versus Pro Scouts, right? You just don't see these builds. Oh, man. Oof. typed E's, clicked the ground, and crashed. Oh no. Oh, that makes it so much better. So much better and so much worse simultaneously. I can't. Oh dear. Okay. Oh, so let me record a bit. Alright, so I just got confirmation. I'm gonna have to edit this in. So the reason for the GG is Don typed E's, technically, because he pressed E and then Z to get the keep, clicked the ground for an A click, and then crashed. Yeah, I think we still give him the win. Oh my god. Alright, there we go. We named it correctly. Who are my wildcards for qualifying for the EGC tourney next weekend? Golly Deckel. Golly Deckel is our wildcard. Wasn't there one or two new players we saw on the leaderboard climbing as well? I'm trying to think who there was. I mean, who's like a wild, like... I don't know, there's loads that you just expect to qualify. How many players are qualifying to that event? Nugify? Maybe. Nugify will beat Core again, calling it. Myriad. Yeah, Myriad is actually one we highlighted before, right? Myriad, Golly Deckel. Dawn just comes out of nowhere. Wink, wink. Dude, like, time for Faye to make the deep run, maybe? Maybe this Ruland guy, if Ruland enters, like, his standard civs are pretty decent. He's not well versed in the new ones, though. Isn't Downfall... Didn't we ID Downfall as, like... Who was Downfall in the end? I could have sworn we went over who they were. Voldemar, finally? Maybe. I'm trying to think how many slots there are and who there is who needs to get in. Downfall's a different French player, right? Unless they're Elyona. I can't remember if we confirmed that or not. I think we said it wasn't Elyona, so we don't know who it was. There's a few in there. Alright, shall we get ready for another? We've got another game from Don. Don's the gift that just keeps on giving, folks. Ain't no denying it. What a lad. What a trooper. Voldemar will make it? Hell yeah. I mean, he's looking a bit more in form. He's starting to warm up again. If you asked me like a month ago, and I think he'd agree, I kind of had my doubts a little bit, because I think he was looking very, very rusty. But he's starting to come back about, which is good. After Lost versus you? Wait, aren't you that guy that lost the unlosable HRE game on Coastal Cliffs? I'm sorry, I had to do it. Any moment Gully gets cocky, just ask him about Coastal Cliffs. Unlosable was cap. Dude, it was unlosable after Voldemar threw that game to you. You were like, oh, I didn't realize we were rallying in this tennis game. Let me just hit the ball back to you. Who's your opponent in this? I think we talked about this before, that this might be Myriad. Because the Kabbaleth account is from the UK, if I remember correctly. I think this might be Myriad. It's only been active this season. It's registered as a United Kingdom account. We don't know if 100% is like accurate that they are from the UK. But I think that's who it is. One sec, I'm going to eat one of these cookies quickly, and then we'll get underway. Isn't Myriad from Hungary? Yes, but his account is registered to UK. If you look at Myriad's account, I think his primary is UK. He's lived in the UK for quite a while. Just going to eat this biscuit quickly. Dragavan? I think Dragavan, while a capable player, isn't there. I don't think he'd be insulted to hear that said. I mean, honestly, if you're aiming to be a champ and someone says that, then you just take that as fire, fuel for the fire to prove wrong. I haven't seen Dragavan evolve his game since I last watched him in, like, Warchief Club. So I wouldn't say he's like a shoo-in. I'd love for him to prove me wrong, but yeah. Okay, should we get ready? Isn't he gifted but not ready? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. There you go, Don. That's the difference between flaming and just how to be in a broadcast. I think like he's capable, but I think part of it is I don't think his drafting game is there, and I don't think his Civ pool is robust enough, from what I've seen anyway. He plays some Civs quite well. I wouldn't say to like Doomy Plus level, but he plays like some Civs to a point where you're like, oh yeah, he can contest like the best 30, 40 players at that Civ. But when you talk about tournament play, it's so much more than just you play French really well. Like, we've seen that so many times as well. Oh, yeah, you play X Civ really well. Oh, that Civ's been banned. What do you do now? Oh, you don't necessarily get on the map you want. Oh, you can only play that Civ once a series anyway, right? Like, I know Myriad's kind of, I want to say, struggled with this a bit, where he has some Civs that he plays quite well. But, like, I think a perfect example is his Delhi play. Like, Delhi past 50 minutes kind of unravels for him from what I've seen. But he plays, like, Ottomans really well to the point it's banned. But because everyone's like, yeah, he's really good at Ottomans and quite good at, I think English was the other one. Okay, but in a drafting phase, with the way that drafts work now, both of those are banned. So let's say he gets the Delhi. Like I said, you know, I think he executes the start of the game quite well, but there are a lot of talented players that are going to force you off the beaten path. And, you know, we saw it, like, I think we saw it in a game versus Voldemort. It was Abbasis versus Delhi. Like, he just gets forced off the beaten path and it all falls apart instantly. So, like, you know, that type of flexibility is really important. What about GUA? I don't know if GUA has been practicing enough. Because GUA is a full-time nurse now, right? Also, I think queuing into Faye all the time doesn't help. Because she forces you off of the beaten path in a very weird way. We all remember the Chugenu versus Onimusha game. I don't think it's impossible for GUA to make it. I think he actually has the capability. It's just a case of whether he's been able to put in enough practice. And then, you know, Core, he's still delusionally trying to be like a Valorant star. So, you know, he's not going to make it. Sorry, Core. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I'll have to ask Core. I assume he's going to be playing. I don't know if Core's trying to go on the full-time pro grind again. Because I feel like he took a break from that, right? What do you think will be announced? Okay, I'll answer this and then we'll get into the game. What do I think will be announced this Friday for AoE 4? Probably bug fixes and a pretty in-game accolade, which has me kind of sad. I just think the timing doesn't make sense because you just had the biggest expansion in the history of AoE 4 a few months back. And given Relic and Age of Empire 4's style of advertising new things and the NDA approach, I don't think they're going to have anything new to announce. I hope at least Age of Mythology has something big to announce, though. I mean, I'd hope so. They literally spent the whole last year not announcing anything. Yeah, I think I said earlier today, like, actually, the way you pad yourself, because you're not going to have anything substantial to announce for the game, is you just announce Red Bull World Law. You should announce Red Bull World Law, and you should announce that Age of Empires 4 is going to be in it. If they have that. If they don't, then it's going to get pretty depressing. Pause button coming soon? Ayo. Could you imagine? How does one learn the ways of the pigeon? You just have to go around your local neighborhood, pulling down your trousers and like taking dumps on people's cars. And then anytime someone has bread, if it's an old lady and she's at the park feeding pigeons, you just need to like jump across her lap like a dog and like grab the bread with your mouth and then just run off scampering into the distance on all four. All right. Let's get to it. Oh, it's a day of dawn, isn't it? Sounds like a blessed day to me. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action, folks. We have got Donati as the HRE going up against Kabelef as the English, who we believe is Myriad. It would make a lot of sense. This account registers as from England. I don't think he's had any games against Myriad, not from what I've seen anyway. And the amount of players in the top 100 from England is quite low. Dimu is located in Sweden. Recon has the Rack Attack account, the Recon account. It's possible Recon's made another account. But the few games I've seen, I don't feel like it played like Recon. I could be wrong, though, because one thing I have noticed with Recon recently is a very big believer in Dark Age aggro. And I know, I can't believe it. Like, the Trash Panda believes in Dark Age. Could you believe it? But the games we've been watching recently from Recon, he quite often opens with things like Raxes. This game isn't going to be too indicative of anything, considering that this is English opening with Rax. And I know a few players right now are obsessed with the idea of Rax opener for English on Cliffside. I'm still not convinced it's the way to go. Some players religiously believe in this to the point that they would bleed over it. But for me, I think the Lombo delay still hurts more. And you're trying this against a Civ that basically has access to healing at the start of the game. Donati can just sit here with a Prelate. That Men-at-Arms shouldn't really be doing anything. Let's see actually what he's going to do. Reveals on the gold. Moves in now. Scout opener looks like a lot better actually for Donati. 11 sheep compared to 6. And yeah, this is what I was talking about. This is just bad. It's like, oh, great. I'm just going to heal that off. The negative is that if you do not manually cast your Inspire, you're not Inspire buffering anyone. But Donati has more APM than a Slug. So he's capable of actually, you know, pressing W and clicking on a villager every once in a while. And Kabelef invested in 2 for this, by the way. Ultimately, I don't think they're going to be able to actually stop the gold from being gathered. They're at least making Don a little bit less efficient. And funnily enough, dude. Oh, I love Don, man. This is classic, like, Don just looks like, dude, can you just leave me alone? Dude. And then Kabelef is just there, like, scrappy dude's like, let me at him, let me. It's like, bro, just leave me alone. Dude, just stop it. And Kabelef's like, no, bro, I've got you. I have you now. Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards played. And Don's like, okay, fine. Second prelate is, I'm building a mine work. I've had enough of your crap. Like, this is a mine work build. The moment I saw that second prelate, it has to be, right? I mean, Don's the type of player to do it. You're about to force his hand. You want him to be all in, he'll happily be all in. And it works quite nicely on this map because you have got the deer stacks, the boars nearby, so you can be pretty prelate efficient. And here we go. It is indeed going to be the Minework Palace build from Donati. Now, there are no mind games involved in this Minework. This is just all about the blood. He sees that Kabelef has gone for this choice to double Men-at-Arms opener. It means he's going to be playing very aggressive as a follow-up in the feudal. It also means he's going to be delayed in the feudal. So Don's looking to take advantage of that. Now, in this matchup, your play is typically going to be to focus around archers, funnily enough. It's a little bit risky against longbows on Cliffside because it's very hard to take the wide flank. But the flip side argument is that your opponent's eco is very predictable, and blocking out just like one wood stack basically blocks out most of what the English can do. So we'll speed it up for the age up. I like this from Don, though. Also, at this stage, it's really nice to get a prelate this early because all of his economy is optimal. And yeah, dude, this is going to be HRE Archer spam. It's a smart read. I know I've talked to Don about this before. He understands this very well, that like the advantage is to play into mass archers because the whole idea is if you have marching drills, the English longbows can't reach you. And what's Kabelef going to do against that? Drop a stables, go horseman? When was the last time someone done that that's name didn't begin with a T and was the opposite of the missus? That's right, the missus is the only guy we regularly see do that stuff. Double archery range bump. Kabelef doesn't see it, dude. That's such smart positioning. Scout, it hasn't sniffed it out at all. I think that's a mistake by Red, slow on the rotation. He's at least going to see it afterwards. But now this is awkward, right? Because all of a sudden you're spamming longbows, but your pacing's matched. And with the marching drills and the steeled arrow all being so much cheaper out the Minework Palace, this is going to be a big edge at the initial clash for Don. Because Kabelef will not rush a blacksmith here. He can't afford to. He built a Rax, he built multiple Men-at-Arms, now he's building longbows. These are all premium type units. It means Don's going to get bulk archer count and then also get undermesh before he fights. Archers moving out now. Like they're just trying to cut the reinforcements. We've got 2 times speed here just for the early game clashes. These are quite easy to follow even at 2 times speed. So this is actually a good trade. He loses 1 archer, kills 2 lombos. Even if it was a 1-to-1, that's a better trade because 1, you get more eco with your double prelate play. 2, those lombos independently cost more resources. Sick read. Men-at-Arms just looking absolutely clowny right now. I mean, they've been upgraded to early Men-at-Arms. This is just not great. You need a blacksmith if you want to do this. Building Men-at-Arms at this stage is also just ugly from an economical standpoint. It's so, so expensive. Nice move there, Don. Being denied on the gold, that's really important. I just mentioned the whole power of Undermesh and Steeled Arrow. He needs to get gold first, which is why he's contesting this area. Looks like now we are going to have a pushback. The Men-at-Arms, Lombos will have to retreat. Outpost going to be countered, so this is big. 6 on the gold. If he pulls the Prelate over, he can rush into Steeled Arrow and Undermesh. Now with that pushback, we are at least seeing Kabalev has been playing into pocket ecos behind this, right? He's out on the deer, out on the berries. This is smart. I actually want to give a lot of credit to Red. If they start building farms right now, I'd call this basically over. It would kill you in this game. It's not going to make you safe long-term, though, because as you move further out into the deer, into the boar, these marching drill archers will be able to chase. March drills is already on the way. Oh, great move here. Trying to cut him off. Don just shy of what he needs there. So great microing in the end by Red, just to stay out of range. Looks like we've got a backup outpost plan now. Kabalev going for something a little bit slower. Archer count still just escalating like crazy, though. Also, keep in mind, like as long as you get a little bit of gold out of this, you're going to have what you need for siege engineering. Doesn't need to pull the villagers back. Don. Oh, dear. That's going to be free going down. It should be anyway. Good micro there. Kabalev might even get a fort for his trouble. Well played. That's a big lead against the HRE. You know, the prelates are making this a pretty efficient civ, the 40% buff on about 7 villages on average, but you know, you have to remember at the same time, the Lombo quality, the attack speed aura, the fact that Kabalev is also playing onto deer, is making up for that eco disadvantage in different ways. Dude, are you kidding me again? Again with this outpost timing? Don's game sense is on point here. Love the dive as well with the marching drills. Just look how quickly he pursues this Kabalev. Beginning to panic a little. And he should. Steeled Arrow is about to come through. At that point, this is going to be a one-sided fight, so he needs to trade as good as he can right now. Because it's about to get ugly. Love the fact he just ignores the Men-at-Arms. This is the smartest thing you can do. It's a sick play by Don. And now you can just keep chasing this back. So, good trade in the end. Took a little bit to get in range, but once he was there, he punished him for this. So he didn't scout out the wall going up on the flank at least, so that's a plus for Kabalev. But you just see how difficult it is to disengage from this. Even the Men-at-Arms now in the retreat, taking more than a tickling. Steeled Arrow has come in, which means that's going to be all 3 Men-at-Arms going down. Dude, this is way too expensive. I mean, eco kills aside, right? Yeah, you're 4 up, but the reality is the army loss. You can see it in the Destroyed Valley. This is getting ugly. Dom should just look to leave now. You don't really want to turn around for more shots. The Lombos will just take you down. Build the second wave, come in again. Is this 3 archery ranges now? It's still just 2. He should be able to afford 3 in the next, like, 30 seconds at this pacing. The only reason he hasn't done it yet is because he needs to get the tech upgrades. And, well, here we go. Siege engineering now on the way. What on earth is up with the wildlife here? That is the Men-at-Arms. That's a Houndmaster right there. I mean, I don't know how Kabalev actually counters this now. This is like, I think this is one of English's hardest counters anyway in Feudal Age. This opening is very difficult to deal with. The Mindwork pass play, by the way, was just a cherry on top. When he saw how delayed the English were and the fact that like it allows you to stay ahead on blacksmith decks, it breaks the game. The marching drills just being much cheaper, much faster. The fact that you have Steeled Arrow, meaning you're doing the same damage as Lombos, and the fact that you also now have Undermesh to make sure you're doing more damage than Lombos. It's not fair. Yeah, once again, 1-for-1 trade. That's worthwhile for Don every time. And this should be a ram now coming. Why did I just get deja vu? Wait, have we literally seen Don and Kabalev do this before in a matchup? I could have sworn we've seen this exact matchup this exact way before. Did we already watch this game? No. Don, have you had a very similar game against Kabalev before? How old is this replay? Dude, I got like the craziest sense of deja vu. How many days ago? Alright, I guess I'm just having a weird deja vu feeling. This was only a day ago. I swear I've seen someone do this exact same type of build against Kabalev and shut him down the exact same way before. Either that, or I'm just having a weird feeling. I don't know, I get this sometimes where I literally dream. I dream a weird thing, and then I'll swear, like, you know what I mean, where you like wake up, you're like, wait, I've seen this before. Either that, like I said, I think we have cast Kabalev once before, and I think it was English versus HRE or something comparative on this map. But he's playing the exact same build, and spoiler alert, he got absolutely stomped in that game. I think it's pretty clear we're heading to say, no, this is definitely different. Don Hardy, it's Burgrave time. I hope you got some ham to go with your cheese, mate, because this is about to slap his opponent out of this game quite quickly. I mean, you've gone Men-at-Arms, you've gone Lombos, right? You have no answer to MAA spam in Castle Age. Marchidrill's already been prepped, Undermesh is already there, level 2 is not going to be very expensive, right? Just 210 resources for that. Not to mention the fact it only takes 43 seconds. Dude, this looks over. And I love the fact that Don isn't staying at home. Usually you have to back up to defend your tech up, but not in this situation. Don already stockpiling a bunch of gold, and he's going for the economy of Kabalev. Dude, this is sick. Marchidrill's going to make this so quick as well. You'll see it, but will you be able to react to it fast enough? Even with Wheelbarrow, it feels like you'll be hanging around too long. Villagers start to get sniped. And Kabalev accruing more losses here. Wrap round, trying to reach in, but the Burgrave is going to be fine. 1 or 2 villagers are going to go down, but no way to stop the tech up. Don Hardy will reach Castle Age. Dive into the base now, but these Men-at-Arms, I mean, they just die so fast to this. Archer upgrade has already been queued. Last of the villagers are being hunted down. Well played by Don here to make sure that he stays on the offensive when normally you'd have to actually defend here. Kabalev looking to not make it easy, though. Lombos are circling. Interesting that he's targeting down the Men-at-Arms. I think that's just a misclick. Just retargets now into Lombos. He's going to lose a few troops for this, as well as a few of the Prelates. But on the other side of this, that upgrade is coming through quick, right? We are just 30 seconds away. Balanced projectiles just 15. At that point, you can guarantee Kabalev is going to lose a lot more, a lot quicker. These Lombos don't dive fast enough. All these villagers for Kabalev are going to die quick enough. Move it in. Don, here we go. Villagers have to run for the high hills. He's trying to put up a defense force here, but I mean, the veterancy is coming through very soon. Like, you're not going to have enough troops to hold this area. Out of time on the farm's also achieved. So many boxes being ticked here for Don. Sure, he doesn't have the mass Men-at-Arms spam right now. You could argue this Burgrave looks worthless. But I'd argue it doesn't need to look S tier. The archers are their own little Burgrave effect in this game, the way they've been played. It's kind of weird, right? In a game where we've just seen a Burgrave drop, the archers are actually the main actor. The Burgrave is just genuinely the supporting cast. Like, they maybe get like 5 seconds on stage. They basically have one line and they do a little dance and they go off. Meanwhile, these archers are like, I don't know, 5 episodes of He-Man playing back to back at once. It's crazy what they've done here. Also, relics now being gathered by Don. New archers are moving in, and oh no. Come on. That's vicious. Prelate's at least going to get sniped. Gold now being outed out. Archers are moving back across, and I think Kabalev, if his plan was to go Castle Age, this is looking ugly. You might get there. You got 700 gold, but you won't get much once you're there. Outpost being built up. Well, Long King needs to come out here. Donald. Sir. Need to talk. These villages. Oh my god, it's just crazy. I mean, it's like, it's definitely not ideal trading a lot of the time from Don here, but it's just the momentum these archers now have. The army's not big enough to contest this, and look at where the villagers are! Oh no. I mean, he's too split, right? His archers were guarding the gold to try and stop any Men-at-Arms. I understand the fear. Kabalev's like, if he gets MAA, this is over. But funnily enough, even without a single Men-at-Arms, this is over. Eco now being dove. I don't see a way out of this hole. More men at arms are being spammed up. Don he's got level 2 ranged armor now. It's insane how tanky you are up against these Lombos. And sure, the gold has been blocked this whole time. Sure, we're looking at a game where I don't think Don is going to get a chance to put a single men at arms. I just don't think it matters. Literally, Archers alone wins him this game. What a wild game. Kabalev now queuing Horseman. The problem here as well is, like, at this stage, Archers in this quantity just annihilate Horsemen. You don't have the count, right? Like, you're already at a disadvantage. 3 armor versus 9 damage. It's not pretty. Oh my god. And now a dive onto the farms. That one Horseman trying to charge in. Funnily enough, he's actually clicking on the men at arms instead. I love that he's not even taking out the thing that's meant to counter him. It's like, we leave that one until last. That's the cherry on top, baby. Oh my goodness. Horseman goes down though. What a crazy game. Don finally adding in the first men at arms. I mean, that might be enough to force the GG out of red. I mean, funnily enough, I legit think he could have just spammed Archers non-stop and still won this game. He built such an incredible lead. And even though the eco count is neck and neck, it feels anything but in this game. You got to remember the prelates are going to start getting pumped out to buff up the lines. We'll eventually be looking at more relics being garrisoned. It usually helps you drop them in. But even the archer count down to what it is, remember that he hasn't got everything here, right? He's still got some rallied on the gold line protecting. The men at arms are about to show up in the base, and Kabalev is still a minute plus away from beginning a tech up without building any units. I mean, how would he make this happen? Maybe if he condenses around the TC, he's got 3 farm clusters there, but the problem is these archers, they move in and out so quickly, so you still lose more eco that way. Come on, boys. Always prioritized here. The movement speed, it's kind of crazy when you watch it in a fight like this. Like, it makes all the other infantry look so trivial. I love that Don's showing off the power of archers here, because we just don't see it in the HRE, but we are going to see a GG. What a crazy play. Burgrave with basically no men at arms. Only in Don. Only in Don will you see games like this. That was a crazy game. What do I call it? Like, I mean, it's the reference to the Burgrave, right? Burgrave with archers. Fake Burgrave? Yeah, I guess it's like the thumbnail can say fake Burgrave. Decoy Burgrave. Yeah, well, that's going on the thumbnail. I'm thinking of the title. I'm thinking maybe of the title of putting who needs men at arms build archers. I don't know if that's like kind of giving away too much though. I don't think it is because the archers came so early in the game. Oh no, I agree, Don. That was really well played. Like you legit, you just like, oh no. The longbows are the only thing killing me here. Like, dude, you actually made the archers look that they move at 1.45 movement speed. That was absurd. They were zooming in that game. All right, so I think we've got more pro players online. Maybe we can find some interesting live games. Let me have a look here. A little bit of a peek in. How long does it take to burn a 600 HP TC? I think the burn rate is like, is it 10 a second, I think? That sounds about right. You would have been fine. clearly anti-toxic maneuvers, Dom. If you're toxic to your opponents, your game crashes. GG. Could you imagine? I still need to fix my chat box. It hasn't got a back shadow, so everything looks bad. I don't know what happened to the back shadow, actually. It used to be there, and then it just disappeared. Weird. Yeah, look at that. It's meant to have a back shadow on the thingies. It just doesn't right now. It's very, very, very weird. Just not sure what happened, actually. I'll have to look at it later. Put it over there. So we can. I said I was going to quickly check replays. Some of our top players. Thank you, those though, Don. Those were really entertaining. So Lucy was playing earlier. Did he have any interesting opponents? I don't think so. Doesn't look like it anyway. Lucifron just coming on early in the day to farm all the lower rank players. Big smart. Balu, Numidan was playing yesterday. Who was he playing against? Yeah, he had that game against BC. I'm really annoyed I can't watch that one because that was Mongolian Heights with Delhi versus Japanese, which is quite peculiar. Dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. Didn't write anything in chat, but you thought about it. So has Anatan started playing again? Pog. So Anno had a game versus Kiljardi. He actually had 2 versus Kiljardi. Interesting. Japanese versus Byzantines. And we also have Mongols versus Byzantines. Jap versus Biz could be fun. Maybe. It's on Gorge. I'm kind of getting a little bit... I'm the only one kind of getting bored of Gorge. I feel like it comes up more than, like, anything else at this point. We need more Dry Arabia. I'm kind of reaching the point where I want a little bit more Dry Arabia. There's way too much Gorge. I actually, like... I want more... Weirdly enough, I kind of want more Mongolian Heights. I actually want more maps, dude. I'm kind of bored with the limited amount of maps we have in the rotation. It's a snooze fest. I legit actually wouldn't even mind watching a game of Altai. It's like... It's at that point. You know what I mean? Do you know that HRE in-games is one of the very rare games we out-APM'd? Dude, you got like click A, click A, click A. It's very important you click A. Black Forest? Good God, no. But there are legit, like, there's some feelings like some of those I'm just like, I'd like to see some extra maps in. Golden Pit is just redundant. I'm bored of that. People complain if any map isn't Dry Arabia. Yeah, people need to stop smoking whatever they're smoking, dude. I think, like, Dry Arabia, I get it's the most competitively balanced, but seeing it all the time is boring. But the only reason I'm willing to accept I want to see more of it is because right now I'm just seeing way too much, like, Gorge. As much as I've loved that map, I think people are starting to discover ways of just using it to cheese a much later stage of the game, which is not a good thing. Outside's just trade test? Oh, sure, like, but, you know, in general, I'm just saying, like, some different new maps would be nice. Heroes of Might and Magic 3, second best game in the world after Heroes of Might and Magic 2. I never really got into 2. I'll always be a bigger fan of 3. But hell yeah, 3's incredible. Ooh, we might have to check those out later, Don. Thank you for letting me know that. 2 versus 4 golds. Who was your teammate? Did you just like noob stomp with another pro player? You a big meanie? The hell? Core? No, Core was on the other side. Okay, that was mean. You and Vortex. Interesting. She just turned up to Vortex's like stream. You're like, I can kick the crap out of your community. He's like, let's do it. Let's do it, bro. We got it. Okay, sorry, I was just checking the message. Who said hello? He's like, hey, you want to come create content for me? Like, yeah. Did a game where 2 gold players played versus 2 gold, and we both coached the team. Oh, dude, yeah, that's cool. I remember, like, there was a tournament I always wanted to design and do where it would be pro players, basically just overseeing a team of like content creators from different games that didn't have RTS experience. And you would choose the matchups. You would basically sit there and you'd be able to coach them in game as they go. But like they would be complete RTS noobs. It would be so fun. And then you just literally on the broadcast, you just go for listenings. And all you could hear is just like Marine Lord molding his poor newbie. All right. Cheers, Arkliev. Have a good one, buddy. All right, should we get ready? Ugh. Let's go. The purest form of new content. Japanese versus Byzantines. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action for a showdown between Pivotan, aka Anatan, and Killjadi. Everyone asked them, like, what kind of matchup do you want? These guys have been clashing a bunch on the ladder at the moment, and they were adamant they wanted more Gorge. I can't think. Okay, let me know how people feel in the chat, right? Like, I just asked the live chat for the YouTube later. Do you guys like how much Gorge is coming up? I feel like Gorge is coming up more than any other map I've seen. Most of our games cast as Gorge. And it feels like the games are either over in like 10 minutes or they take 40 plus minutes. Considering that Anatan is in this game, it could be a 40-minute plus game. But on the flip side, Killjadi's also here, and we know he likes to end the game in 15 minutes. So let's see what we've got in mind here. Pivotan is going to be playing as the more defensive side of the Byzantines. And typically, we usually see the Japanese go for a fast castle rush into full aggro build. I am outraged, sir. Wait, is it perfect? It might have been one shy, but that's Sag. That's so close. And yes, I agree. So one big issue with Gorge right now is the sheep spawning. I do agree. There's a lot of things I like the idea of. I actually like the secondary gold is so far out on the flank. I like the idea of the foods being pocketed really off into the corners. And I like that you don't have much safe wood. But the sheep spawns are genuinely letting this map down. Like, this map shined brighter than any map at Red Bull Waterlore Legacy, in my opinion. And that map, of course, didn't have the sheep issues. So once they fix that, I genuinely think like it's borderline close to like Dry Arabia levels of competitive. I know Dry Arabia is a bit more inviting to all, but I genuinely think in terms of the quality of games, you could argue Dry Arabia, if the player wants to camp and the other wants to stop him, I'd say Dry Arabia more often the person can camp. Whereas on Gorge, if both players want to camp, sure, walls go up, no one moves. But if one player wants to all in, I feel like there's more opportunities to be all in than there is on Dry Arabia. And what the Wait, what? Oh my god, Anatan is going for the mercenary house on the trade post. wait. Dude. Look how close the alternative was. He knew this though, right? Yeah, he scouted both, so he's intentionally choosing to build on the trade post over here. One, because he wants to party, and two, because it's right next to the enemy base. What? Dude, wait, what? Okay, this game's already wild. We've got Shinobi versus Sipahi in a Japanese Byzantine matchup. I'm sorry, my brain cells right now after that statement. This is wild. And it's unfortunate that he didn't go for the other, because actually if he went for the Magadai even here, Magadai or Desert Raiders, you could kite these guys. But now with the Shinobi play, Killjadi, it's a tower rush. Dude, this game's wild. Keep in mind, this is post-nerf Koka Township, right? Where you don't immediately get the Shinobi straight away. So this is on a delay. But because of the play that Pivotan's making, it makes sense. It works. What a crazy game. Outpost being queued up. Killjadi, here we go. Defensive outpost is good from Pivotan. It protects the Grand Winery. They did actually go for the greed choice here. And this means they're going to get a lot of olive oil. Enough to guarantee a double poke of Sipahi. What a crazy game. Mind you, this was kind of a pivotal choice, actually, up against Pivotan himself. Look at where the berries are. This block was really good. I like that Anatan didn't get too greedy. Some players genuinely would have tried to drop a Grand Winery far out between the two, not expecting Koka Township, and they would just GG because of it. But this keeps him alive. And I love this. Killjadi, he says, it's going to be worthwhile because I'm playing as the Japanese, which means with Tawara and already being taken, I can easily get a better gathering rate on these berries than I'd ever get on the sheep. Dude, what a great read. This is a really cool game already, man. 6 minutes in, and these two, as expected, are delivering. Meanwhile, Sipahi now being queued up. The nice thing about this for Anatan is it actually kind of forces the next reaction out of Japanese before he has to make a choice in his contract, right? Because remember, you don't have to select a contract to select these. Another nice thing is by doing it this way, you get mercs while saving an extra 100 olive oil. Pretty cool little detail. So fortification coming in. Sabotages do continue on the distance. That's eventually going to go down. Kind of annoying for Anatan, but for the time being, he still at least gets the extra gathering rate all the while through on his entire economy. What a wild game, man. Behind this, Killjadi is going fast castle. It's a bit dangerous, mainly because it means you don't have farms insulating you, so you have like a very strong, consistent castle timing. This is almost like a fake I'm strong at the beginning of castle. He'll have initial food to kind of get him floated and into the initial samurai, Mount Samurai, what it's going to be. But as you get deeper into the castle age, your economy gets a lot weaker. And here we go, Sipahi have arrived in the economy. Killjadi's like, what? Why do you have Sipahi? The question now is whether he tries to contest with Shinobi. It looks like instead he's just going to prioritize the tech up. Ugly position to be doing it from because you are actually outside the TC influence, but it doesn't look like Anatan knows. Remember, he spawned these far away from base. He doesn't have a scout, so he doesn't know. And oh my god, there we go. He gets a sniff. Ano, who's saving up for his own tech up, knows he's going to be slower, so he needs to slow this down. Killjadi have to shift the villagers away. We'll better move towards the TC and free Sipahi and not going to be able to dive that. So we'll be able to get the tech up now. Other side of this, berries are still being gathered. Berries are still being denied. In fact, interesting detail, folks. This final berry is not safe. If Anatan moves towards it, he should get hit. On top of that, he's starting to lose the outpost. Wait, dude. Okay, that's sick. Killjadi, he went in and sabotaged and then Shinshined out. That's why that was on fire. The outpost is going to go down. It's a win for Killjadi here. Immediately jump in with the Shinshin. One villager does go down. Looks like it's going to be a Shinobi trade, though. Will be a move away. Anatan now beginning the tech up. Golden Horn Tower on the way. I like how despite the aggro on both sides, we are just moving very quickly into Castle Age. Rax now being dropped, so there we go. Yorishiro Rax. Mass Samurai on the way. Anatan, is he going to read this correctly? Is he going to have the right response? He's already got an archery range down, so theoretically getting crossbows is easy peasy. But he has to understand that it's coming. And remember, this is a game where Anatan, although he has got Sipahi, they're blind. He doesn't have a scout to sniff this out early. Still, I am a bit worried for Killjadi's mid-game economy. Like, right now, he's chosen to go Men-at-Arms, aka Samurai. The problem with Samurai is they're not as good on the bang for buck as Mount Samurai. Mount Samurai, of course, costs a lot more to build in the gold department. But what you end up getting in return is this whole idea of, like, each one is independently capable of more. These Samurai, however, require larger quantities, and that strains your food more. Food that Killjadi doesn't have in surplus because, remember, he didn't go for the Kura storehouse. See food on the front side. Looks like a decent amount has been taken here. He still has got the berries at home, right? He didn't take all of them, so about 300 food left over there. And he has got some smuggled berries on the right side here. So there are some ways he can be sneaky, but it's very difficult because Anatan has played into the Sipahi play. He has that rotational potential. And it means that I'm a bit worried Killjadi might get spread a bit too thin defending here. Shinobi looking for an in. Outpost will be able to defend this, though. Mangonel emplacement's coming. If there's one thing that I'm sure can crush a Shinobi, it has to be a Mangonel. Spy's still being a little bit of a nuisance. We're going to go to 2 times speed just because there's only a little bit of active raiding happening. Nothing too all-in. Looks like it's going to be a move for relics coming out from both players. Anatan making his move. Remember, the Grand Winery is basically a monastery. On the other side, of course, you do get the Monk's courtesy of the Floating Gate. So, looking at the map right now, this could very easily be a 2-3 relic split. Killjadi might be quick enough to actually make it 4. It's going to be tough, though, because these Sipahi are going to start breaking Anatan out of this choke. In fact, he's wrapping now. Did the interception? Is he going to find it? No way! I can't believe that. He just about misses the return of the relic there. So Killjadi begins to look more and more like it could be a 4 relic game. He's going to have to be quick about this, though, because Pivotan is already shifting out wide on the left. And he's guarding here on this relic. So that might be the saving grace here, keeping it at 2-3. And Sipahi, in the meantime, will ride in. More eco kills are being found. Outpost is going to be denied in the meantime. Wait, come on. Let's get it chained in, boys. That's a long way around to get there. This outpost we're going up, that's going to secure the boar and the deer, so a lot of food now safely for Anatan to work with. That's going to be important considering the mass on the Bagisha. Wall on the flank is going to be a denial. Relic is going to be picked up, so this is turning into a 2 relic game for Anatan. Mass on a Bagisha, dude. So slow it down a bit because we've already got to highlight this. This mass on a Bagisha strat is very front-forward facing with not much behind it. And what I mean by that is if you fail to posture once, you lose all eco here. He has not begun to upgrade his TC. He has not begun to add in farms. He's playing full raw food. He's also even relying on farmhouses with Yoroshiras in them to back him up this. There is a lifeline to this play. There is a point at which you exhaust all food you have. So these Onabagisha need to hit hard, and they need to hit soon. And this is not the hit I'm looking for. That's a bad fight. Oh my god, that's a terrible fight. What the... Did he kill anything? I feel like he got stuck hitting onto the Varangian, and Varangian have extra melee armor compared to your standard men-at-arms, right? So these Onabagisha were doing nothing. That's an expensive loss. 80 resources total, 60 in the food. We already highlight that the food is very limited here. He's got the boar for the time being, but the deer are a bit more front side. The berries are going to split in between the left and right flank, and we know there's still always more Sipahi to come, right? More being queued up as we speak. Yeah, Golden Horn Tower. Doing the wonderful deed of adding in some free. Well, Onabagisha. I think this should be defendable for Anatan, though. Monk is going to be taken down. Shinto is on standby to pick it up. But the Sipahi should be able to kind of close this out, right? I'm a little bit surprised the army is moving the way it is. Instead of actually going to intercept on the retreat, it's actually chasing in the shadow. But with 2 Sipahi, this should be good enough to take this down. No wall low either, right? Nope. Still on cooldown. We'll at least get close to the outpost, but double Sipahi will kill another Shinto. And this army could actually clear up the outpost, right? I guess not. He's only got 4 Varangian. I know, now adding in the farm. So his eco is going to get better and better. Deer is also still being exhausted. Other side of it, we have now got farms. Remember that Killjadi is now behind. Well, he should be. No horticulture yet, but even without horticulture, remember that Pivotan is getting extra resources from these farms via the olive oil. So Daimyo has finally been queued up there. So Killjadi really needs to ramp this count up. I want to see 20 farms in the next minute and a half. That's a good position to find yourself in for pumping Onabagisha. Other side of this, Anatan is still playing pocket resources, the deer, the berries that haven't ran out just yet, right? But after that, we're expecting him to probably add in an extra 10 to 15 farms. He really needs to get into horticulture, though. The lack of horticulture, I think, is hurting his surge point here. Sipahi, I think they are actually doing a good job of still existing the way they are, right? I believe he's been adding in 1 or 2 extra contracts here, but still maintaining about 2 to 3 bulk loads of them at a time isn't too bad. It's just opening up opportunities to try and catch Killjadi on these flank resources, which is what he needs to be doing. You see he's actually been patrolling on the berries, expecting a move out there. Unfortunately, he didn't send more troops to the right side, which is where most of the eco efforts outside the base for Killjoy are situated. Obviously, Daimyo about to be queued up. This is where Killjoy should start to inflate his eco lead. The deer is about to like exhaust soon, right? The berries are definitely drying up on the backside here. Meanwhile, farm count, like I said, should be going up by an extra 10 soon. I mean, worker count, only 8 on wood isn't great for that, but he's not really spending wood anywhere else right now. And also, remember, the reason why he's got so many on wood, not on wood rather, is because he's got on stone right now. So after he's done exhausting what he needs for the Shogunate Castle, it should be a move onto the wood line, and then, boom, you just pump up into farm count. Wouldn't even be surprised if he considers going for a second TC here. Nobugisha do now have that aura courtesy of the Daimyos. No rush to dive into this, though. The quality of the army that's being fielded by Anatan does mirror what's coming out from Killjoy. And also, the bigger issue is these Mangonel outposts. Mangonel outposts are an absolute pain in the ass. The damage output they'd have on what are essentially glass cannons, it's definitely hard felt. So we're looking like we might eventually just end up in Imperial here. I don't feel like this game is going to end too quickly. So then we have to start asking the question, who's better off? Is it Japanese or is it Byzantines? I think early, I'd favor the Byzantines. But late, the Japanese. The reason is the changes that came in around the contracts, right? I think your ability to kind of surge just feels a lot weaker. It's probably going to be, like, you're probably going to be going Streltsy here, right? Like, I feel you're always going to be going Streltsy. Mass Onobugisha can just slap that down, though. I think it becomes an issue of, like, raid potential. Dude, what the hell is going on back here? The Shinobi just denying the TC from being built. I imagine we're going to see a mirrored move now that Killjoy's confirmed there's a TC on the way. But to kind of like hit on that point again in the late game, if you start scaling Mass Streltsy into this, you're going to be up against Azutsu, you're going to probably be using a slow moving comp, and you're going to be up against like either Onobugisha, which counters you, or you end up against Mass Samurai with Mass Varangian. And I just don't think Varangian are going to outperform there, even with the Berserk. Like the power of Odachi and Oda Tactics is just undeniable. Makes that unit such a powerhouse in the late game for melee mosh pits. These raids are starting to get a bit annoying though. Killjoy just trying to split the military force, right? He's trying to draw all the attention of Pivotan to one side and then dive the other side of the base. Don't feel like he's got the right formation for this right now. Killjoy, I think he's like not sending enough troops wide enough, which is why I like this detail. You want to split it left to right, not south to north. Even then, you still have to contest with these absurd outposts. You'd think they'd get the hint. There's just no food gathering going on there. With the Shogunate Castle complete, it makes sense as well. Killjoy's priority should now just be spamming farms in a condensed fashion. It means he doesn't have to worry about these raids on the flank ecos. He can just pile everything into one location, protect it with a rocket launcher, and then send all of his military towards the Byzantine base. We're going to hit the speed up anyway. Wide Arc coming in from the Onobugisha. We are hitting a point where Anatan is actually much stronger. This Varangian count is really scary. If he looks to just dive the main base, like it's problematic. As long as there's some Cairo Siphons to back it up, even a Shogunate Castle can struggle to hold that. It is risky to go for a dive, but I'm just thinking raw comp potential. Onobugisha will never win, but that's not Killjoy's goal, right? This is his goal. It's never meant to be, let's have a direct fight. It's meant to be, run around your own base like a headless chicken while I kill everything. Man, that's exactly what he's looking to do. No textiles here either. Means this is quite problematic. Anatan not pulling away the villagers. Wait. Oh my god, that's sick! Dude, the Akratoy just saved his life there. He doesn't even stop gathering. He only lost about 5 villagers courtesy of the +2 defense, which puts him up to a total of +4 against a unit that only hits for 10. Wow, that should have been so many losses as well. There was no textiles there. Just a great read by Anatan. Buys him time, lets him trade with the army, and now puts him ahead for a push-in timer. Sipahi, wrap around the back. Varangian need to get moving though. Like, if this is going to work, if you're going to punish this, you need to go now. Other side of it, Killjoy. He was considering an Impage. Can he do it anymore? His economy isn't looking that big, but wow. Wow. He's actually going to pull the trigger. At 120 population, he's going Imperial. Oh my god. If this gets scouted, if this gets seen, and it has been seen, this could be GG. He needs to get more villages now. Up to 14. Okay, hear me out, hear me out. This is why. This is the reason Killjody's doing this. If he can get 2 Revoltiquins out, Anatan dies. His whole army, look at it, 62 Varangian, but instead it's a cancel! Killjardy with the most unnecessarily aggressive Tanagashima Gunsmith he could have built. And now it's a desperation Gunsmith on the backside, 32 villages, make it 33. The only mistake Anatan can make here is not diving. It's risky because the Shogunate Castle, but you know he's now teching up. And if you're going to let him do it, you have to tech up yourself. You can't just wait around like this. Oh my god. Dude, what a crazy sequence of events in the last minute. From the Akratoid defensive hold to the tech up being stuck behind this, the read by Anatan, but now Anno. Honestly, you might be wondering why the hell isn't he going in? Look at his economy and you'll see why. He has 23 groves. That's not enough to reboom an army and then also afford Imperial Age. So instead, he has to back up and accept this game for what it is now. It's going to be late game. What a crazy one. Shogunate Castle now has a decent amount of farms around it. I'd say about 30. 24. We're getting there. Pocket resources are pretty much exhausted. He's still got the berries over here, but the board's been taken. North side has just not been grabbed at all. He's moving for the gold out to the north, though. And Anno, at this stage, the issue with the play he's now commencing with is it makes your move obvious. If I'm Killjardy and I'm looking at the fact you didn't dive then, I know you're never diving until you're Imperial. So I get all the time in the world. I can slow prompt these Ozutsu out. I can go for all my upgrades. I don't have to feel frantic about this. So Sipahi are going to find the move out on the flank. So well played there, Anatan. I mean, he'd been patrolling here for a good 10 minutes, it felt like. Killjardy, with the quick wall in though, will save some lives on this day. It's about farm spamming and now going for Imperial. You don't really want to have to clash. And Killjardy, although he's starting to get his veterancies, his elite status is in, his army isn't big enough that he should be looking to dive the enemy base yet. Samurai now right on the north side. I mean, the Sipahi are actually still getting pretty good trades here. Even the Textiles. The high base damage, right? The high health also means you can kind of just ignore the Samurai, shrug it off. And it might not look like much, right? Like, you might look and go, okay, why are we focusing on, like, 5 villager kills? Look at Killjardy's eco count. 5 villager kills is actually a substantial amount of his economy. Now Killjardy is looking to take a dent out of the enemy base. Marches in. More Zutsu arriving. Flash comes in. Varangian aren't upgraded, though. This is a castle versus Imperial fight, and Killjardy has everything he needs. Adachi tech should be there. The swings of these elite Onibugisha as well. Everything added up. And wait, can I double check that? He has definitely got the Adachi. So this is going to be an absolute wipe. Backstab comes in for the Sipahi. They need to get on top of those Zutsu to make it worthwhile. Crossbows behind it are actually keeping Anatan alive here. Samurai count shrinking quite a bit. Down to just 9. It looks like it's going to be a good hold. Anatan, he has to throw away 40 plus Varangian for it. But he stays alive. Has to reinvest into army here. It does mean he's not going to be able to reach Imperial in the next 2 minutes. But it at least means that Killjardy cannot reach that valuable economy that has inflated far ahead of the Japanese. Zutsu at the tail end are starting to make this a bit annoying, though. A bit of a nuisance. He actually needs... Wait, what's his production at? He's like got 3 Raxas working on this. That's not enough for Varangian coming. And they're coming from too far away, so it's going to be a little bit of a denter into the farmlands. Azutsu still actually trading quite bloody well. Backstab is at least now coming in. Varangian should be able to reach this. And remember, there's no melee armor on those Zutsu. Berserk does get activated. They're like, well, we're going to die in 1 hit anyway, so we might as well try to kill them faster. It's looking shaky, though. I mean, Anansan, it looked like he was holding, but Killjardy, this second wave, this second burst is starting to dive into the economy. Now, keep in mind the farms are still uncontested, right? Like Anatan at the backside, he still has this operational. And that's a lot of olive groves, about 40 working here. But behind this, there's no pressure coming onto Killjardy. that's problematic, right? Like, at this stage, Kiljardi's playing desperate onto the flanks. He needs additional gold to keep the push going. And you haven't got anything to really contest that. In fact, in desperation, Anatan has started spawning Arbor Trie from the neutral trade post to try and help him. I mean, if that doesn't say it's looking bad, I don't know what is. Grand Winery does go down. Mangonels might save him from the outpost, but Azutsu can make quick work of that, so it's really important you keep contesting. Dude, this is such a hard game right now for Anno. I mean, how do you find a way out of this? Like, you're kind of in limbo right now. If you can't get, say, about 700, 800 food more income a minute than your opponent, I don't see a world in which you reach Imperial here. Remember, that's the one area where the Japanese can annihilate you in. The food income on these farms set up around the Shogunate is just going to boost them up ahead of you. In fact, he has gotten a little bit loose. I don't like the way that Kiljardi set up his base. It feels like this is a perfect opportunity for a second TC. I'm surprised he's not going for it. Like, the investment cost, you've got all the stone you need at this point. The upkeep cost isn't that high, right? You're just basically spending 150 food a minute. But in return, if you drop a TC here and immediately Shogunate up, the extra food gathering you're going to get off, say, 5, 6... well, more than that eventually farms, makes up for the spend on villagers. Instead, though, Kiljardi just keeps pumping. Azutsu are slowly scaling up. Remember that here, folks. And one issue I do have with Anatan's comp is that there's no, like, horseman spam coming, right? If he was able to afford 10 horsemen here, or just spam more Sipahi, it would break this. But apparently, Kiljardi has slowed down. What? Okay, that's heavy. That's expensive. In full retreat, Azutsu are going to get cut down first. And I mean, you can't really afford these type of losses when you're still trailing an eco like this. Also, level 2 eco coming in, right? Pivotan, at this point, has been playing off just the level 1 eco upgrade. Second level with these farms, I talked about a lead he'd need to build. That's now going to start coming in. Remember, there's a lot of farms here you can access. The Grand Winery needs to be repaired. But after that, the level of eco inflation to his farms is going to exceed what Kiljardi can do. I mean, there's just questionable gaps here from Kiljardi, I think. And now that we reach this kind of calming point, you have to look and go, okay, so who can reach pop first? It's undoubtedly Anatan. Double TC, loads of military production, better food gathering rates right now, gold being gathered in higher quantities, more farms being added in. It just all points to Anatan. So Kiljardi needs to start sniping eco. Like, he needs to find an opportunity. Unfortunately, Anatan has built up walls. Now, the Azutsu can break through these, but it means you're not going to be sniping eco. Best case scenario, you're going to be idling it. Palatine School. There it is, folks. It's on the way. Okay, this is kind of an alteration point in this game, I'd say. Varangian just became a lot more affordable. The Palatine School just basically on average pumping one out for free every 4 or every 3, right, is a really big deal. Definitely every 4. Loss of the gold is exhausting, so it might be a bit dicey to thread the needle. He is going to have to secure some additional resources, but if he reaches this 4k gold, I think that's really all he needs to get an army together to repel this. Oh, sorry, you're right. Azutsu cannot break wall. Good chat out there, chat. They have range damage. Oof. Burn the building's coming in, though. I believe that is not Oda Tactics, surprisingly enough. Yeah, still no Oda Tactics. No, it must be. He's just behind on melee text, right? No, he just doesn't have it. Yeah, he does not have Oda Tactics. That is what's missing here, but the burn's coming in. Anatan looking for the backstab. Langstack moving in here, nice staggered formation. Kiljardi in retreat, but that means he's going to expose the Azutsu. Has to turn, has to hold. Azutsu peel back just in time. Trade out is going to be good. Remember, this is a Castle Age army versus an Imp Age army. Even with the Dialecticus tech timings, this is not quick enough from Anatan before he loses troops. Still, keeps that TC alive, barely. Crossbows cutting the reinforcements. Upgrades are now piling in. Anatan, it was shaky, it was difficult, but with a 50 eco lead, of course he was going to make it. This is still a sticking point for me, though. 11 on the backside of this. They can still move in to clean up the TC. Crossbows having to retreat into the choke point. Man, Kiljardi's just not slowing down. This is crazy. you feel like he should be running out of resources, but you have to remember he's at 4 relics. He's also got the extra 2 Yoroshiros, so he's got extra resources coming there. Yes, he's behind by almost double the eco in favor of Anatan, but it's the Shogunate Castle farms that are really just keeping him in this game right now. I do think there should have been a transition to a second TC. It would have made this much easier for him. But he's at least keeping this even. The problem is now with Anatan reaching Imperial Age, how even can it be? Right? Like, these fights have been even because it's Castle versus him. That's no longer the case. I don't know, man. I think Kiljadi's approach to this, he hasn't given himself any backup plan now. Right? He's just raw behind. I mean, you can see it. We talked about the eco numbers, where it would matter. If Anatan was able to get 500 plus extra income a minute, that's where you'd see him swing this. And folks, we're past that now. He's ahead by about 700 food income. Gold is limited, yes, but with 4K access here, that's really all you need at this stage. And in fact, now with the Lombo switch coming in, nah, that's 100% just the Golden Horn Tower. Yeah, we're getting baited. This should be... I think you just go Langsneck. I genuinely don't think you have to get too elegant with this. Streltsy might seem like a desirable play, but I think the pricing on them makes them less so. Right, like trying to spam them out. 720 olive oil is not cheap. The contract now coming in. I mean, he's not holding the olive oil, right? So that's a good sign. I think Langsneck is genuinely the way you break this. With Varangian plus Langsneck, these Samurai, sure they get more damage against Varangian, but the reality is the Langsneck kind of balance things out in your favor. Lanks? Oh, dude, you're so sneaky. I love this. I know. You only need a few swipes, right? And everything matters. So great reaction there by Kiljadi. 3 of those got in the back line, and all of a sudden that would have been over 10% of the economy of Kiljadi just gone. Still a bit of a breathing room, bit of a slowdown, but only because Anno's getting more tech upgrades. Like, this is difficult. And yes, this game has been going on a lot longer than expected. The crazy part to think about is not just the fact that this is giving raid potential later in the game. If you think about the opening by both players in this game, this felt like a 15-minute downer. Right? You had Coca Township on one side, you had a proxy Merc house on the trade post on the other. They both wanted a quick end to this game, but neither were able to get it. I think Kiljadi, he looked for that quick end once the Imperial Age was reached, but failing to hit it like this, it means that as the minutes go on, this game favors Anno more and more now. The eco lead is just undeniable. The fact that he's got kite shields coming in, the chip drop shields rather, which could give the extra attack speed, movement speed with a Berserk to the Varangian. I mean, this is where he starts to break you. Elite Army Tactics is also on the way. And guys, I can't believe this. There's still no Oda Tactics. Like, you cannot have 2.6k gold in reserve without Oda Tactics. I can't believe this, dude. That detail is so critical. It's a blunder by Kiljadi. I don't think he's even realized it. But no Unitech after several minutes in Imperial Age now really is the ball buster here. I just can't believe it, man. What a sad way that he's potentially going to lose this now. I mean, it's funny how he like prioritizes things like Shinto rituals, but he doesn't actually get the one thing that would make his army so much more powerful. Oda Tactics, that extra 20% health, 20% damage. I mean, it means that Samurai would destroy Varangian. That's not going to be the case here. Charge comes in. Langsneck spread out. Lines from both sides. Zutsu are blasting through the center, but there's no way you can hold on for long here. Langs are getting added in as time goes on. A decent fight to begin with. Remember, this is up against the production of Anatan and also up against the economy, both of which are in his favor here. And with that front line starting to fold, the Zutsu need to run. Meanwhile, Varangian have found their way into the economy again. Dude, I can't. Kiljadi's always 50 eco behind in this one. Oh my god. The only upside, right, is like from the positive to look at that from Kiljadi's perspective is he can have a bigger army, but he's never getting to that, right? It's always being kept short of reaching a military lead in raw count. No, the Zutsu are at least keeping him alive, but the delicate state of a Zutsu spam like this is like, if you ever lose one fight, that retreat is going to cost you all the Zutsu, right? And that's when it starts to look like GG. Have we got trade coming as well? Okay, yeah. And, dude, what is it with the double wolf spawn in the corner? I keep seeing this. Always where you want to put trade. So this is where we're going to see a lot more Lanzknecht, right? The gold he needs for Varangian plus the olive oil he needs for Lansk. Scary. Oh my god, he only just realized. I mean, there's no way you knew earlier and were just like, I don't need it yet. If he had Oda Tactics 3 minutes ago in this game, which is easily doable, I think this would have been over. The question now is whether it's going to be too late. Mangonels are being queued up now by Anatan. Raid comes in onto the castle. Funnily enough, he can actually clear this, guys. With this many Varangian, it'd be a little bit expensive, but he could actually do it. Instead, he's going to back away, knowing the army's coming. A TC real... Dude, I have so many questions in this game. It took him losing so many villagers, seeing such a big eco lead for Anatan to finally say, I need a TC. Wow. I am baffled. Varangian with the recommitment. Lanskar in the mix-up. Has to protect that TC going up. Has to hold that type of area. There is a window here where Killjadi can win based on gold. But it is small, now with trade being set up. But you know what? I know my community's not cowards, so... This is where you put in the chat. Ones if you think Killjadi is going to win. Twos if you're backing Pivotan here. For me, this is a game that, like, Killjadi has a lot of gold runway. But I think as the game goes on, the trades feel worse for him. The Izutsu number, it's kind of this weird point where, like, it gets too high that if you lose one fight, you lose, right? And because there's Mango's coming and he hasn't got a counter to that, I've got a bad feeling that this is, like, half his army is just getting counted, right? So, like, what's critical right now is that Anatan survives the next 3 minutes, ambushes with those Mangoes, and then trade will carry him through, right? The amount of Lansk and Varangian who'll be able to spam with that is insane. But that's the big if. He has to survive the next 3 minutes. Burn on the TC in the meantime. Yeah, that ain't lasted long. Oh, he can actually take the castle. He did just reveal the Mangoes, which is kind of unfortunate because it means Killjadi could get a solution. Remember, the Mangoes will counter these Izutsu. They're a range tag, and they only have 6.5 tower range. So Mangoes can just dictate that fight from 9. And I believe we have also got the bars. So with the crossbars, he's able to shoot a lot quicker. Gold count. What are we looking at? 13 traders now. Okay, so this inflates fast. Remember, you're not just getting gold, you're also getting the olive oil. What the f... Well, I think that says everything about the Streltsy nerf, doesn't it? He's going for hand cannoneers. Mango shots. Wrong area, though. Varangian holding the choke point. Mangoes need to be targeting the Izutsu. Instead, it's a fallback here. Anatan doesn't like the look of it. Oh my god, Killjadi! The raw military count. It's unmatchable right now. Splits up the fight. Lanzknecht not looking good. Master Izutsu now up to 32. And the Mangoes that were meant to counter this didn't even fire once in their direction. Splintering occurs. Siege goes down. Anatan. Heavy damage on the front line of Killjadi. But nothing he cannot shrug off. These numbers speak for themselves. Mango shot finally comes out towards the Izutsu. But it's looking too late. I think he's broken in, folks. No gold. Soon to have no trade access. It would take a miracle. Anatan, just not enough gold left in the bank to get the Varangian count out. Streltsy now being queued up. Izutsu need more troops, though. Killjadi, you can feel it, you can taste it. He's on the edge of it. He just needs to get more production out. If anything, he needs 4 Raxes here to close this game out. Anatan has to reset, has to move back. He buys himself a little bit of time, but it is still looking grim. No gold. Trade count now still at 14. Trade route about to be compromised. It means he has to stand, but the numbers say everything about this. 26 military versus 70. I just don't really see how you're meant to hold on here. I mean, the only upside right now is these Izutsu are not targeting the Mangoes they could very easily kill. There's a reason for that. They can't easily kill them. Remember, it's range damage, so 34 damage versus 40 armor. Means, funnily enough, Azutsu do not counter siege. With the melee get in, like they're starting to, that'll be your solution. Splinter on the Mangonel, and with that gone, there is no answer anymore. This game is over. Dude, what a timing attack there. Killjadi, at the critical moment before Anatan would have had the military to fight back, would have had the raw eco to support it. He finds the break. And now we are at critical breaking point. Azutsu shattered the Palatine School. No more freebies. Anatan, 44 military versus the 78. And keep in mind, 30 of that was into Azutsu, still is, right? Like, this Azutsu comp has been the game changer. I think if Anatan had found a way to add in Mangonel sooner, he could have broken this. But the gradual crawl, the miracle of Killjadi being 50 eco down, yet still finding a way because of the Baldy Boys, is phenomenal. And now it's just getting out of control. I mean, Anno, even the food reserves are starting to be drained here. The fact that he had almost 1,000 extra food at most of this late game, and yet still Killjadi is able to just outdo him. What a showing from the Finn. Unit just gone. It's like, you don't need lessons anymore. I'm here to give you your final lesson. The lesson is blast and never stop blasting. Azutsu with the start step back. Varangian get eviscerated. Samurai are outnumbered, but they're blocking trade. And I just don't see how the death spiral is meant to stop here. No walls to hide behind. No transition coming out that's going to save Anatan. And the second wave of Samurai now moving in to get rid of the small thing that is stopping the Azutsu from just winning outright here. Mangoes will be able to back up. Killjadi never running out of gold though. The Azutsu count always remaining above 20. What an insane game we've had here. 45 minutes in. You know, just 5-10 minutes ago, you would have said Anatan was onto a winner here with the eco lead that he'd built. But now that we've reset it down to within 10, the fact that you've got 4 relics, 2 sacred sites, 6 Yoroshiros, it's just undeniable that Killjadi is a mile ahead now. The trade idea was good from Pivotam, but I think at this point it's done. What a crazy game. I'm wondering, I'm trying to think back, I'm racking my brain, like where it all went wrong for Anatan. I think not having mangoes when he saw about 20 Azutsu maybe. Killjadi, I'd say this game could have been over much quicker for him. That imp timing, no auto tactics, no optimization on the farms, no second TC. Those details stopped him from making this quicker. But still, what a fantastic game coming out from Killjadi. I don't know if I want to outright call it a comeback. I think there's moments where Anatan looked primed to win, maybe, when he started to recover from those death pushes. But Anno never looked dead in this game. Even when he's 50 eco behind, he always kept posturing for fights. And now, Anno is reaching a point where he can no longer match it. We're still seeing almost 2,000 gold a minute for Killjadi. Anno has less than 300. Mangoes now coming to play for Killjadi. And guess what? When these fights cluster, it's going to look ugly. Berserk comes in. Anno trying to run past. Varangian are at least going to outnumber the first wave of Samurai. The siege is at least going to be taken out, but the problem here is now, as soon as you Berserk, the Samurai just destroy you. Bombards in the meantime are at least moving in to try and house him. Still, every time, man, every move I've seen Anatan make in the last 10 minutes plus, at each tail end of the fight, my only question is who kills the Azutsu? And every time, the answer is just bird noises. There's literally, like, no one wants to speak up. No one's left to. Holy crap. I just love this little detail from Killjadi as well. Just moving in with small groups of troops. You can just move over to the trade, right, and block it out entirely. And you just saw the desperation there, by the way. He's selling olive oil en masse. He's the only one who can buy and sell it, and yet the price is down to 10 gold. Good God. And that Varangian spam, remember, the Palatine School never got rebuilt. So he's not getting surplus troops past that, right? He's not getting a nice little haircut. He's not getting 30% extra. It's just what you see is what you get. I think what you're about to see from Anatan is maybe one last flurry out before he runs out officially. I think he's drained everything at this point, right? Olive Oil, bad sell. Stone, he's only going to get 50 gold for 100 stone. Wood, food look terrible as well. Like, this man truly is at death's door. Army now moving in. Flashback took care of the trade again. Pull back here. Looks like there's a backstab come from the Vrangin. He has got the Berserk to work with, just doesn't want to use it right now. Oh man, the Spring Ults though! Man goes down. A wraparound to try and deal with the siege now. Well played there by Anatan, but if there was one player who could not afford to lose the siege, it was Anatan. And that's already happened. Frontline is about to break. The Samurai just a bit too strong here. And the Izutsu aren't even stutter stepping anymore. This is it. We have reached the break point. Anatan, only 25 of these Vrangin left over. Somehow he's found his way up to 700 gold income, but that's going to be a temporary factor now with the trade being blocked out. And I imagine Killjadi, if he's got some stone left on the map, we'll probably see another keep drop towards that trade post. And remember, people highlight the no eco upgrades from Killjadi. That's because you don't have any food eco upgrade as the Japanese. It doesn't exist. He has got the wood text, but really the food, it's all about the Shogunate. Killjadi, he forces the GG. What an insanely aggressive game. Even when he was looking to be greedy, even when he's looking to tech up, even when he's 50 eco behind, all Jardy knows how to do is kill. Woo-wee. What a wild game. That was a crazy late game scenario, actually. Okay. For Lumber, it wasn't showing. Yeah, but your problem there is you trusted Capture Age. It does that all the time. Dude, at this point, I never trust those numbers. Oh, man. All right, so, who else have we got that we can cast? Yo, what is up, Borderline Cody? Welcome to Swarm, buddy. Thank you very much for the sub. Remember to get those subs in, guys. Oh, I wouldn't want you to be without, the best pigeon emotes on the platform. Thank you, sir. So, who do we cast now? Maybe Louis? No, we already done some Louis today. Anatan. Who else did he have? Not that many outside. There's another game against Killjadi. It's Byzantine versus Mongols, but maybe we tried to mix it up instead of just having the same players. Let me check live, actually. Let's have a look here. Let's see what we've got. Some low elo shenanigans. We need good low elo games for that, my friend. And I don't have the time to go find them myself, game by game. So we need people who are seeing low elo games to just be honest and say, I'm bronzer. I've seen a very weird guy. Check this guy out. Trying to dig blind is really tough in AoE 4 with low rank games. No good low elo games. I mean entertaining though. If you're just gonna if you're just gonna watch a game where someone literally just builds SimCity for 40 minutes and only has 40 military and 50 eco by 40 minutes, It's not something many people are going to want to watch. And it will be a snooze fest for us casting as well. Is everyone doing scrims? I feel like everyone's doing scrims. Let me double check. I genuinely feel like everyone's on scrims right now. Yeah, I think we've got a bunch of scrimmers going on. Let me check Anatan's other account to see if he's had some interesting games. Oh, I don't think he's actually used this one. That's kind of rip. Yeah, do you not like Cliffside? If you want, we can get you loads of Gorges. That's the alternative, Kappa. Oh dear, oh dear. So there's not really many people playing live on the ladder. Hey, sup, Jones? Thanks for the raid, buddy. Hope you had a good stream. Oh, you comment on the maps I see in the list. I mean, for me, the thing I highlighted is I felt like everyone was on Gorge all the time. Was the one that I felt like it just kept coming up to a stupid degree. I'm trying to think who we cast though. Maybe some crack, good old crack. We like crack, right? Crackity. Trying to think how long we go as well, because we did start a lot earlier. So I'll probably get off when I go and eat, because if I get off when I go and eat, we probably would have been live for, at that point, what, 7-hour stream? Something like that. I don't know how I feel about doing, like, the early start streams. I kind of like starting around 12, I guess. Oh, that's what I was doing. Okay, check the list. I'm checking AoE4 World now to see who we've got. Oh, So still a ranked. I know Don said he had a game against Voldy, but that wasn't apparently a very interesting game. Voldemar has been playing a few games today. Who is the Blidge account? I keep seeing that. I keep forgetting who it is. It's an account from Russia. Let's have a look. Maybe some Fae games? We already cast it, Gully. Sounds like you need to tune in more. Wink. Yeah, we already cast it. When? I can't remember exactly when it was. Maybe it was like third game of the stream, something like that. A few hours back, I think. We haven't cast any tips as games. Did he have any interesting opponents? Oh god, Faye versus freaking Corvinus. I mean, that's kind of tempting. That is really tempting. Faye versus Corv. She also had a game against Wham. Actually, there's a thought. Should we check if Viper's been playing again? It's been a while. Let me check. Probably hasn't been, but... You streaming this morning? Okay. Viper has not played for a month. Rip. Tips. Let's have a look and see if he had any interesting opponents. Tips. Not really. No. Didn't look like anyway. We had. Oh boy, big guns. He had a game, 1 or 2 games versus Corvinus, maybe. Let's do some Fae. Whoopsie. Need to switch the thingy so you can't see. Cyril played some games yesterday. Really? He only plays team games though, right? Did you literally just search the name Cyril? Because if you did, that's not Cyril. That account flags from China. And is silver rank right now with a 50% win rate, so. Zhuge Liang? Okay, let's check Zhuge Liang's. Okay. Uh-huh. Yeah, they're just playing the 2v2s though, right? The problem with the I just feel that then it's like it's awkward because they don't play that much, right? So it's like their matchups probably are quite skewed for team games. Is my worry there? Maybe later. I think I want someone that feels like it's going to definitely be close. I guess we can go Fae. Let's do Fae. Vortex? What are you on about, Vortex? Vortex against Dimmu. Ooh. Do you guys want Fae versus Corvinus or Vortex versus Dimmu? Because that's a live game and they can't hide from me. Dun, dun, dun. I mean, Papega's entertainment, dude. I'm asking you want sweaty boys or memeology. That sounds like a more even exchange than you'd think. Let's. I guess people want Vortex versus Dimmu then. So we've got a few minutes until this one is viewable. Boom, there you go. So we just have to wait for the timer and then we can get in. Very good. Very pogly. What was I going to check on, actually? There's someone I wanted to check on, and I've forgotten. My brain is completely blank. I think tomorrow we'll probably aim to go live at more of our regular time instead of like 2 hours earlier. So closer to like 12 my time. And then maybe that'll leave time in the evening for some community games, possibly. We will see. What's up, Brit Boy? How's it going, buddy? All right, so 2.5 minutes. Oh, yeah, lobby music. You know what I kind of want to see Age of Empires try to do? Is create like an auto spectating tool. Like Dota has one and it's not great. But I'm just thinking I'm a lazy mother ducker. And I'm sitting, I'm like, let game do obsing for me, please. Would be nice. Man, all the things I miss from Dota 2. The observing side. Just spin up some Dota 2 again soon, actually. It's been way too long. True or false? Suiciding units is nowadays impossible when mid-enemy wall on them. False. You can easily suicide units when wall lulls are going on. Holding delete key and deleting units is way too easy in wall lulls. Sometimes you have it on one of the other things. Exactly, it's nice. Like, you know, if I was like, oh, I'm quickly gonna go grab some food or whatever, I'd have to like, there'd be no point in having it play because you wouldn't be able to like see anything or whatever, right? Okay. Yeah, might start playing some Dota off stream. Kind of getting that itch again. I don't know, I got like, dude, I've realized that I just don't play games at the moment. I'll like stream so many hours casting other people playing games, and then when I get off, I just don't play. Which is kind of sad. I mean, I could like stream. I don't know. I don't think people would be interested in watching me play Dotska. Get back into it. To me, like Dota is less stress-inducing to try and like muscle memory up into than AoE 4. Weirdly enough, I feel like you can just like have more freedom and agency to meme, right? Whereas like obviously to get to meme in AoE, you have to warm up your base, like your your base skills, as in you have to execute the build order for the first 5 minutes or whatever. Total War Warhammer. Yeah, I've been playing a tiny bit, like maybe half an hour here or there. I think just the thing with Total War Warhammer is it's just very... it feels like by 40 turns in, there's no challenge left. It's a really big issue with Total War Warhammer. For all the amazingness of what it is, it's way too easy to reach a point of where like everything just feels redundant and you're just playing a chore. Kind of reminds me of like Europa Universalis after the first like 150 years. It's like, okay, there's basically nothing left to contest me. I have won. I have essentially won, and now I'm just grinding out the win. It is kind of funky. And then like, dude, don't get me started on Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike makes everything way too easy. Lightning striking Total War is just, it makes everything trivial. It's like, oh, look at my Yeet army. You can't even outnumber me now. Attack, attack, attack. Anyway, ramble's over. Should we get to it? All right, it's time for some live from the ladder here, folks. Welcome back to Age of Empires for action. We have got Dumu versus Vortex, one of the highest matchups rather, on the ranked leaderboard you're going to find right now. Mongols in the hands of Vortex. I don't know if you guys remember this, but Vortex used to be quite the Mongol aficionado. I'd say it was signature Civ for a while. In fact, I remember back, even actually Rebel Wall, so even a while after the release of the game, I remember asking, what's your signature Civ? And he just, no hesitation, said Mongols. So still loves this Civ to this day. On the other side of Dumu, this to me, like for a while, definitely before the expansion, I remember I said, actually, in an official match, I felt that his Ottomans were one of the scariest, and it was his best Civ. I think that's still the case. I haven't caught much of it recently, so it's kind of a refresher, but Dumu, always very talented on the Ottomans, and already looking to get very aggressive on the opening. Oh, hello. Wait, what? Guys, no. He's the Mongol player. He's the Ottoman player. They're confused. They're completely confused. So Dumu is essentially playing the Ottomans as the Mongols, and Vortex is playing the Mongols as anything but the Mongols. What? All right, this is wild. We're in for a fun one here, I can already tell. So, Spearman's starting to be pumped out. Dimmu, the weird part is he's doing this to defend, right? This is not about being offensive, but the moment that he sees his opponent has not built a Rax, he needs to move. He has to go on the offensive, otherwise it's a waste of play. And here we go. He just got the info. Right now he's like, what are you doing? That's not how this matchup works. He's going to look to make his move. Spearman making the move towards the Mongol place. Dude, this is like... I wasn't sure what we were going to get when we clicked on a live game of Dimmu and Vortex. You ever feel like that this is the type of game where I can already sense that it's going to be 10 minutes long or 50 minutes long? I'm just not sure which right now. This Spearman Strike feels like it shouldn't be able to do enough damage. Like, Vortex is already on the way up the Deerstone. You know, what can you do? You can force a Pasture to pack up. You can't grab a Pasture. You haven't got enough Spearmen. Like, this entire play by Dimmu was not about offensive play. It was about defensive play. He thought he was going to get outpost rushed on his gold. So this changes everything about this matchup. I'm wondering, like, what's Dimmu's follow-up going to be behind this? Is it going to be an all-in feudal type play? Is it going to be eco-inflation? Is it going to be maybe a Sultani trade network into Fast Imp? I know that build has actually been growing quite quickly amongst the players. Oh, opening-wise, it's going to be Spearman poking at that Ovu. Other side of this is going to be the Madrissa, so nothing unorthodox there. I think right now, Dimmu's like, I think we've already done enough weirdness for one opening here. Let's try to get this build order back on point. And the Deerstone is a pretty interesting choice by Vortex, not choosing to go towards the trade, and for good reason. The trade isn't well positioned on this map to exploit. I do think that this still has its own value, and like with Deerstone, you can rush quite aggressively towards the second TC. Curious to see if he wants to take that approach. I think going like one TC all in with no trade can be quite difficult for the Mongols up against the Ottomans, especially with the fact they now have Madrissa and they're going to have passive units being produced over time. It's been being a little bit nuisance. I think, yeah, Dimmu, he just needs to try and pinch this villager. Deerstone now there makes it almost impossible though. The Yam movement speed, even without wheelbarrow. But he's at least now positioned where you can't deny him from getting this burn. You can try, but it's going to cost you dearly. Archery range is at least on the way to be rushed up here. I say you can't deny him, but actually, if Dimmu starts wasting time chasing after the villager, he's not going to get the Uvu burn quick enough here. First archer's already been queued up. Minaret just almost done on the other side. And I just realized, we've got a live game. You know what that means? That means predictions. Hold up. Let's get it. Who will win? The Battle of the Bulls. Is it going to be Dimmu or is it going to be Vortex? Get your predictions in. 1 minute. Go. I always love this one because I get to call it the Battle of the Bulls. I should just make a series called that between the two. Archer range able to pack up, move out. So double production on the way. One archer was enough to scare this away. Dimmu is at least going to actually invest in the upgrade. I think that's fine. Like, it's so cheap. You've got 6 spearmen. You might as well. Curious thought is what it's going to be doing behind this. 4 villagers on the stone does not suggest multiple TCs. 9 on the wood though. It's either multi-TC or it's going to be archer spam here. Curious to see which one he's going to go towards. To me, I quite like the idea of 2 TC. It's a little bit of an open wasteland behind your base, but you would secure the deer line. I think instead, actually, the better play is bring the spears back, push these deer in, then secure a location on the north side with a TC drop onto the deer. I hope he does actually make that deer play. It's been rising in popularity, and I think it's another part of why Ottomans look pretty strong right now. It's because you have a very easy ability to shovel the deer in with those freebie spearmen you get from the military school opener. Wow, 88.1k points on Dimmu? Dude. That is a slightly skewed prediction there. Vortex only has 4.5k on him. Are you kidding me? The 2 TC build you don't trust? I'm surprised people aren't voting the other way after Dimmu just made that spearman opening and it didn't do anything. I think someone has had way too many experiences with great bombards recently, and they are taking it out on the predictions. I quite like this, though. Double TC is really nice. It looks like on the other side of it, it's just going to be military scores, right? So this is all in. Dimu's not even going to try to rush a tech up, right? I wouldn't expect it here. He's only got 3 workers on the gold. Like, if you were going for a fast castle build, you'd be up to 4 or 5 by now. Yeah, he's genuinely just going to try to ramp a force here. It's a bit difficult, though. Like, one thing to keep in mind is the Deerstone gives that mobility advantage that makes it easy to kind of trade out favorably with archers poking in. Gold access is also now secure with the double placement on the TC, plus the outpost influence to keep the YAM up. It means that, like, Vortex should have the flexibility to lean towards either Keshiks or non-gold related units. I don't know, man. I feel like we don't see many 1 TC all-in Ottoman players anymore. Feels like the rarest of the breeds, right? Like, a lot are aiming for Fast Castle. Some are aiming for Fast Imp because we won't talk about it. Some are going for that 2 TC into Cast Lage or 2 TC into All Feudal. I feel like the number of all-in Feudal games has decreased heavily in the last few months. Bam. Apparently smells some sort of opportunity on the horizon. Stables have been dropped. Food is going to take a little bit of time to ramp up. Sheep count remaining is going to be, 7. Oh, sorry, no, 9. 9's not too bad here. Meanwhile, on the other side of it, Ben has an insane amount. His sheep haul at the opening of this game was incredible. 18 sheep sitting there waiting to be eaten. That's crazy. I guess that makes sense then. Like, typically, getting 18 sheep is not standard, folks. Like, you know, we're several minutes in, so he would have eaten some already. This many sheep is odd. So the fact that you got that many, I think, is why Dumu is seeing an opportunity to try and end the game quickly here. Typically, you're going to get like 12, maybe 13 in most games, and that leans itself, I think, more towards a quality over quantity standard. But with this type of extra food, you can aim for that quantity of a huge feudalized army. Outpost also going up just to guarantee there's no raids here, but I don't know, dude. There's no way Ben thinks he's going to get attacked, right? I mean, he's against a Mongol player, so you can kind of understand why he might believe it, but the reality is this is about as greedy as Vortex can be in this type of game. The 2TC approach, the fact he's already eco-escalating. He's building some Keshiks, but that's a slow force to muster. He doesn't have a good defensive army. So in some ways, it's right that Dimu's taking this approach because he will be up against Raid. But the funny part is if Dimu's leaned towards an all-in timer, Vortex is going to be in trouble. Keshiks. Get good opening trade here. Quick pull away. Micro God is on point here. And more Keshiks are on the way. And that has all been scouted out. So right now, Dimu knows it's only an army of cavalry. This is where you probably want to lean to a few more spears. Instead, just settling on passive production and more Sipahi. Yeah, this is a rough start to the trade, actually. Archer count is now escalating for Vortex. The spearman count is pretty pathetic here. I think these Keshiks shouldn't feel too threatened in this engagement, especially if they have TC fire to assist. Doesn't really feel like Dimu's army is at a stage where it can break. Then again, with Steeled Arrow and Undermesh advantage, it could be exactly what he needs to breach through this, right? Like, Vortex is still not prioritizing blacksmiths at all. I'm surprised there wasn't a blacksmith for Steeled Arrow, simply because the TC fire should have assisted a lot. But it seems like Vortex thought this was going to turn into a fast castle build from the Ottomans, where he got to raid. Instead, Dimu may have actually caught him unexpected with this build. Dimu doesn't, of course, have the siege engineering, so no way of kind of ramming down these defensive structures. There's going to have to be a dive. Vortex now has got Steeled Arrow on the way. Uvu is going to be targeted. Reinforcements diving a little bit too close to the TC there. Keshiks are now rallying. Archers moving as well. Army count quite similar in this fight, actually. Ignore the raw military number. Not all of that is here for Dimu. A lot of it is rallied at home, and attack speed arrow comes out. Archers are going to trade out, and the Keshiks are going to win out here. Dimu, that rally at home may have just cost him dearly here. Army not going to be big enough to stay here much longer. Keshiks, 4 of them remain, but that's enough to trade out with the Archers. A great hold there by Vortex, and now a game where he finds himself almost 10 eco ahead. Great read there by Dimu to just get what he can, right? When life gives you lemons, you squeeze lemon juice into your enemy's eyes. He takes a few villagers with him, but at the end of the day, a heavy army throwaway here. And now a game where Vortex has breathing room. Dimu doesn't have a tech up on the way, folks. You can see in the raw numbers, right? Like, you know, he's not been holding on. He's not been looking for a fast castle behind this. This is a reinvestment. It's just lost army. That first wave not hitting the right stride for Dimu to keep control of this game. And now Vortix able to start moving out onto the Deer as the first one runs out. And also getting to a point where with 2TC, this lead should start to become undeniable. I mean, that kind of says everything about the confidence of where this game is eventually going, doesn't it? When at 12 minutes in, someone is setting up pastures as if they're going to have a white stupor, I don't think I need to say more about it. Dimu now kind of in full turtle mode, right? Walls are up. I think this is kind of a sucky spawn for him in this type of game, because I think part of the reason he didn't send everything to attack is he was worried about a counter-offensive. This is such an open ground to try and wall off, so most players won't just march towards that. Instead, it looks like he's trying to march towards Castle Age, but what I don't like is now Vortix can beat him to the punchline on that, right? Like, realistically, if he just rushes gold, there's no denying that the Mongols should reach up first. Even if they don't reach up first, remember, we are going to be talking about Kurultai. Kurultai is a huge boon to the Mongols now. Current meta is really fixated on it. I'd say about like 9 out of 10 games. Actually, let's be real here. 19 out of 20 games involve Kurultai. And that's only because every once in a while, some Mongol player decides that it's a good idea to pick Mongols on Golden Pit. And then Imperial Army's going to get cute, though. Vortix didn't rush out into that gold, so it's notably slower here. Keshiks are scaling, though. And this is kind of the difference, right? It's like for Dimu, I don't think you really want to keep a lot of this army. Sipahi can kind of work, but Archers, Spears, they're going to be thrown away. For Vortix, you know, he spent a little bit more scaling additional Keshiks, but that's something that will have value. It's the type of thing you want to upgrade. Sipahi raid in. It's a little bit idle time is a bit annoying. What on the love of God is that? It's one of those games. It's one of those games. Okay, this is a big advantage for Dimu. Step readout. Apparently we're getting one of those 19 out of 20 games. It's not even going to be on Golden Pit this time. Tech up complete on the other side for Dimu. Dude, this is thumbs up for him now. I think that you're so much stronger at this stage of the game now because of this. The eco lead has built for Vortix, but I wouldn't argue it's insurmountable. Not when you consider the passive production on the other side. We've got triple military school now. We've got Mehmed Imperial Armory. We'll have a 4th military school in soon at this type of Vizier Point escalation. And not to mention the fact that now, considering the size of his army, he can start thinking about relics, right? He can contest that element. Yeah, this is a bit dicey, man. Step readout to me, I just don't see the value in it anymore. I think Kurultai gives you more options. It's a bit dicey if you get caught out of position. And maybe the worry is like hyper late game. Vortix wants to have the extra gold versus potentially going against the Bombards. But I think because you've gone for the Kurultai instead of the step readout, it's made you weaker in the mid game. It's possible he's going to rush Siege here, right? Like that might be why he wanted the step readout for that extra gold. It makes it a bit more logical. Remember, it's a 50% buffer, so having 14 villages here, an extra 7. I just think like when your eco is getting this far ahead, it's kind of being a dead horse to go for more eco to a certain extent, especially when you want to go prayer tents as well. Huh. What was the predictions in the end, by the way? It did remain at 95% for Dimu. All right, yep. Someone knew someone I didn't about Vortix's obsession with step readout right now, I guess. Step Lancer research coming in. Keshik count not looking great right now for a direct fight. I don't think he wants to take it yet, right? He wants to let his opponent overextend. Like, it is mainly archers, so in theory, you can take that engagement. And one thing to highlight here is Dimu, he is prioritizing Janissary transitions now. So the Keshiks are eventually going to struggle, but this fight, they're fine. Moving in. Defense Aura gets activated against range attacks. Attack speed arrow is going to be used by Vortix, and the trade out is most definitely going to be favoring the Mongol player. Archers are going to make it a bit better, though. I love that. Dimu, second time where he's overextended into the Mongol base, and second time that he uses it to trade with eco. He's going to chase away. Yeah, I think one of the tough parts is like Dimu kind of maybe misread the timing here. Like going that early, I understand the feel, the want, the desire, but without Janissaries there in a reasonable quantity, or Spearmen at least, you don't actually have an answer to Keshik scaling. And realistically, you've already seen that Vortex is interested in that unit comp. So to a certain degree, you kind of have to expect more of them to be coming. Even more troops to be lost here. Get turn around to defend. Spearman, Janissaries, plus the Sipahi. Not the worst of things to exchange, but the problem here is the count means that the Keshiks just aren't dying quick enough. Vortex on point with the micro as well, peeling the injured ones to the back. Second wave is coming in, but Dumu starting to fall behind now. 59 to 25 military. I am getting really worried now, folks. Remember, this is also step readout, so although he doesn't have the aura, he has additional gold jingling in his pocket for upgrades. Level 2 balanced projectiles coming in. Archers continue to trade against those Jannies. Keshiks now resume the fight. And there is a mango coming. Dumu from behind the tree line. A big wallop. He might even get a second shot here. Staggered formation, but Vortex is still stacked up. Second wave Archers is coming in. But Dumu, only a fine line to hold with, but it looks like it'll be enough. Mass Archers are pushed away. Dumu able to hold due to the fact that Vortex has a grand total of 4 units that are not counted by that Mangonel. Wow. What a sick read, dude. Dumu, the tricky beast, the timing on that, setting up. He knew exactly what he was baiting Vortex into. Just forcing that cluster up, that commitment into one location, just one wall. Not able to wipe the Archers, sure, but the damage done, it's going to be hard felt here. Mass Sipahi follow-up is good enough to start cutting this down, and now Vortex in a delicate scenario here. The deer are drying up. The gold is not going to last long. Yet he finds himself now in a scenario where he has to start playing forward from his base. And the Imam's now being played into. It's already been 3 relics, right? Fourth one on the way home, so 4-1 split. This is problematic, right? Like, the value of step readout is now being offset by the passive income of the Ottomans there. Think about it. You've got an extra 7 workers here. 4 relics is worth 7 workers. It's worth more, actually. So this is now, like, in terms of, like, the gold advantage both of them got from Castle Age, it's just better for Dumu. Forward infrastructure as well. Vortex. These buildings are fresh. They're about to just be blown to bits, though. Also, the pack-up makes it worse. Remember, Janissaries get pure damage up against Raxes at that point. I don't know what you do now. I mean, this is looking pretty out of control. You've got 90 eco. You've got 25 eco lead, but you have to remember, you don't have much that you can access here. All the wood is forward spawning. The gold is the only thing you can touch. The deer, we already talked about it running out, and God damn, you do not want to ever have to go into berries. It's a grim situation now. Options insanely limited, and you actually need Archers to counter the Janissary, but you're at a point where you're essentially one step away from losing all wood access. I'm trying to think, like, actually how you recover this now as Vortex. I mean, you could message Dumu's wife, I think it's Alice, right? Just ask her to unplug the PC, maybe? I don't know, man. Like, it's pretty bad. It's really bad right now. It's so difficult from this position. I mean, he went so hard into Archers, knowing that he was up against the Ottomans is crazy there. It was a sick read by Dumu, though, because of the way that he pulled back towards the tree line at the critical moment when the first Mangonel was coming out. Like, timings are everything in RTSs, and that timing was on point. When he saw the numbers swelling for Vortex, he didn't try to cut the reinforcements, he didn't try to slow this down. He basically just roped his opponent into what looked like a momentous timing. Well, it has turned into a momentous timing now for Dumu. 18 Sipahi, 26 Janissary, and he's going to dive the food. Looking to idle out the one way that Vortex could build an army here. Strong point defense to hold for the time being. Dumu now up to 3 Mangonels, though. I mean, even with 2 Springwolves, you don't trade quick enough here. Behind this, it's now 3 Sacred Sites, 4 Relics. I mean, options are on the table for Dumu, right? He can either rush towards Imperial Age now or look to end the game quick. He's got a second TC, so that eco lead that was built for Vortex is going to get no bigger. And even though he's got this huge swelling eco lead, reminder that what you can do with it is handcuffed, heavily limited here. With the gold now down to 2k, you have to play 40 a base after that. So Vortex needs to break out in the next 2 to 3 minutes tops. Nice idea by the Keshik. Sadly, there's walls. Is there a way Mongols can win this in Imp Plus? I mean, the Spriggles do get an extra +1 range, so theoretically, it's just Great Bombards take so long to die now with the siege changes. And if you're an Imperial Age, you can bet your top dollars that Dumu's going to be there as well. So I think it actually plays to Dumu's edge, to his advantage here, to try and like end the game sooner rather than later. I know that the Ottomans in Imperial Age can be very strong, but I'm just thinking comp matchups here. Sipahi Jani against this Keshik Archer comp is just kind of awkward for Vortex, because the logic is that in this fight, sure, you've got Spriggles to counter the Mangos, but if the Mangos just hold the Archers back for 10, 15 seconds, they keep the army disengaged, it buys time for the Janis and Sipahi to close. And then you add in this attack speed aura, it's just, at that stage, it's very difficult to back what Vortex has to win that fight. I mean, the army value in this case actually does tell the true tale. Even up against Keshik, like Sipahi aren't that bad of a fight if you think about it, right? It's the reason the units have similar costs. Vortex, though, breaking through the wall. Looking to go in. Spear line is up to 23 on the front side. Archer's behind this. Has he caught Dumu at an awkward phase? Men-at-Arms are coming from Dumu, so maybe not. Exactly what he needs to front line with. Janissaries poking and stabbing at this. Sprinal sniping across the tree line. Mangos are moving in though, and it looks like it's going to be a pushback. Vortex has to stand and fight. No other choice here. Mango shots to the center though. Janissaries taking a lot of damage. Imams with the AoE heal, able to offset a lot of this. Dumu able to hold and able to force the fold. Vortex in retreat, loses it all. And that looks like it may be game. Dumu, difficult to reboot from this position, right? Your opponent now has a 60 military force up against your 30. Sipahi and Men-at-Arms looking good. The count on the Janissary is still 20 plus. And this feels like it's going to turn into a spiral, a death spiral for the Vortex. A nice idea, almost a good breakthrough. But this is the point now where, like, what are you left with? Oh my dear God, he's trying to go Horseman. Why? In what world? I don't... You're building Horsemen against Janissaries. And that heal, man, dude, that heal is crazy. This is the thing, after a fight like that, Vortex should be like, oh, but my troops are fresh. They're 100% health, and yours are injured. Yours are battle-worn. Not against the Ottomans. Not against this. Love the fact he went for the Imam point, actually. I think the Imam point is underrated for its aggressive potential. You're seeing exactly that. The amount of pluses that were coming across there. What you have to think is, like, the healing rate is 7 health a second, right? But after a fight like that, you've got 30 units that need to be healed. Actually, your healing rate is 37 a second, is the way to think of that. In combat, it's 33.5. I actually think that the healing in combat is kind of insane, considering that there's no cripple to your heal rate in combat compared to the target heal. Which means where standard healing, prioritized healing 1 by 1, has a 50% nerf, there's no nerf to your healing rate while fighting with the Ottoman Imams. It's crazy. And you saw the impact it has there, right? Like, when you have mass Janis, when you're up against Mangonels, these Mangonels, all of a sudden it takes 3 hits instead of 2 to kill a unit. That's a huge difference, considering the reload speed is 6.1 seconds. And that's when we're looking at the Ottoman one, right? It's worse than that normally. Over here, 6.88, almost 7 seconds between attacks. Fight coming in. Janissaries are going to peel back away from the siege. Push in with the Men-at-Arms, and guess what? Vortex still doesn't have an answer to this. I cannot believe we are several minutes into Castle Age, and the Men-at-Arms are still not solved for. Vortex, even with step readout, never made a transition to crossbows. Why would he? With what he's up against, Archers made so much sense, but now they make none. Pushback continues. Vortex now being doubled up in military. A keep drop on the way. And even with a 30 eco lead, I just don't see the way back for him. Extra military score has been added in via the Vizier points. This looks done. Last stand coming in. He's at least got the Deer Stone, the Yamor, to try and move away quicker. But you're never scaling into an army that's going to be able to turn this anymore. In fact, right now, you're rallying right past the Janissary mass. Sipahi peel off. Villagers running for their lives. And that is it. GG gets called. Dumu, it may have been a weird and suboptimal opening, but boy, did he show off the power of the Ottomans in that mid-game. Oh, look, right? You want to argue me about the you want to argue about the sick read? All right, I'd like to see you do that to Vortex cursing. Come on, mate. No, that is a sick read. Like it, dude. You can give a monkey a free mangonel. It doesn't mean they can use the mangonel well. He used the mangonel really well. The timing mattered a lot there. Like, if he didn't actually bait his opponent back towards his base when he did, it would have done nothing. Do I need to cast some of Always Cursing's replays on Ottomans? Is that where we're at now? Get my little monocle out. Take a giant dump on what he does. Well, I'm afraid your base layout. Shame me whenever. I mean, we've already shamed you several times in free-for-alls. We've been totally honest about that cursing. Oh dear, oh dear. A particularly terrible loss against English. Ooh, juicy. I'm a goal player. I'm unshameable. I mean, I can teach you the way to not be shamed. The way to not be shamed is to have no shame. That's the way. That's the only way. Let's see who we've got now. Who else could we cast? Actually, bear with me one sec. I need to quickly grab some more water. As we have been going for 6 hours and I'm chugged out. So I'll put some music on. I'll be back in like a minute or two. Just need to go grab a little bit more water for my wonderful throat. Well, there you go. Appropriate hydrate. I did rehydrate. Whoop, whoop. Oh, let's see. What we got here? Who is Virtus? I keep seeing Virtus around. I've seen him 3 or 4 times today. 176th in the world. Some player from Taiwan. Okay. Do we do the Fae game now, maybe? I think we do the Fae game. Let's go for the Fae game. Yeah, why not? So it was the Fae versus Corvinus one I think we were looking at. Spoilers. Don't want to ruin it for you.
Lord knows that I've tried to.
Let's see.
You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces.
Mongol versus HRE, I think was the one we wanted. We got Mongol versus HRE, or English versus Jeanne d'Arc. Do we have a preference there? Let's go Fae. Versus Fae on Mongols versus Corvinus and HRE. Let's do that. Get this bad boy loaded up. Probably 1 or 2 more games and then I'll go eat and that'll be it for the day. Ugh. I don't know. I gotta say, I am enjoying the 2 times speed openers, though. I think it's much better just to kind of like get the flow of the game going. But welcome back, one and all, to the Age of Empires 4 action. We've got Fae on the Mongols in a true meme fiesta. You knew I had to cast these 2 facing off. It is General Sing Shi Tao. Try not to say that in a weird way too quickly. It might read as something else. This is Corvinus playing as the HRE in the yellow. And what on earth did I just tune into? Wait, yeah, build it. So this is HRE, not Order the Dragon, by the way. Not Order the Dragon, where we're used to seeing a Rax opener. This is the Spear War between the HRE and the Mongols. But what? Are you kidding me? No. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't. Faye. No. And she's not going to know until she's got at least 2 horsemen out. It's probably going to be 4, isn't it? She'll probably queue like an extra 1 here between the stone production, so 3 horsemen before she knows. Please don't. Please don't do it. Faye, this is crazy. This is a horrible opening. I mean, the thing is, like, usually it's going to be a spearman opening, right? And basically, Corvinus has addressed that. He's like, oh, if it's a spearman opening, I can defend myself. Now it's just like, what do you do with this? You can chase a scout, maybe, and that's the best it gets. But how do you kill a scout before he gets back to base? You just don't. Oh, man, this is so harsh. Remember, these are Dark Age horsemen. They hit for less. They get hit for nothing here. Good God. Oh, no. No. Oh, no. 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 Dude, the starter step, you saw that, right? Corvinus steps forward just a little bit to get an extra strike in. Tech up now on the way. It's going to be the Ark and Chapel, so pretty standard here for the HRE, but... Oh, going anything but standard for Faye has hurt her dearly here. Wow. Well, the good news, at least, folks, is she didn't add more. So there's that. I mean, imagine if she double pumped. Like, well, not double pump. She goes 3rd, and then she double pumps afterwards. If this was 5 horsemen, you're basically dead. So that's the plus side, is that Faye, although she could be behind on the age up, she's not just dead on arrival into feudal age here. And wow, interesting choice here. Goes wide on the flank, they did. Even sets an outpost up very early on. The funny thing is, I actually think you could have gambled here. Look at the location. It's a stealth forest to hide you. I guess the issue is she made this play so early that naturally, Corvinus is going to come in and scout the area eventually. So has to just set this up reluctantly. Oof. Tech out complete. Going to be on the 2 times up. See what the HO want to do here. He's going hard on lumber already, right? 4 out here instead of just using the straggler trees. I mean, the conversion point makes a lot of sense. He went for a racks. He set up an outpost. He probably needs another one here. I imagine we're looking at just a standard fast castle build here. So that then pushes the pressure on Faye to close the game. She actually has to be very fast. Problem is, your fast player is already counted. Hold up. Dude, what? We've actually got a play onto Deer coming out from Corvinus. That's very interesting, actually, considering that he only has a Prelate out here to buff, and what the wait, what? No, not one of these games. Ah, you have built spears to counter my cavalry. Let me give my cavalry ranged attacks. Ooga booga booga. For God's sake. Why are there Magadai in my video games? Why? Oh dear God. The problem as well is that Corvinus has set up static emplacements, right? Like he's got outposts here, so this doesn't do anything. And what makes it worse still is, like, Faye knows this. She saw it when she tried to ride him with the horseman, but she's actively building additional Magadai now. Oh God, help us. So what's the goal here? To flood the base eventually? I mean, dude, this is crazy. Look at all the outposts. This is insane. He has more outposts than he has eco right now. He has room for everyone. This isn't any Titanic BS. Half the people aren't being left behind. Everyone gets on a lifeboat here. Oh my God, and he's just teching up towards Castle Age. Well, Steel Dagger upgrade is on the way. I'm glad of that. That's going to be very, very impactful up against the, what was it, 5 armor knights. They'll probably turn into very quickly Wundermesh. Yep. Bragnitz Cathedral already in the way. Easy access to this relic over here, by the way. The Magadai can maybe camp it out, but then all of a sudden you've built all these Magadai to camp one relic. It doesn't really feel like what you're looking for. We're going on 2 times speed here because we're basically just going to watch Faye be like, oh, no, no. This is like a person in the middle of someone's speech just trying to speak up, but they don't have the confidence to follow through. Like, now, no, okay, now, okay, maybe now? Oh, she's at least teching up. She did stop at 6, so Step Redoubt is on the way. Oh God, I said she stopped at 6. I shouldn't have said that. Oh no. And there's horsemen coming. This is a problem. Magadai got nerfed on their movement speed. They get chased down by horsemen a lot quicker now. And remember, their attack speed got increased, their base damage got decreased, right? So armored units last longer against this unit. Oh, I've got a feeling that this is not going to be pretty. Faye, she could try to rush Monastery, I think, and play for the relics instead. Just block those out, because you should know it's Regnitz, right? And the plus side is the Magadai can camp. They can somewhat kite. They'll eventually die to the Horseman, but if the Prelate comes out with the Horseman, you'll still kill off the Prelate. So it's not completely worthless. It's just 90% worthless. Yep, looking pretty worthless. Oh, no. Wow, those Magadai attack really quick, KP. Yeah, we're at 2 times speed. I'm just saving us the trivialness of this pursuit. Behind this, the relic is already now on the way home. So Yoinksies works out. He's now going for the other relic. I don't know, man. This is looking like a 4 relic game to me. The close by relic is being left until last. He'll be able to contest that as well. But the knights, the speeds, the horsemen. The problem with Magadai as well is like the level of micro requirement is so much higher than that of the HRE with this comp. The HRE is just show up and A-click. For Faye, it's like if you do not realize immediately an enemy is coming for you, an enemy on horseback, they're going to touch you. And if they touch you, they're going to break you. You only have 105 health on these veteran Magadai. Oh, God. And reminder, over 50% of your damage is being mitigated by the armor. Chase on the south side. Dude, he's already returning this relic as well. The deer play is so smart by him. Like, the deer play is actually why he's looking very cushky here. He didn't have many sheep, right? Like, he had a terrible sheep haul. So this secure on the deer with the double outpost changed everything about this game. And now, although he's starting to exhaust the berries, he's getting a good quantifiable amount of horsemen together in the middle of a farm transition. I'm not going to say it's just an outright hold, like you are up against mass Magadai incoming, but if you just set up a few outposts, get a few spring replacements, which, by the way, with the stone access you can do, this is not an army that can dive. Not without dying, anyway. And people are kind of querying, like, where would you use Magadai? Magadai are better in, like, Imperial Age than Feudal Age, weirdly enough. I just don't think they do enough in Feudal Age. It's too easily kind of resolvable, should we say. I do like that Faye continues to play Pocket Eco, though. Even when she's up against Cav like this, the only way you're going to recover this game, the only way you're going to be in contention to win this game is if you're actually playing every resource on the map. If you have to stop and start adding in pastures, that's when the HRE are going to snowball, because for every pasture you build, they're going to build 2 farms. They're going to do it much better, remember, because they have a better gathering rate. Magadai, dude, this is still not a great trade. Movement speed arrow is going to be used. You have to, right? Like, the difference in movement speed is insane here. 1.88 compared to the 1.52. Sorry, 1.56 you're normally at. Yam is a game changer there, though. Saves the day and allows the trade. So this is what was missing, actually. Now we're starting to see Faye with a little bit of life, because now that she has outposts, if she starts extending this aura, it's almost impossible for these horsemen to get close quick enough for it to not be a bad trade. So cool read there. I just want to see her do more of this. The problem is, while you're doing more of that, HRE is doing more of what they always do. It's going to be Imperial Age. I think she needs another outpost ASAP. If there isn't an outpost crawl here, things are going to get real bad real fast. It's already a 6 armor knight. It's already a 5 armor horseman. It's about to get worse. Not to mention the possibility of biology here. Like, at biology, it's just breakpoint, right? Like, the Magadai will do nothing. You'll see these health bars barely move. It's such a tough one. Looks like there has been a move away. Ball got depleted, so she has moved back to safety here. So no eco exposed, but still, if you're chasing this horseman, you're not punishing the tech up. And now, with the timing, it'll be too late to dive the base to punish the tech up. To the speed up again. Nothing's happening at the moment. Just basically Faye running around, headless chicken looking for an opportunity, but these static defenses always make it so difficult to go for the eco kills. The thing that she really wants in this game, right? Like, Magadai was not too bad to stop any additional ecos. It wasn't too bad to stop the initial relics to a certain extent. I mean, he still got free. But now if you have to start diving the main base, double outpost here, TC, Paso Suave outpost, you're going to lose out. I mean, the only upside right now is that actually there's no significant emplacements, but that's about to change. First cannon emplacement has now been queued. I believe, yeah, it's going to be the one on the left side here. With the relic in, that's going to block a lot of rotations, especially if you continue to mass Magadai. And for God's sake, she's literally just massing Magadai. I can't, man. At this point, you're essentially building Magadai against buildings. It's like putting a 5-year-old in the ring with Tyson Fury, dude. Are you hoping he's going to be too busy standing going, oh, that's adorable to attack you? It feels like it. Cannon emplacements on the way. They are at least delayed. Movement through. Magadai looking for the raids. The villagers running for safety, just not quick enough. Oh my god, the timing on this Faye! Does some decent eco damage, but I don't think it's going to be enough here. Outpost upgrades was the issue, right? The greed coming out. No Sprune emplacements early on means there is indeed going to be punishment. Faye able to reduce the economy somewhat, but at the end of the day, it's Palace of Swabia, man. It's not going to be enough. She's trying. I feel like she needs something else behind this. Cannon emplacement is now in, and oh my dear god, you're going to die fast this. Oh my god, the yellow bodies! The amount of death on this screen right now. Oh my dear god! Wow. And yeah, after all that eco damage, after taking 22 lives, all I can look at is the fact that she lost, like, what, a third of the Magadai, and now there's defenses. I'm not trying to be a negative Nelly, but the reality of this play is she has step redoubt. This is about as good as it gets for Magadai spawn and spam, right? Like, she literally is the only reason she's holding on, but the reality is now, with the towers having cannons in them, the next dive is going to lose everything. And I don't think you're going to kill much economy. Good God. She is going to go again. You'd think getting hit by a cannonball would be like your signal to stop and reassess life, but... God, I want that on a t-shirt now. I mean, you've still got the cannon emplacement over here, right? There needs to be another one on the gold, preferably. Like, this is a 2.5k gold vein that just isn't really protected. And you have got surplus eco out. But even after that big denting, the fact that it's just Palace of Swabia means all the damage you've done is going to be gone in like 2 minutes. So you have to move fast. And oh no! Run! Run! Thank God for staggered, but no! Staggered kind of grieves you in choke points, folks. Oh my God. Villagers are at least going to be found, but Shiv's out! Oh no! Well, she's getting the eco kills. Textiles villagers are fighting back. They're going to have to retreat towards safety now, but the Magadai count is shrinking. 20 left over. Not many in this raid. Meanwhile, they hit on the right side as well. Another cannon emplacement over here is just denting this, though. It wasn't as hard of a hit as the first one, in my opinion. Like, she got, what, like, was that an extra... Maybe, I think she killed 15 in total. Last time, I felt like she killed 20. And now, look at the Magadai count. She's down to 12. She's ran out of pocket resources, right? So now it's mass pasturing. She has got the sacred sites locked in, so I guess there's that. But the problem right now is, like, she needs to find a way to eventually age up here. These static defenses are costing her dearly. What's the farm count at? It's not big. It's a 13. This is still just so expensive, man. Each Magadai costing 120 food. How many workers did she have in the gold as well? 12, so like that's an extra 6 there. So fundamentally, like most of her economy is not buffed up, right? Meanwhile, on the other side, what have we got underneath the Archon? I think we've got like, we're gonna have about 20 villages at this pace, influenced by that buff rate. That's quite a lot. Oh wait, she's actually got trade. Oh, sneaky angle, I didn't see that. Hold on a second. 22 traders, 62 gold. It's free relic still, but this is at least making it affordable, right? It does feel weird that she's had to go step redoubt and traders. It does mean she also doesn't have much flexi, so like wood's always going to be kind of rough. But credit to her, actually, that detail, she's getting into Impage now. So this is my question mark. This is my concern. I didn't feel like she had enough because I didn't see the trade. That's T-Tors. But now that she's in Imperial Age, there is hope. Unfortunately, now with a little bit of breathing room, we are talking about Horseman spam coming out. And these guys are tanky. 7 armor. With the amount of surplus gold, we should be looking at biology as a priority here. And also, these Horsemen have added values. Not just the Magadai they can chase after, it's the trade. Oh my God. Crazy part still, though, is like the eco and the state of it now. Like, with you having exposed eco like this and Horsemen coming out, that's the reason why Faye's been able to stay ahead. Like, this gap should have already shrunk. That's the reason why she's still ahead on raw population there. But now with the Horsemen riding out and finding their way towards the trade, this is where the whole game plan changes. And the timing could not be better. White Stupa complete means Faye only has 12 Magadai to her name. Oh my God, dude, how did he know? The timing on this is just disgusting. Eco getting sniped, and all of a sudden that lead that Faye had been building towards has been thrown away. And folks, this is just wave number 1, man. More Horsemen are on the way. They're targeting everywhere on the map. So many outposts, but not all of them having sprinkled upgrades. Means a lot of losses for Faye.
Upgrades are coming in. Sire Bowlimbs improved. Love to see that. The extra +1 on top. Not to mention the elite status. For the time being, right now at least, these elite horsemen take a mere tickling. And they return a lot. The villagers just being massacred here. Oh my god. It's not stopping there. He's everywhere. Dude, this is so well played, man. I think Corvinus, with a trade there, the tech up coming, if this had taken an extra minute and a half, maybe you could see a way in which Mass Magadai could do it. But Corvinus, like a volcano waiting to erupt, when he finally gets the pressure to break out, it's overwhelming for Faye. 90 to 66, and her game is all but flatlined. Oh my god. Dude, I can't believe that timing. I mean, Faye, like, it was a gambit, right? The Magadai, kind of obvious. I think when you don't go in with more, that's when it's going to be like an alarm bell ringing for Corvinus. And he finds the perfect time, just as soon as the trade is fully maturing, to slam it shut. And this is it, man. There's no coming back from this. Neri's huffing the hopium. He's on the Faye train. I think it looked good for a moment. The problem is the moment there's no second wave, it's obvious what you're doing to Corvinus, right? And his read was perfect. Like, he rushed into farms at a critical point when he was running out of food. If he didn't have this many farms bumping, this horseman count wouldn't have lasted this long. Incinerators are at least now here. But at this stage, we're seeing a transition into Mass Knights incoming. Benefits from biology, has the initial blunt force to really just annihilate eco everywhere. And, you know, the problem that I still see in this game is Magadai may be in, but these outposts are still here. And there's more of them now with cannons than there was before. In fact, he's just, wow, he's spamming them everywhere. Siege Workshop's also coming. Cannon emplacement starts to fire. Sacred Site's decapped, and, well, this is just ugly. Level 3 ranged upgrades coming in, so that's going to be a nice little booster, but it's just the cannon emplacements, man. I love the buildings as well that just force a choke that rallies the troops together. Every time that happens, you clump, and that means the splash damage adds up quite quickly. It's going to be another drive-by. Some eco is going to be lost, but just a few knights is all we need, right? Just to bait the fire. As long as the aggro is on you, not the villagers, you're fine here. And the cannon emplacements. Faye, she has to stockpile her troops on top of each other, on top of this goal, which means that she is not targeting the eco she needs to be. First wave of Magadai. They do a little bit of damage, maybe like 10 eco max. But the walls are now going up, and folks, those are permanent walls. Stone walls being complete. I think that's the last strike we're going to see out of Faye. In fact, if he just completes a full wall in here, there's nothing left that Faye can do in this game. Whew, lordy. It was a nice idea, man. I don't think it's wrong of me to have wanted Mass Magadai only to have worked. I mean, dude, this unit is considered absolute trash tier. People would rather build Camel Archers than build Magadai. And I'm talking early game. It says everything, but Corvinus just shows you the power of the HRE economy. The fact they can afford to lose so many villages at a critical age up and just not feel it just shows you how absurdly powerful the Palace of Swabia is and why so many players always just rush towards it. And sure, you know, you've got a situation like this where the kite is really effective, but I mean, fundamentally now, when the stone walls go up, if he just turns this into a condensed slow crawl, there's nothing he has to fear. The Mangonel now being pinched doesn't matter because if you're body blocking a Mangonel, it means you're not drive-bying. It means you're standing still. Yeah, this is over. I mean, at this point with 3 Mangonels, you don't have to chase the Magadai. You just need to guard next to the Mangos and move forward. If you do that, this all dies. Oh, dude, what a crazy game. Flash comes in. Mangoes. Those rocks just to kill 4 ponies. Oh, but it's all you need to kill. She literally has to move in and stand on top of them and hit them for 1 damage each. God. Oh, I'm back to kill and trade we go. I mean, Faye, I don't even know why she's still staying in this game at this stage. This is over. You're up against 30 plus Cav. 3 mangoes. There's no hope in hell. She can't even get a cannon placement quick enough here. Oh, there's a reason why we call them Magadai, because, man, you gon' die when you build them. Oh. I'm going to hit the speed up now. This is just painful to watch. It's about as painful as my pun there. Outpost crawl continues, because why not more cannon placements? Maganel smashing the remaining, and GG gets called. Faye's Magadai only build will surprisingly enough not be effective enough against a mass line of cannon emplacements. Oh man, that was painful. Is that uploadable? Would I upload that, I wonder? It's everything they ever wanted. They ever want. Magadai versus Eco, I guess. Yeah. Right. I think we maybe have enough time for, like, possibly one more game. Maybe one more. I think everyone's in scrims. Don's playing a game. Night, Chris. You're actually starting to like Faye. Dude, the way you said that, like the absolute surprise. I'm actually starting to enjoy her. I think I'm going to call it a little bit before 5. I've got some emails to respond to. We've almost been live for 7 hours at this stage, guys. So let me find someone to raid, and then we'll call it quitsies. Should be back tomorrow, though. Let's have a look here and see who is live. Who do you raid? What happened to the Donati streams? Big Sag. I think. Oh, that's nice. One of the people that I think Excessive Profanity plays with regularly is a guy called Ponce is streaming right now. So that might be cool. If you guys don't know Excessive Profanity, they've been playing a lot of Age of Empires. They regularly raid this channel. So I'm going to raid one of his buddies who's currently playing some Team Age of Empires 4. So that should be fun. Looks like it is going to be... what they got here? They got English, HRE, Japanese versus English, Ottomans, French. So let's give them a raid there. Go give them some love. Make sure to spam your pigeon emotes. That's going to be it for me today, guys. I will be back tomorrow. We should have more casts coming out then. Hopefully there's enough games being played by the players today that we can catch the fun action. And hopefully you'll join me there. Should be casting some EGC on the weekend. I'm figuring out the details now. But much love. Thank you for tuning in. And hopefully I'll see you tomorrow around midday. Doodly. Peace.
Here now.